of the City of Santa Clara, the City Council concurrent meeting with the Santa Clara Stadium Authority and Public Facilities Financing Corporation. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Okay, sorry about that. Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Vice Chair Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Park.
Here.
Councilmember Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Becker.
Here.
Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 3 items on our closed session. Is there any public comment regarding any items on closed session? I don't see any hands. Do we have any written comments, Nora?
I do not have any comments.
Okay, thank you. We are going to adjourn now to closed session, and we're scheduled to come back to open session at 6:30 p.m. Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to call this city council meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read the announcement?
Yes, please.
AB 23, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
So good afternoon and welcome to today's council meeting. The City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara Public Health Department order and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19, including following of social distancing protocol and the use of face coverings. For today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your own home or office. Members of the public can join via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov. And the comments will be read into the record. In addition to social distancing, all of us in city government have been practicing frequent hand washing and environmental cleaning, as the public health community has frequently reminded us to do. I want to thank all Santa Clarans for your efforts in following the very serious steps we are all taking as we shelter in place and conduct essential activities that are critical for the health and safety of our community. So let's move on now to the council agenda. First, we have reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney, I think you have a report for us.
Mayor, he was just being moved over, so he might be transitioning in.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here now. If I'm being called on.
Yes,
Thank you.
for reports of actions taken in closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The council took action in item number 3 on the closed session, which is the appeal by Assessor Stone of the decision in the tax appeal case that the county is prosecuting in County Superior Court. And the council unanimously authorized the filing by the Stadium Authority and by the city of 2 separate amicus briefs to support the county's position that the decision of the appeals board should be overturned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No other reports from closed session.
No other reports from closed session.
Okay, thank you. The next item we have is continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations? City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor. I know that we have a very full agenda this evening, and as we get through it, I just want to provide the council with information on what items are time sensitive so that we can use our time wisely. Item 7A is an item that is time sensitive, as well as 6, 5, and 8. So as the council juggles its very full agenda, I just want to begin with announcing which items are time sensitive for the continuity of city businesses and services.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other council members have anything? Looks like we have some members of the public. Wesley, go ahead. Is it on this item? You're muted, Wesley.
I would like to humbly request that we move item 9 to agenda 1. There are many of us who are from the community. I don't want to wait till 11 o'clock for this to happen. So I'm requesting that we put it on the top of our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Javier. Javier. I see you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Now,
Hello?
yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, so I would like to request that the item 9 be moved up on top of the agenda, to the top of the agenda. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Javier. And then we have Charanjit. Sorry if I mispronounced. Please, Charanjit, you're muted.
There we go. Okay.
There we go. Go ahead.
What I'd like to do is request that we move item 9 up in the agenda. So we discuss that.
Okay. There's a very big feedback, but we heard you. Thank you. Last 4 numbers are 2222. Two,
2222, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can now. Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to request that item 9 be moved to top of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom, go ahead. You're muted.
I wasn't sure. Hello
There
there.
you go.
Yes.
Yes, there you go, Tom.
My subject is going to be on trees, Mayor. I don't know if it's appropriate now to talk about it.
No, actually, no. We're just talking about the order of the agenda. You
Yes,
would be under public presentation, so that's after our consent calendar.
I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Jean, go ahead.
Would you please bring up number 9 up to the first item, please?
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on the agenda orders, continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations? I see we have, is there any member of the council? All right, I see no action, so we're going to move forward with the agenda. So next we have our special order of business. The first is the proclamation of national.
So can I ask for a point of order?
Yes, go ahead.
Which is, so when the public asks for something, we have to make a motion to accept what the public asked for. And was that what we go? I mean, you usually ask if there's a motion. And I think you did ask for a motion, and I wasn't quite sure if that was a motion to see for there to be a change, but I'm willing to make a motion to move agenda item number 9 forward if that's what the public has asked for, and if that's what's required to move this.
Thank you, Councilmember Park. I did ask, is there any council member that wants to say anything, but nobody, no, so I was moving on, so.
Well, I'm
I
saying
would
something
second,
now.
that's
I would
fine.
second that motion. Yeah.
Okay, so where do you want to move it up?
I mean, I'm being told by city manager that the time sensitive matters are basically everything. I mean, we've got Loyalton, which we've put off for a while, but again, we've put it off. I don't know that.
I'm just asking where you want to put it, Councilmember Park.
So I'm going to ask clarification again. We want 5, 6, 7, 8 is. Those are all the time sensitive. Is that correct? Did I get?
That's what the city manager said.
Yes, item 5 is time sensitive. Item 6 is at council's direction to come back before the boards and commission interviews. I believe they're on May 24th. Item 7A is related to the CVRA settlement agreement. And item 8 has a HUD deadline of May 15th. All the other items, including item 7B, can be deferred as they're not time sensitive.
I'm looking at when we have the next meeting. Looks like the next Stadium Authority meeting is on the 11th. I feel that
that's canceled.
Oh, that's canceled, even better.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we look at item 8, which must be submitted to HUD before May 15th, I think that would be number 1. And then the other ones are, I kind of don't see the immediacy of number 7. And the same thing with 6. I think we have another council meeting before the interviews take place. Is that correct?
The next council meeting is scheduled for May 25th, and item 7A requires the presentation and council direction to return with an ordinance on May 25th, and for all the proper publishings and to adhere to the settlement agreement timeline. And then item 5 is time sensitive as it relates to emergency repairs, corrective and preventative maintenance at our generating station.
Understood. And there's no due date to that. It's just time sensitive because we need to do maintenance repairs.
I think there are some repairs, and I'll let Manuel speak to the specifics. And then item 6 was at council's direction on the eligibility list policy, as your interviews will occur before the May 25th council meeting.
But for clarification, we don't have to have an eligibility list policy prior to that. We could go through the interviews and then put together a policy after the interviews are done. Is that?
If that's the pleasure of the council, I'm implementing the council direction to bring it back before May 24th, which was the full direction by council action. And so that's why we're presenting it today, so that we have time to. So if the council wants to undo its previous direction, then of course you have that discretion.
All I want to know is where you want to put this on the agenda, because we obviously have a lot. So,
and we're trying to determine that. So, and you're saying 7B is not time sensitive. We could defer item 7B.
Why are we doing anything? Let's just move on. Just put it somewhere and we can move forward.
Okay, then I would like to suggest that we take a look at them in the order of priority, which is look at item number 8, and then item number 7A.
No, we're not redoing the whole agenda. Just slip this in somewhere and we'll move forward. We can't,
okay.
We're not going to rearrange the entire agenda.
Then I would like to discuss this after item 5.
Okay, after item 5. City Attorney?
No, I just want to emphasize that we need to hear 7A, because we're going to need to bring back a resolution with the ballot measure for council's consideration on the 25th. So it's really important that we get council's direction on what should be in the ballot measure.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I said ordinance.
Yeah.
Understood,
okay.
But again, without rearranging, it sounds like the staff recommendation is to keep the the order as is, and I don't
No,
think that.
we are. We'll just
No.
put this in after item 5 and move on. We need to move on with this meeting. I don't want to spend a half an hour talking about where we put this. So it's after item 5. We'll hear item 9. Is that okay with the second?
No,
No.
I would like to move item 4 to the end.
Item 4 to the end. Okay, well, let's word this one first, and that's a second motion to move item 4.
Okay,
Correct? All right, so we have a motion on the floor to move item 9 after item 5. Is there a
Second.
second on that?
I'll
Second.
second that.
Okay, motion second to move item 9 up after item 5. Okay, Assistant City Clerk vote. Roll call.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Okay, now the second thing is Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to move item 4 after 8.
Four
I'll
after
second that
8.
motion.
Okay, motion second to move 4 after 8, which is at the end of the agenda then. Okay. All right, motion second, any discussion on that?
Mayor, you do have a member of the public's hand raised.
Oh, okay. On this item to move 4 after 8, Deborah, go ahead.
No, I don't have a question. I just
Oh.
thought that some of the council members were just being a little rude.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deborah. All right, so a motion and a second to move 4 after 8. Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. All right, now that we've done that, let's get into the agenda. The first special order of business we have today is a proclamation of National Public Works Week 2021. This year, National Public Works Week is May 16th through the 22nd, and the theme has been selected by the American Public Works Association is Stronger Together. This theme encourages Santa Clara residents to think about the important role that public works plays in creating a great place to live. By working together, the impact citizens and public works professionals can have on their community is magnified, and the results in the ability to accomplish great things in the center of what's possible. The City of Santa Clara has a dedicated staff that helps maintain and improve the city on a regular basis through public works. City staff deliver high quality public works projects and maintain community strength by working together to provide critical infrastructure of services in transportation, roadway, and building maintenance, wastewater and stormwater treatment, water and solid waste systems, parks, power, emergency management, and first response, and other facilities essential to our citizens. These are things we just can't live without. In honor of Public Works Week, I want to thank our staff in the Public Works, Silicon Valley Power, Water and Sewer Utilities, and Parks and Recreation Departments for all their efforts in making the city the best that it can be. Over the past year, there has been many challenges in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the city staff have continued to work tirelessly, adapt to maintain the utmost efficiency and seamlessly provide the high quality services that the city of Santa Clara is known for. So I have this proclamation declaring National Public Works Week that I'd like to have and give to our city departments that I mentioned. And thank you so much for all the wonderful work that you provide to our residents and citizens and business residents here in the city of Santa Clara. So thank you very much for that. I'll make sure the proper people get that. All right, so next I'm really excited to talk about our next special order of business. I'm pleased to introduce to you some amazing Santa Clara students who organized a platform called Active Circle to connect communities and engage them around the importance of being healthy and active. In March, I had the opportunity to attend Active Circle's webinar called Exercise is Medicine, which was organized in collaboration with the South Asian Heart Society. These exemplary students, Anya, Navriti, and Tanish, did such a wonderful job putting together this event, and they showed such initiative that I wanted to highlight their great work to the City Council and to the community. I was particularly impressed by the medical expertise that they had, and they talked about all different kinds of activity that all of us can participate in, including yoga and other really healthful, beneficial activities, especially during the pandemic, and how it really helps our bodies and our minds. I would like now to present this certificate of special mayoral recognition to Active Circle to honor their achievements. We look forward to your future events as you continue your campaign to improve health and quality of life for all of our residents here in Santa Clara. So I understand that the students and their families are here this evening to accept the certificate and give us a short presentation on Active Circle. So I'd like to turn the floor over to the students. I'm hoping, Nora, that you can admit them.
Mayor, they are moved over.
Okay, very good. And I understand that you might have some family members and friends joining us from India as well. That's what I heard. So go ahead. I don't know who's gonna take over first. Who's gonna take the reins here from Active Circle?
Can we share screen?
Yes. I'm answering. Can they, Nora?
Mayor, we have the PowerPoint ready to.
Oh, we have it ready
display.
to go. Great, I can see it.
Hey, hello. We are the founders of the Active Circle. I'm Anya.
I'm Nivriti. And I'm Danish.
Please switch the slide.
During the beginning of the pandemic, us three were stuck at home, bored, inactive, and isolated like the rest of the world. After several months of waiting, we created a social bubble with our community and started going on hikes to local trails and beaches. This made us much happier. We realized that others didn't always have a community to meet with. Please switch the slide.
Our mission is to create active, connected communities. We want to help more people fight different mental health issues and get more people physically active. Please switch the slide. As you can see, we have held many events so far, like Cooking for the Homeless, a community yoga session, beach cleanups in India, a fundraiser walkathon with Ask Staffing, and many more.
Next slide.
Some future events we are holding are a Bombay Jam session on May 8th, which is a fundraiser to supply materials for the COVID crisis in India, a Santa Clara River cleanup with West Valley Water on May 15th, an extended care program with Imagineers throughout the summer, and a fundraiser for local dancers on June 18th. We would really appreciate it if you guys could attend the river cleanup and the Bombay Jam session. Attending these events doesn't only benefit you and your body, but it also benefits the environment and people in need. Switch slide, please.
Some ideas we have for the Santa Clara community are creek/river cleanups, virtual walkathons, helping senior citizens, holding community fundraisers, and much more.
Next slide. Thanks for listening. We would really appreciate it if you could check out our website, www.theactivecircle.org. Attend some of our future events and partner with us to hold events for the Santa Clara community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anya. And Navriti and Tanish, we appreciate it. I have to say, I did attend your event and it was so fun and I learned so much from your event. So thank you so much for doing this and getting people involved. So we have the information on your PowerPoint. We'll make sure everybody has it so that we can join you in your events. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any council members like to say anything? Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm looking at the website and it's actually pretty well done. And I like the events that you have and the upcoming events. I'm going to try to be there. I do note that when I click on upcoming events, it asks me to log in. But other than that, I will use information on the slides that you've presented and I will try to be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
If you would like to attend an event, you would have to like first become a member of the website.
Well, I guess that's why the login is there. I will 100% do that. I do have a question for staff, which is I see that there are events such as yoga, community yoga sessions. If there are people in the community that do have, like they want to put on training sessions, they want to put on meditation, they want to put on yoga, is there a person that we can connect with? Maybe we can do that through the Active Circle, but is there a person that we can talk to directly in the city to get these kinds of permissions or do the logistics for other people who would like to volunteer their services?
I think that's a policy discussion that we could present at a later time at our governance committee. That it raises several issues that have been explored before, but we can certainly bring it back at the governance committee for a deeper discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Yes, I was going to say I've helped many times with the creek cleanups, and they do this every year. And this is the few time you can get down in there and clean things out. Just a thought, you're going to get very dirty and wear shoes that can get wet. Trust me. Very good, kids.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. This is very exciting. You know, I'm so impressed by your organization and so many other youth that have taken advantage of the time during the pandemic to really like find ways to show their skills, show their educate the community and work with their peers and just keep everybody involved. So I really commend you for your efforts and look forward to trying to get to an event as well. How do you promote your events? Do you use social media or how do you promote them?
So we have like social media accounts on Facebook and Instagram. And also we like partner up with some organizations for some of these events. Like for example, we're having a river cleanup. So we're partnering up with West Valley Water and they market our events as well. And we're also like having an extra group and all that.
And we also like we also just forward to friends and family and ask them to join.
Nice.
Good job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks for the
Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, team. Active Circle, really active. And I'm so impressed with at such a young age, you are so active into the community and making others to be active. And love your confidence, like all three of you are such a great kids and future leaders, basically. Thank you, and I would love to attend your future events. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Jane?
Wow, I can't imagine that you're even bored for a second these days. You're great models for people even way older than you are. So stay active. Thank you.
Thank you, Suds. Councilmember Becker.
Great job, you guys. And I'm very proud to see young people like yourselves doing things like this, because I think with you guys, we're going to have a very bright future.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so is there any member of the public want to say anything? Javier, go ahead.
I just wanted to say again, thank you so much.
There's a really echo.
Yeah, so I just want to say thank you so much. I also just would like to throw this out there for the youth that, you know, the Chamber, Silicon Valley Central does a lot of the creek cleanup. I'm sure they'd love to partner with the youth. So I just thought throw that out there for that club. That hey, you guys might want to check that out. I'm sure they'd love to partner and do the creek cleanup together.
Okay, thank you. Wesley, go ahead. You're muted.
Thank you. We've seen so many things organized by the youth, and we're very grateful to all the efforts that you give to us in Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you, Wesley. All right. All right. Thank you so much. And we'll make sure that you get this right away. We'll get this to you and keep up the good work. And I can't wait to get involved in your next event.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we're going to move on now to next item, which is our verbal report from the city manager regarding COVID-19 pandemic.
That's a tough act to follow.
I know, isn't it?
It is. I'm going to read a couple of pages of updates. Particularly, we'll focus on Parks and Rec today as the weather is changing in our favor. If we could pull up the PowerPoint slide, and thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Before I provide the COVID update, I do want to announce that this week, May 2nd through May 8th, is Public Service Recognition Week. I am proud to recognize and celebrate our dedicated employees of the City of Santa Clara. Over the past year, I think it is fair to say that we have even more to celebrate this year. Our entire organization has come together in the face of multiple converging crises, the global pandemic, civil unrest, budget deficits, you name it, fires, to continue providing essential city services as well as ones we didn't anticipate, such as emergency food distribution, public health COVID testing, virtual storytelling that went global, and a full range of COVID relief financial assistance programs to serve our residents. We have a lot of good public service and a lot to celebrate this week. The status on the state of the COVID-19 emergency is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. Santa Clara County remains in the less restrictive Orange Tier 3 of the state's blueprint for safer economy. On Saturday, May 1st, the county reported there is no indication we would be moved into the least restrictive Yellow Tier 4 anytime soon, as they interpreted the data to indicate that cases remain flat. However, hospitalizations are decreasing, deaths are dropping, and there are no more outbreaks in long-term care facilities. This is attributed to vaccinations. The 7-day average of new daily COVID cases yesterday was 98. Last Monday, April 26th, the number was 123. And last Monday, there were 21 new COVID hospitalizations for a total of 85 COVID patients. And yesterday, there were 9 new hospitalizations for a total of 70 COVID hospitalizations. 5% of ICU beds were taken by COVID patients as of yesterday. And there has been 1 reported COVID death since Friday, when 8 deaths were reported. The county has reached cumulative total of 2,069 COVID-related deaths, and the COVID test positivity rate has hovered around 1% over the past week and was 0.9% the last 2 days. The Board of Supervisors met this afternoon, and I will pass it over to Chief Emergency Services Officer Lisa Schoenthal to provide late-breaking highlights from the COVID update at the county level.
Thank you.
But before that, let's go to update on vaccinations. So progress continues with vaccinating our community. The county reported over the weekend that 2 of the 3 Santa Clara County residents, 2 out of 3 Santa Clara County residents who are 16 and older have received at least 1 vaccine dose. And the slide, if you can bring the slide up, shows the progress with residents getting first doses and completely vaccinated. Let's go to the next slide. The county's sufficient supply of vaccine enabled them to begin offering drop-in appointments at several county vaccination clinics last week, and that is continuing this week. Same-day appointments are also available at sccfreevax.org or the other communication channels listed on the slide. And this is still the county site for the community to visit to schedule vaccine appointments. The county urges everyone 16 and older who have not been vaccinated to do so, and outreach to youth is a priority as those 16 and older have only been eligible for 2 weeks. The county's Dr. Marty Fensterside reports that people who have had COVID still need to be vaccinated as immunity from vaccination is longer, excuse me, I really bumbled that. The county's Dr. Marty Fensterside reports that people who have had COVID still need to be vaccinated as immunity from vaccination is longer than natural immunity from infection. Let's go to the COVID testing slide. The county urges COVID testing to continue even for those who have been vaccinated since variants of concern continue to circulate in our county. Free COVID testing continues on the 2nd and 4th Wednesdays of the month at Central Park Library, and appointments can be made up to 7 days in advance at sccfreetest.org. And the next opportunity is Wednesday, May 12th. And let's go to the rental assistance program. We have a slide here just to show the numbers of where we're at. As the slide shows, a total of 179 households, including 545 people, have been assisted so far from phases 1 and 2 of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program application process. The total amount of subsidies so far has been $824,670, with an average subsidy of about $4,600. Approximately 64 applications are still in the process of being reviewed from phase 2 of the application process, and we have about 150 eligible applicants for phase 3, which we are sorting through at this time. We expect to serve from that about 80 to 100 applicants. For Parks and Rec, we have a large update just given the change of weather. I just want to acknowledge that beginning with parks, playgrounds, sports field, and restrooms are open for public recreation with health and safety protocols in place, as indicated in the Play It Safe Santa Clara signage at each facility entrance. Summer recreation is especially welcomed this year as we provide variety of camps, classes, swim lessons, and drop-in registration activities for this summer. You can visit santaclaraca.gov rec classes for program options and registration information, as the slide indicates. Registration opened today, May 4th, for Santa Clara residents, and will open on May 6th for non-residents. And there's the information on this slide if you want to pursue. For the senior nutrition program, we continue to provide walk-up meal service to go, providing daily hot meals and weekend supplemental food for about 130 to 150 seniors per day. The program will return indoor dining once we move to the yellow tier. For Food for Families, we continue to serve food on Wednesdays. We serve now between 170 to 180 households at the Salvation Army site on Homestead Road. For senior activities, we continue to provide health and wellness programs, which are available 4 hours per day via email and phone for care management and wellness checks on seniors. And we're currently serving about 133 individuals per month. The virtual Meetup with Mallory served 17 individuals, and COVID vaccination appointments assistance served 107 individuals in April. The 130 homebound seniors receive monthly Howdy packets by mail. Senior lap swim continues outdoors at the International Swim Center and Warburton pools. Senior fitness continues remotely via Zoom Tuesdays and Friday, and Tai Chi every Wednesday. And new in May, we will be convening in person at Reed and Grant Street Sports Park, and along with the popular New Falls class, additional programming. Mindfulness meditation for seniors classes are held remotely via Zoom every Tuesday. And we hope to increase senior services in June and July, depending on the state and county requirements with health and safety protocols and capacity limits in place. These will include the use of the computer room, senior adult legal assistance, high cap notary services, table tennis, and opening up of the billiard room. Once new fitness equipment and flooring are installed, Senior Center Indoor Fitness Center will resume this summer. And please note that additional in-person classes and activities appointments will return to the Santa Clara Senior Center once the state has allowed for us to lift into yellow. So with that, I also want to acknowledge that on May 9th is Mother's Day, and we are making available special hours from 9 to 1 p.m. at Mission Memorial Park. And last but not least, before I pass it over to Lisa, this week we launched our annual cleanup campaign. It kicked off, which is a big milestone from last year, given that we had to delay it and provide new arrangements for our members of the public for the schedule. I want to acknowledge that you can go online and search for annual cleanup campaign for the cleanup schedule over the next 4 weeks. Lisa?
Thank you, City Manager Santana, and good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members. I have just a few comments from updates today. The state announced today that Santa Clara County's adjusted COVID case rate is assessed to be 2.3 cases per 100,000 of our population. The adjusted rate needs to be below 2 to reach the least restrictive yellow tier 4. Last week, our adjusted case rate was 2.7, and the week before it was 3.2. During the Board of Supervisors meeting this afternoon, Health Officer Dr. Sarah Cody stated we are slowly drifting toward yellow. So while the county has seemed cautious in analyzing our case data, up until today anyway, Dr. Cody did state today cases are steadily declining. The word stable might be my new favorite word, as Dr. Ahmad Kamal today, the county's healthcare preparedness director, described our new COVID hospitalizations as stable and the length of stay as stable. As a reminder, these are factors used to determine if disease is more severe, which is especially of interest with the variants of concern in the county. So far, there is no indication that disease is more severe. I will close with highlighting the encouraging vaccination data. Dr. Cody shared that Santa Clara County is number 2 in California for the percentage of residents who have received at least 1 dose of vaccine. Our 70.4% of those who are 16 and older is only beat by Marin County, who is number 1 in California. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Lisa. Deanna, do you have anything in addition to report?
Nothing additional to report.
That's really.
It was a lot.
That's a lot, but it's good news. We're heading in the right direction.
Yes, we are.
That's the message here. Yes, definitely. Thank you, Lisa, for that report. Vice Mayor Chahal, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have some comments, and I'm so happy about learning about the vaccination rates above 70, above for 16 and above. That's so good, and that's one of the ways we can contain this thing. And I also heard about Pfizer coming up, maybe getting permission to vaccinate age 12 and above, basically. I'm not sure when that is happening, but that can help the school students too if it is safe. So that's another one. And at the same time, if you go worldwide, it is really bad situation back home in India, and the situation is very dire. So I would appeal to my fellow residents who are planning to visit India or coming back from India, please have restraint and may take all the precautions. And if you are heading back to United States, please follow quarantine and get the testing done so that we make sure the community is safe and your family and everybody is safe. So that's my appeal to everybody. And it's a really horrible situation back home, back in India, especially New Delhi and Mumbai, those particular sectors. So, and great job by the county in vaccination, and it is readily available now. That's a good sign. Thank you.
Thank you. Good advice. Good advice. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we're going to be moving on our agenda. Next, we have the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item's pulled for discussion. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would like to pull 3H, and then I would like to make a motion.
All right, Councilmember Becker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull item 3F.
3F, okay. And I will be abstaining on item Franklin Mall 3H since my office building is in the Franklin Mall. So that's an item that's pulled is 3H, which is the parking maintenance district number 122 Franklin Mall Square items. That sounds funny. Okay, and then item pulled also is 3F, just for the public's knowledge, action to approve a new class specification titled Assistant Director of Community Development and adopt a resolution approving and adopting the updated unclassified salary plan. Councilmember Jane, do you have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar, and then I have another motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion and a second to approve the balance of the consent calendar. City Assistant City, anybody from the public? All right, Assistant City Clerk. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Chahal, sorry.
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Park,
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Becker,
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes, noting my abstention on 3H.
Thank you, duly noted.
All right. Councilmember Jane, you said you had a motion for something else after that?
I do. Given that we have so many time-sensitive agenda items, I would like to move 3H to after number 8 and before number 4.
Second.
What? After number 8? What?
8?
Second to last is what I got.
Yeah. Yeah.
Second to last.
Yeah.
So no, that would be last. After 8? Because there's no 9. 9's
No, we
moved out.
moved number 4 to after 8.
So it'd be 8, 3F4 is what I'm getting if the motion is approved.
What is
8,
that?
3H, and then 4.
3F, 3H, that's right, sorry.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion second to move that. I'll abstain since I have to abstain on this item. So a motion and a second to move that. Assistant City Clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore abstains.
Yeah, I have to abstain since I have my office building on the 3H. Okay. All right, so next we have public presentations. Right? Yes. Everything's been moved around so much, I have to figure this out. Public presentations. These are items that are not on the agenda. So any member of the public, we'll start with Kirk. Go ahead, Kirk.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for letting me speak on this item. I just wanted to wrap up since from last meeting, there was an agenda item that did not get support for moving forward, which is just to discuss requiring individuals to display themselves, if you're a publicly elected official, to display themselves on videos if you'd be in a council chamber. And some of the language that was shared, I think was maybe nonsensical is a little extreme, but it seemed kind of silly. And I just wanted to recap a couple of those comments. Someone made a comment about having to wear a suit or mandating clothing. I'm not talking about, this isn't about clothing and what you wear. This is about public transparency to individuals actually speaking on behalf of the public, doing the public's business. And then I think one of the council members stated that they didn't have good internet access at their house, yet they then said that they were literally sitting at City Hall and still did not want to turn their video on. And again, I don't understand that either. So that seems a little bizarre to me, that if your contention is you don't have good internet access, yet when you do have good internet access, you still don't put your video on. That argument doesn't seem valid And then I heard other council members supporting that. It's like, well, if they don't have access, then he shouldn't have to do that. And it doesn't make, this should be a very easy discussion. It's like, yeah, let's just make it, why don't we have by consensus, say, if we're at a council meeting or at a stadium authority meeting, we'll just be on camera if you have the capacity. If you don't have the capacity, like you're at home and you don't have good internet access, okay, maybe that's a consideration. But it sounded like after 6:30, everybody can have good internet access if they go down to City Hall when their arrangements are appropriate. And it seems like that would be a pretty good compromise, is that after 6:30, which I think it is now, that you could be on camera and share your video with the public. And even tonight, asking questions about the agenda, moving questions around, there still was not consistency of being on camera. And so it just seems to be a little, I don't know, it's just confusing why there's such a resistance or hesitancy about actually putting yourself on camera if you're serving the public, doing the public's business. So that is my comment for tonight. And I really hope that the council will be a little more receptive to hearing stuff like that, just because I don't know why. It just seems like a very weird thing not to entertain and to turn into a bigger deal than it is. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Tom, go ahead, Tom. Tom, you're muted.
Mute. Thank you.
There you go. Go ahead, Tom.
All right, let me start over again. Good
Yeah.
evening, Honorable Mayor Gilmore, City Council, and staff. My name is Tom Freitas. I've been in Santa Clara for 43 years. I live on Ventura Place. I'm here to address the devastation and degradation caused by the removal of trees in our neighborhood. I'm encouraged by the mayor's last comment and enthusiastic comment statement made during the Arbor Day in the virtual celebration that we had. I learned from there that the city is committed to a better environment. I believe we all have the experience of walking into a deep forest, having the feeling of peace, comfort, and tranquility. Trees provide many positive, healthy benefits to our environment. As you may know, the tree arbor reduced our carbon footprint, which is very important now. They clean and filter our air. They provide better health to our citizens. Trees give off oxygen, reduce the water runoff, reduce erosion and pollution in our waterways, provide food for many of our birds in our local area, provide shade, lowering and even increase an ever increasing climate temperature we're having problems with. A little known fact, by the way, is the crime rate is lower in communities with trees. Over the past 5 years, there has been a steady removal of trees in my neighborhood. This eliminating a very important benefit provided by the trees and their arbor. Very few trees have been replaced during that time. On our street alone, the majority of trees have been removed. There's 45 homes on my street. One has been replaced in 10 years. There are numerous costs or co-costs that occur on a negative side by losing our trees. One, they lower our home values. They affect the fragile ecosystem that we live in. They move our community one step closer to a condition of life. Suggested solution to the homeowner through publication and education, I'm recommending the benefits to be published. What are the benefits to our homeowners when we have trees that are cared for in our city? Number two would be follow through on the approved replacement of tree list. We have a very, very extensive tree list. I'd like to see a follow-up from our staff to make sure that these people understand what trees they're ordering And of course, if a tree
Can
is
you
not
summarize?
ordered-
Can you wrap up, Tom? Is that okay?
Yes,
It's
I'm-
past okay.
Let me cut it down.
Okay.
Cutting down trees is not the solution. That's my point here. I'm
Right.
asking the city council to really reconsider our tree ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. I think you're speaking some very wise words there. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Jean, go ahead.
Good evening. Whatever happened to the request that one of the council members made to put the meetings back starting at 6 o'clock? The starting at 4 o'clock is not convenient for the public. And I heard at one time the excuse was a full agenda. We have spent an inordinate amount of time tonight talking about the recreation calendar and some other things that definitely were not a priority, time sensitive, and things that had to be discussed this evening. And we definitely didn't need to revisit the, why is Kevin Park not showing himself on camera, or the camera thing, or wearing a business suit, or whatever that nonsense was all about again. But it was a public presentation, so I understand the need for that, but you didn't cut him off like you just did the last gentleman, which was very unfortunate. But I would like to know when are we going to put meetings back to what's convenient for the citizens? Because after all, that's who the council and the mayor work for, and that's who even city staff work for. And what happened to that? It seems like that got pushed back on a back burner. And do we have to make a request for, how does that happen that it goes back to 6 o'clock? And sometimes you answer questions from the public if it's something the mayor wants to answer, but sometimes you don't because you say it's not on the agenda, but sometimes you do if it's something you want to answer. So I'd like to hear an answer tonight, please. But I really would like to know, when can we finally get the meeting start back at the hour that's convenient to the public? And if it means shortening or having the meetings every week, then so be it. But or twice a week, or whatever it takes to have an agenda that works for the public again. So thank you. And again, I'll look forward to having an answer tonight, like now. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as an observation, tonight's meeting started, the open session started at 6:30. And I think that there was a request from a council member to start later meetings, and I think that's going to come back at some point. Betsy, go ahead, Betsy.
All right, I was expecting maybe some other people to talk, but that's all right. So I wanted to let you all know that May is Bike Month, and in particular, Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition is observing Bike to Wherever Day, since many of us are still not commuting to an office, and this is on May 21st, I believe. I would also like to note that I've gotten a few emails and communications from the city about electric vehicle affordability, and I'm glad that we are promoting that. I'm glad that we're promoting the opportunities to get into electric vehicles. I would point out that e-bikes are electric vehicles, and the city, in fact, has an e-bike rebate going. And I would ask that the electric vehicle seminars and things like that include e-bikes. And then we had a comment earlier on trees. I've written you all in the past couple of weeks here about the area around San Tomas and Homestead, where we've removed a number of trees in the effort to put in the bike lane through that area. I did receive an excellent reply from staff. the primary concern there seems to be that there is no irrigation. And there is recycled water right there on Homestead. And I realize that it's more involved than just rolling out a hose and hooking up to it. But that's where I think the city council comes in, is to commit to doing the little bit of digging that might be involved in getting that recycled water 100 yards or so further north, so that we could plant some trees and some landscaping right there. It's weeds, it's barren, it's ugly, and it's hot. So all of the things that the other fellow said about trees are absolutely true of the trail. Thank you very much. Please get out on a bike this month. It's beautiful weather.
Thank you. Wesley, go ahead, Wesley.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'd like to announce that May is Asian Pacific Heritage Month. And I would like to say how proud I was to see almost all of the City Council members attend the anti-Asian Pacific Islander violence march that occurred last Saturday, organized by Harbir Bhatia. And thank you, all of you, for attending and speaking out against this type of violence against particularly Asian women. I would also like to repeat the poem that I read over there from an inmate in Solano State Prison, who I saw when as a volunteer lay chaplain in the main jail, and he has really really blossomed. But he wrote this poem about Asian American Pacific Islander violence, and he says, "What I see, eyes open wide, yet I see so much suffering. An elder beaten on the side, those around watching, each person a unique experience. To some, there is no sense. For me, I choose to make an effort to see the pain, fear, shame, guilt, and anger that lives inside all of us. Empathy is the key to calm the storm that leaves traces of dust, to heal the suffering that I see. I start by working with anger inside, an inner child that continues to cry. The more I listen, I begin to hear the cries that lives inside all of us, anger expressed in the form of tears. For I continue to see the suffering that lives in you and me. Thank you.
Thank you, Wesley. And we do have that recognition coming at our next council meeting. So thank you for telling us about that. Gabby, go ahead, Gabby.
Hi there. Thanks for giving me the chance to speak here. Just to follow up on Betsy's comment about May being Bike Month, we would really encourage you guys as City Council, to ride bikes and get spread the word to encourage more people to ride. As we've seen, with lesser vehicle traffic, it's been a little bit more pleasurable to ride bikes. So we would really like to see that support from the City Council. And again, as Betsy has mentioned, and as I'm sure you all know, this is very important to get, to help fight climate change and at the same time improve, our citizens and residents' health, as well as reducing traffic congestion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And as the traffic increases, we got to make sure we keep our bike riders safe as well. Thank you, Gabby. All right, we're going to move on now to consent items pulled for discussion. Item 3F was pulled by Councilmember Becker.
Madam Mayor, I have a public comment email that came in.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me pull that up. Public comment is from Carol, and it states the following. There are so many important issues in Santa Clara the council could be working on other than Kevin Park's constant need for attention, his refusal to turn on video for meetings, and all the rally drama. How about censoring Kevin Park for his multiple domestic violence spousal abuse cases? I'm sure he never would have won the election if people knew about his domestic violence issues. Once again, his lack of respect and transparency is disturbing. End of comment.
All right,
That's all I have.
thank you. Javier, did you speak already on public presentations? I can't remember. Okay, hands down. All right. Next, we have item 3F, Anthony, Councilmember Anthony Becker. You pulled that item, and that was actions to approve a new class specification titled Assistant Director of Community Development and adopt a resolution approving and adopting the updated unclassified salary plan. Anthony?
Yeah, hi there. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So let's see here. I'm pulling this item mainly because I wanted to understand how we are being asked to approve a new management position when the city is not only facing a severe budget shortfall, but from what I understand, there was a hiring freeze. But I spoke to City Manager Santana today. She gave me a little more backdrop and a little more info on that. But I kind of want her to explain it a little more because a resident came to me about this, and I'd really kind of want more from the horse's mouth rather than my mouth. At the same time,
I didn't mean to call you a horse.
I'm gonna heat. I'm ready to start making.
Hope they didn't come out wrong.
I'm fine.
So at the same time, I have just a few questions that you can also answer within that, and that will be the first one is, when will this recruitment happen? Is in the future? Is there a time frame? At the same time, when do you, well, I guess that's the same thing. When do you expect it to be filled? And how do we attract the talent?
So I actually prepared a brief PowerPoint with staff, our team, and I'd like to just go through that to provide transparency for the public to understand why we're making this move. And just to clarify, the budget deficit is in the general fund, and this position is funded by non-general fund dollars. Our other enterprise funds are doing relatively well as they're fee-based. I want to start first by, let's go to the next slide. And I'll just kind of tee it up. This is really a matter of organizational structure equity within the organization. Our CDD department has been one department, as many, that have been impacted by the large scale of development within our community. We have known over the years and just really hadn't made the move of the inequity between the departments, as other assistant director or deputy directors exist in the departments with the yes and the green, with the exception of community development and information technology. Now, IT is very different in structure in that we outsource with a third party to provide those services, and the director is supported by 2 managers. Community development has the director and 3 managers, one of which is vacant, one of which we've received notice of the person's pending departure. And so we have 3 direct manager supports to the director, of which 2 are vacant or will be vacant. So let's go to the next slide. So the first is just to get organizational equity, but on top of that, there has been a large growth and development over the years without the subsequent addition of management staff. While we have added other staff, it has impacted the management oversight as well as additional workload that is evidenced here. We're taking it out to 2019 because 2020 was a COVID year, and we still want to make sure that we reconcile that data to bring forward with the council. So volume of work has increased. There is already internal inequity with the organizational structure, and we are creating a position with non-general fund dollars. And while the volume of work has increased, I should just note that for 2020, we are ending the year with a $5 million additional surplus as a result of the high volume of activity during 2020. Let's go to the next slide. So what will this position do? This position will be charged with the permit tracking system. The prior upgrade was in 2000, and so we're due for an upgrade. The zoning code comprehensive update, prior update was 1969. Work to oversee specific plans that work with our sustainability manager on the climate action plan, as well as the building reach codes. And when we get to our presentation tonight, you'll see that our census redistricting process at the staff level is going to be housed out of CDD, as well as the housing element update. Next slide. So indeed, we have had some problems attracting talent. I had the opportunity to talk with Councilmember Becker earlier today that as development has increased substantially over the last years in the region, in the Silicon Valley, the positions for hiring building inspectors, plan code plan check reviewers, or even housing development staff has been very competitive, and it shows in our numbers. I mentioned earlier that we're trending about a 50% vacancy rate in our building inspectors. We will be back likely before the end of the year to make corrections to make us a more attractive employer, recognizing that our compensation does not benchmark comparable when we look at our compensation compared to other regional employers, as well as everyone, as evidence how I started with our top level managers in our CDD have been either recruited away or have job offers in hand, which is causing us some issues with retaining. And so we have a lot to do in terms of making sure that we bring to council and keep current on the vacancies and the challenges that we have with retaining and recruiting. We have looked at new models of service delivery where we've grown our use of third-party consultants as an extending arm so that we don't overhire internally, but we right size and have the ability to have a greater use of consultants while we're providing increased services due to workload. So these are the numbers. Of these numbers, I have authorized in our hiring freeze the recruitment for 6 of the positions, and then we'll continue to revisit and take decisions and make decisions as appropriate once we get through the 6 recruitments and filling of positions. We do, as I mentioned, want to bring back some corrective action on building inspectors. Next slide. So here's, I know Councilmember Becker, you asked this specific question in terms of how is our rate of staff at the staff non-management level has grown. And here are the numbers. You can see that over the past years, we have added approximately 30 FTEs. If you just look at benchmarking from fiscal year 13, 14, 14, 15, and that those addition of 30 staff, almost doubling the development staffing, has not come with the commensurate management staffing as well, nor have we taken the action to get equity with respect to organizational structure as it compares within other departments, which provide equally as complex work and yet have the assistant director and division managers. Here we just have director and division managers with no assistant director in the middle. So let's go to the next slide. So I thought that was helpful information to just bring to your attention and just more thoroughly and publicly answer the question that you had with respect to the addition of the assistant director. We do recommend the council's approval of this position and that it recommends increased, it corresponds to increased department activity in all 3 divisions within the department. It aligns with other city department structures with the exception of IT, who has a different service delivery model. It supports the increasing staffing at all levels within the organization and provides needed administrative and management support to take on the special projects that I started with earlier in the presentation. And I mentioned earlier that the funding source is development fees, of which have a $5 million surplus ending 2020, not general fund where the budget deficit is, and not in the other fees or funds that I've mentioned earlier. So with that, I make the recommendation and I ask for the council's consideration, recognizing that this is a department that does need more resources at all the levels within their organizational structure.
Okay, Councilmember Becker, do you have additional questions?
Yeah, sorry, do we have a timeline when we might be able to fill this position, or how quick?
I would want to go through with working with HR, and I'm going to move quickly on this so that we can continue to stabilize this department. As I mentioned earlier, that at the manager levels, either staff has already departed or they have offers in hand. And so you will see me moving very quickly through HR.
And with an open recruitment process and everything?
I haven't made those decisions yet.
Oh, okay. And I think you basically answered that one question I had, I think it was, which is about in the department, the busy department, which I had earlier today. it sounds like this might be kind of a maybe kind of a cure or a move in the right direction to solve some of those issues. So I think you basically answered all my questions. I just want to make sure I didn't
This
forget.
is one of a couple of other decisions that I'll be before the council. For instance, the housing manager, I shared with council the inequity or the lack of competitiveness when compared to another city. I sent an email earlier this year, just to show that, when we go to the market, this is what we're going to be compared against. I've already talked about the building inspectors, where we've known for quite some time that we need to come back with some changes to be more competitive as we recruit. And at this point, we just have to pull the Band-Aid off and get started, because we are a dynamic organization that's 24/7, recognizing the budget deficit exists in the general fund, not these funds.
Thank you.
Okay. And Councilmember Becker, do you have a motion for approval?
Sorry about that. Well, I'll hold off for a second until I want to hear from Councilmember Park, and I think we also have members of the public too.
All right, Councilmember Park.
Yes, my comment is basically a question, which is, I believe your slide said that the last zoning update, maybe perhaps a comprehensive update, was last done in 1969, but I'm sure that that is probably not entirely true. Like, how did we ensure that our zoning was maintained as we made changes in real time? I mean, without having to hire a special clerk to do a comprehensive update every 50 years, what are we doing to make sure that we do incremental updates, which I don't think would take a full-time staff member.
I will let Andrew answer how he's been managing the incremental actions.
Yeah, thank you. This is Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development. And Councilmember Park is correct that we have been amending the zoning code on the average of about 2 times a year over the last 50 years, but never having once done a comprehensive update. I sort of likened it in a prior presentation to the Winchester Mystery House, that you kind of keep doing little additions and alterations throughout the code, but without ever stepping back and comprehensively addressing those changes. The document becomes more difficult to use, unwieldy. But there were also significant missing pieces, and one of those was really the update to correspond to the 2010 general plan update. There was an effort launched shortly after the general plan update in 2010 to update the zoning code that never got completed. So this is this is an ongoing need, and it's one example of several administrative type functions that this position will help support.
Okay. Councilmember Hardy?
I am worried that he's talking about Mystery House. I hope we're not haunted. So I would like to make a motion to approve 3F, the new class specification titled Assistant Director for Community Development, and adopt the resolution approving and adopting the updated unclassified salary plan to make this more in line with other departments.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other council comments before I go to the public?
Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to say, I approve this as well. I know I was speaking with the city manager earlier or late last week, and we're very fortunate that even during COVID that, some of our departments have continued to be robust, and this is definitely one of them, and where there is a need. So I look forward to hearing who the city's going to be able to hire to fill this position. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to the public now. Jean, go ahead, Jean.
I would like to ask the maker of the motion, the person who seconded it, if they would make a modification that the city manager would commit to having an open recruiting process one of the problems that you're not keeping staff is that it's widely known throughout the entire community. And the city of Santa Clara has already been called on the carpet once for the cronyism that goes on in the hiring process within the city of Santa Clara. And the closed recruiting process and the bringing in of the friendlies has been an ongoing problem. And the fact that she just now did not and was unwilling to and hesitated to commit to an open hiring process is very troubling. Additionally, it's very troubling that now, with all the whining that went on and all the crying that went on about having a budget deficit, now is saying, oh, we have a surplus. So I think the community should be a bit shaken as to when truth is given and what truth is given, because things are stuck in different pots, and looks like we as a community and perhaps council members have to ask bigger and better questions, because what we're getting is not the truth and the whole truth, because we forgot to ask about a different pot. So this pot's got bigger things, and we do have times when the nose is in other establishments' business when perhaps it shouldn't be, like doing in school districts' business, for example. So I really would like the maker of the motion again to modify a commitment. This is an open hiring process, not to be, and will be advertised openly, and not another crony position. That is part of the big problem why you're not keeping people and why you're not getting people, because people are not even hiring, because you go back to how many cronies have been hired. It's a
Thank you. Lori, go ahead. You're muted.
Unmute.
There you go.
Hello.
Go
So
ahead.
I would just have to agree to the last comment that was just made. The one thing I noticed right off the bat was when Anthony Becker asked if it was going to be open, she hasn't decided that yet. And you know what? With all the things we've seen here, it would be real nice to see it open to the public and not just to, you know, I mean, the salaries are already enormous, right? So it would be nice to see it open to everybody. Make it short and sweet.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Charanjit, go ahead. Go ahead, you're muted. Charanjit.
Okay, can you hear me?
Okay, there, yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes, I agree with the comments made by the two previous people from the public. I think there's a lack of transparency, the whole thing of the recruiting process and the cronyism. Everybody talks about it. It's been in the newspapers and so on. One of the things I like to find out, first of all, is there a metric that you measure, compare City of Santa Clara to other cities in the United States or even California? How do we stack up? And these people who are being recruited, these are the lower level positions, what value do they add? I mean, in terms of per person, the dollar impact to the city. I don't think there's any measure of that. So rather than willy-nilly, yes, we need this. I mean, there were some buzzwords I heard that were used. What was this? Internal equity. I don't know what that means. I'm a numbers guy. I like to see, if I'm going to spend a couple $100,000 on a guy, what value is that person can add to my organization, to the city, to the whole community? All this wishy-washy, talk doesn't make any sense to me. So I think we've got to have transparency in the hiring. We've got to have people who are experts in recruiting, and everybody should have a fair shot. Thank you.
Or it could be a girl. So here you go. All right, thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this issue? All right, going back to the council now, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I would like to ask if the maker of the motion would accept a friendly amendment, which does specify that we would have an open hiring process for this, and we would not make a hire until we've had, I don't know, at least two independent, two open candidates at least interview.
Well, the maker of the motion is quite concerned about making certain that we keep the integrity of what we've tried to do and build in the city with our employees. I would ask the city manager if that would slow things down or would that cause problems?
And on the issue
I'm
of
not
slowing
concerned.
down,
Yeah, I'm more concerned with council interference in terms of advising and directing on how to fill positions. We have a civil service process, which is well known and followed and adhered to within the organization, as well as we have management hiring practices. And I've provided numerous one-on-ones over the city's difference in compensation to the council members, as well as most recently sent a differential between, for example, the housing manager in Mountain View versus our housing manager, so that council members understand the distinction and differences over compensation benefits, of which from that analysis showed that the city of Santa Clara was incredibly lower. And so I'm not concerned about recruiting or appointing for this position. I am concerned about councilmanic interference within the appointment process, of which under the city charter, that is a duty that I'm responsible for. And I think I've upheld it responsibly based on the performance and the actions and all of the different management services that we have provided over the years.
So city manager, if I'm understanding correctly, it is just the council's responsibility to approve a specification, a title, and to give you the ability to take care of the micromanaging of the city.
Under the city charter, I have the appointment authority and hiring authority. And it's not been familiar to me in my near 30 years experience that a council gets involved in that or makes those types of motions. And so without my having a legal opinion on this, obviously, those are the first things that come to mind.
Thank you. Then I'd like the motion to stand as is.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I know it was brought forward like we are deficit as far as general fund is concerned, but we do have some funds like development fund to recruit some in different divisions.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, down the line, I would like to have a report like what are the funds which are available where we can recruit, so that I as a council member as well as our residents have a transparency that, oh, okay, because generally we think, oh, it's the recruitment is banned right now because of general fund is in deficit. But if we can bring that report department wise and fund wise, where we have open position and we are ready to recruit, that would be nice. And I'm
Sure.
not asking for today.
Yeah, and I just, for purposes of our awareness, the public speaker was misunderstanding that as I have stated before, the deficit is in the general fund. The enterprise funds are not experiencing the budget impacts to the extent that the general fund is. And the reserves and the surpluses are regularly reported out for transparency purposes in our quarterly financial reports, as well as in our budget, where we report out on all of our reserves. And this is commensurate with the growth and workload that is providing for a surplus within development fees, and allows for us to make the structural change that has been under discussion for several years, as we noticed that development just kept going up and up and up to a point where we do, as we lose staff, we do need to look at our organizational structure as we also think about recruiting staff to the work environment that we would place them in.
And that's exactly I'm asking, like,
yes, we're happy to do that.
Of development fund or the enterprise funds, and what are the openings on those, so that we are clear about general fund openings as well as the non-general fund openings.
All right. So we have the budget close. Our next opportunity would be to share that through the budget, but I'm going to take a risk here and just say we'll get that information delineated for the June second reading of the budget, so that we have some time to work on that, recognizing that we closed the budget over the weekend. And I don't dare, with Ken here, I don't dare think about reopening it again. So we'll do it that way.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. So I listened to the city manager, but none of the explanations or reasons that were given here, or even in study sessions before, preclude having an open hiring process. And I don't understand why we would not simply state that we would, try to be as open as transparent as possible in our hiring process. And instead, we have a lot of pushback, on charter, councilmanic interference. I certainly don't want to interfere as a council member, but I do think that when the public asks for a public, an open hiring process, I've got to at least ask the question. So thank you very much for you.
And just for the public's awareness, we do have open processes where we invite outside professionals that serve in other cities, or that are from the private sector, or that have experience within the field as stakeholders on panels. We have done that in the past, as well as we have internal panels so that the internal professionals and management level staff can also rate the folks applying. And then they make recommendations to me. I sit in on the debriefs and make recommendations, and I personally vet out the candidates as well. So the process is a very multi-layered process, of which has been in practice over the last couple of years. But it is also one that isn't necessarily shared as appropriate through the charter.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yeah, going back to, well, I personally don't feel that it would be council interference, because the only reason why I'm stating that is the concern of it being so sudden. I would probably want it to be the open process, but that's just my personal opinion. And just looking out for a fiduciary duty at the same time. But you gave pretty good explanations, but it does concern me that we can't have that open process. So thank you.
Okay, so I don't see any more council comments. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Assistant City Clerk.
Okay, just a second here. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
No.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And so that passes 5 yes and 2 no votes. Okay, next we're going to move to our public hearing general business. We've deferred 4 to the end of the agenda. So we're going to go now to item 5, which is action on a resolution authorizing the city manager to award and execute agreements, amendments, purchase orders, and change orders with various vendors as required to complete emergency repairs, corrective and preventative maintenance at the Clara generating station, increasing previous authorization to an aggregate amount not to exceed $10 million. City manager.
This presentation is going to be made by Manuel, and if we can pull up the PowerPoint.
Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. I have a short presentation for you. And I did want to note that typically this item would have been in consent, but because of the amount of the contracts, we wanted to have a short presentation for you. So pleasure to be here tonight to discuss the upcoming work at the Clara generating station. Starting off with a little background, Clara has been operational for almost 35 years, and it uses 2 gas turbines as part of it. What's important to note about Clara is that is what we call a peaker plant. It's a 50 megawatt peaker plant. Oops, sorry, we're going too fast there, meaning that it's only used during the really high peak season. And that translates into a runtime of about 250 to 300 hours for each one. One thing we have noted is that there's been a lot of deferred maintenance for this facility. It provides a lot of benefits, it's an in-town energy source, not affected by transmission. So if there's ever any transmission issues, we can always use this to provide power to our residents and businesses. It provides a lot of value on a daily basis, and also provides a lot of local and regional operational benefits. And I do want to note that in-city reliability and the peak power are significant benefits for Santa Clara. We recently had some emergency work that occurred. There were some issues that developed. And as I mentioned, we have 2 units, and very creative that we are. We call them Unit 1 and Unit 2. So we had some issues that developed on Unit 2, and we had council actions that actually you took action on December 16th and January 12th to address those issues. Happy to say that Unit 2 is now operational. We ended up spending about $1.8 million fixing that unit. You see some pictures of the unit in the slide, including gearbox, failed bearings, some oils, and some rotor repairs. We've been doing a lot of work at Genera. I'm not going to go through all these items for you, but just to give you a perspective of how much time and effort staff has put into it. On the box on the left-hand side is everything that's occurred in Unit 2, the one that's now complete. And you can see that a lot of steps have to be taken to get it back online. And today, for your discussion, we're discussing Unit 1, where in February, we determined there were some issues. We did the studies, and we have some items that need to be addressed immediately, including gear issues, shroud blocks damage, which could cause a significant permanent damage if it's not corrected, as well as additional damage as part of that. And pictures worth 1,000 words. At this point, we cannot run the unit. You can see some pictures of some of the blade impacts we had, some of the erosion, some of the cracking, and additional cracking on our liners. And these are things that need to be fixed immediately. So what we're proposing is kind of having the emergency work today, as well as some upcoming agreements. It's a priority for us to get this done now. We're trying to get this line online ASAP. So I appreciate the council actually still hearing the item today, as you were reconfiguring the agenda, because this is a priority for the entire city. We need to complete the emergency repairs. We're estimating those are going to be about $2 million. And what's happening is, because as you know, we're doing a much more proactive maintenance program throughout the city. We actually had something that was already going to happen this October called a major overhaul, where you actually take the whole turbine apart. Because we are going to be doing that anyway as part of the emergency repair. It doesn't make sense to put it back in and then take it out in October. So we're proposing to do that major overhaul as part of this work today. It does just not make sense to remove it again in a few months. Our goal is to have the unit operational by August 1st. It's very important for us to have it for the August month and the September months, which are months that we typically do use some of those peaker hours. I do want to note that because we were going to have that major in October, we already were developing an RFP for services. The RFP was already in development. We're going to go ahead and complete that RFP. We're going to select vendors and develop master agreements for all future work, very similar to what you're approved for DVR. So we're set up to make sure we do all this required work that's been deferred, as well as future work that we're required to do to make sure we can keep the turbines in good working operation. With that, I'll finish it quickly, and I know the mayor just read the full recommendation, so I would just say that we're recommending to adopt the resolution to allow us to proceed with this work.
Okay, thank you. Council Member Hardy.
Yes, thank you. I just had a quick question. I know how old the other plant is. How old is the Genera plant?
Yeah, it's about 35 years old.
So this does not surprise me at all. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Manuel, for the presentation. Yeah, this is in my district, and I noticed. Well, I know the location of the facility and where it is in proximity to the stadium. Does it draw? Does the stadium, I should say, draw power from this particular facility?
Yeah, so this is what we call a peaker plant. So each turbine runs about 250 to 300 hours a day, and it serves more than the stadium. So we, whatever those needs are during those peaks, that's when we use the facility.
And I know, well, obviously, it probably hasn't been drawing as much over the last year with COVID. I mean, in terms of the stadium drawing power, but was there an outage in the area as a result of this plant, or was it another plant that I know there was a power outage in the area? I want to say it was last winter.
Yeah, so we definitely, it was not part of this plant. I did know we had some outages during the
Right.
winter, usually related to trees and tree limbs. So we had a few
Yeah.
of those. And of course, before that, we had the heat storm that I did a whole presentation to council, but that was during August. But if you're interested, if you have a general time frame, we can always go back and take a look and get you that information later as well.
No, sure. Thank you very much. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker.
Wow, that thing's as old as I am, 35 years. I'd like to make a motion if it's appropriate.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adopt staff's recommendation by adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate, award, and execute agreements, amendments, purchase orders, and change orders with various vendors as required to complete emergency repairs, corrective and preventative maintenance at the Genera generating station, increasing previous authorization to an aggregate amount not to exceed $10 million, and directing staff to provide counsel with a report on contracts awarded and work performed once the repairs have been completed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on that. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report, Manuel. I do have a question. When did we first notice the issues with this particular plant, basically, or the engine?
Yeah, so we noticed, so obviously we have the two units, right? And the unit one, there's been a number of issues, and I had that whole list. In February, we noticed some vibration issues with that unit. And of course, the first thing we try to do is to see if it can be addressed. And we get something that we can fix quickly. We took a closer look at a unit. We used a boroscope to examine all the parts. A lot of these pictures you saw were taken as part of the boroscope. So it was in February when we noticed that the issues with the unit, and we immediately just tried to correct it so we could get it back online, since we knew we had the major coming up in October. But once we looked at all the issues, we knew we were going to have to take it out and fix them. There was no quick fix associated with it. So it was February a couple of months ago.
Oh, okay. So my question is, I know you're asking authority for $10 million. That's a lot of money. And I always have, in the past, always have recommended that we should go to the RFP process. So what, as an alternate option, could we have done an emergency RFP? Like we could have spent some money on the emergency RFP so that we fast track that and then gone with the RFP process. So that we keep it transparent and clean versus giving authorization for 10 million blanket. I know it is emergency, we need it, but as a process, was that possible?
I don't see that as a possibility, and still be able to get the unit back online by August, which is what we're trying to achieve. Because the thing that we had is we really had the unit 2 work, and we had that contractor and emergency work. So we were, I would say, fortunate that we had somebody who could work on it immediately, so they could take care of the emergency work. I don't see a possibility of us wouldn't be able to be back on August when we needed to be at that time. I do want to note that the contractor we're using is the same one that we used as part of the previous unit, and also is in the contractor that's on one of our, if you know NCPA is one of our selected contractors under in this NCPA. So it's somebody both our partners and we have worked with. If we had gone through a selection process, we would not meet the timelines that we're trying to meet to make sure that we can serve the community. I also want to note that, as I noticed, the emergency work is about $2 million. But since we are already taking the turbine out and taking it apart, it just makes sense to do the additional work for the major, and that would have happened in October anyway. So that's why the amount's a little larger than typical for our emergency work that we have to do on turbines.
No, logically, I'm agree with the logistics, why we are doing it. But my only concern is like we are putting an open-ended amount without RFP. That's my only concern. Although.
Yeah, and Councilmember Shahal, definitely. As you know, we've been trying to be much more proactive on maintenance. This facility has some deferred maintenance. Some of this work should have been done before, and we're doing catch up. That's why we're going to continue with the RFP that we were already doing, and we're going to make selection process and enter into master agreements similar to what we did with DVR. So for the next 5 years plus, We'll have a full selection process with different contractors who will help be able to do this scheduled work for us, as well as any emergency work that pops up. So we'll continue that process. Yeah, understand. And of course, one of our key goals was to make sure we can have the unit back online in August, so it can serve the community, both residents and businesses, during the summer months as quickly as we can, because that's when we really need the peaker plant. But totally understand your point, and we will come back to you with master agreements for future work.
And actually, you answered my next question. That was my next question. Like, are there any holes in our preventive maintenance in the down the line? And if you're very active on that to build that inventory and plan it out, that would be really good.
Yeah, and I will just say, just to acknowledge staff, because they've been doing a lot of great work. And I know as part of the quarter reports, I have presented to you that maintenance has been a key item for us, including at the last quarterly report, when we're talking about growth, we talked about maintenance. And the staff has been doing a great job over the last year and a half, laying out all the work that's required for maintenance. And as at DVR, we have done a lot of that work, although we had some emergencies there as well due to deferred maintenance, and here as well. But really what we're trying to do is set it up for the next 5 to 10 years with the right agreements in place, so we can just do it scheduled like clockwork, knowing that, you know, when you're running turbines, especially 35-year-old turbines and 20-year-old turbines at DVR and other equipment, things will always come up. We just want to minimize it and have those master agreements in place to do the work.
So keeping in view the emergency, I will be reluctantly supporting the motion a little bit.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Really glad Councilmember Chahal brought that up, because that was one of the major concerns I did have looking at this. But when, you know, Manuel was talking about August and there's a timeline and, you know, getting in there the summer months, you know, after 35 years, you know, things start going wrong. I mean, I know it. I start having issues myself. So I definitely agree that this is a time that we should start doing this and fast tracking it. Unlike the last item where I was a little concerned about no open process, this, you know, I understand the emergency and the need. So that's why I support the motion, and I hope that we can get this online by August.
And Councilmember Becker, if I could add as well, also for Councilmember Chahal, since we're doing the major on Unit 1, since we're going to have to take it out, we're already scheduling the major for Unit 2 for April of next year, and we'll use the new master contracts to do that work, because that one's both of the units are overdue on maintenance, and those major maintenance projects that have a lot of elements to that. So for Unit 2, that's the plan already to do that proactive maintenance using the master agreements that'll be coming to council.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. We need to get these up and operating. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any member of the public that wants to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item is an item that was moved up, and it's item number 9. And that is action on 2 written petitions received regarding council policy number 47, censure and admonition. The first is action on a written petition submitted by Councilmember Hardy requesting a discussion on council policy 047. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, I have had an attorney prepare a censure based on this, but all that is on the agenda for tonight is whether we would put this on a subsequent agenda. That's what, and with the many different requests from the public, I would like to say that I would like to have 2 different motions. One for a censure for Councilmember Watanabe just to be put on a subsequent agenda, and one for an admonishment for the mayor for a subsequent agenda. Thank you.
Are you going to explain why you would like these 2 items to be put on the agenda? We'd like to know.
Oh, I have a statement, but that's not appropriate because I need to make certain that each council member, according to 47, I need to make certain I turn this into all the council members and to the city manager and to the city attorney. I have had resolutions drawn up, but all that is on the agenda tonight is whether we would put this on a subsequent agenda, and I will get that paperwork. If that motion passes, I will get that paperwork that has been prepared by an attorney to all the appropriate people.
Can I ask the city attorney, do the charges have to be read? Like what, has been broken, law, policy? Does something have to be out there in terms of what the charges are? City attorney?
Yeah, I would like for us to, I think it'd be best to be explained if we actually brought the policy up. Does anyone have an ability to bring the policy up?
Brian, I can pull it up.
Council Policy 47, Simran.
Just a moment.
Madam Mayor, I have a question in the interest of time.
Mm-hmm.
Can the city attorney explain to me what the difference between 9A and 9B is, aside from the fact that they're brought by two different people?
I don't know. These are written petitions. So in terms of the difference, there is no difference. I think they're asking for, I don't know since we don't know the contents of A, I can't say whether the contents of A is the same as the contents of B.
Well, I thought for my name and my charges, I'm only included in B. I wasn't included in A, but then Councilmember Hardy just included me in her A. So
that's part of my question, really.
Yeah, that's why
Can these two be combined?
It's up to, I don't know, because we don't know the A doesn't really explain what the council meeting will be about on A, and B partially explains it, but the commonality between the two is that the only thing you can really do tonight is decide whether or not you want to put it on a future agenda. You do not have to put it on a future agenda, just like the council rejected Mr. Vartan's request last week. So it's really, the vote is just simply, do you want to put it on a future agenda or not? As far as the contents of it, I would have to see what you direct to be put on the agenda to know whether it's something that you might want to combine or not combine. But that's not my choice anyway. I mean, it's up to the council whether they want to combine the two.
I would just like to hear what the charges are.
So, and then that's why I'd like the policy
it ready.
brought up. Can we bring the policy up?
Yes, Brian.
Thank you. So the policy allows for individual council members to make public statements regarding alleged conduct. So I think that the charge, you'd have to identify somewhere before you could take action on a censure. You'd have to identify a violation of a law or policy for which the censure would apply. So until we know that, we don't know whether it would be appropriate to have a hearing on that. Then admonition is a different process than censure. So why don't we move down to admonition? So an admonition may be issued in response to a particular alleged action or actions, although it would not necessarily have to be triggered by such allegations. An admonition may be issued by the city council prior to any findings of fact regarding allegations, and because it is a warning or reminder, would not necessarily require an investigation or separate hearing to determine whether the allegation is true. An admonition may also be treated as taking action to criticize a council member's conduct. The right to criticize is protected by the First Amendment and may be done individually or as a whole by motion. So
Well, it says here, reminding them that a particular type of behavior is in violation of law or city policy. I'm supposedly going to be admonished. I want to know what law or city
that's correct.
policy I violated. That's all I'm asking. What?
I think the mayor has a right if
Yeah.
the request. So let's take admonition first.
Right.
The request is to admonish the mayor. So I think in order for the council to take an action to admonish the mayor, there would have to be some particular alleged action or action that the mayor had engaged in that the council would have to identify before they could admonish the mayor as a by motion. So then let's go to censure. This is kind of a higher level up. So it's censure is an official reprimand or condemnation made by the council in response to specified conduct by one of its own members. Censure is disciplinary in nature and requires the formal adoption of a resolution setting forth the council members' alleged violations of law and/or policies. Censure may require an investigation and must protect the due process rights of the council member. Censure carries no fine or suspension of the rights of a council member as an elected official, but a censure is a punitive action that serves as a punishment for wrongdoing. So censure may or may not require investigation, but it does at least require some identification of a law or policy that the council member is alleged to have to violate. So the city clerk, if you do want to put a formal censure action on a council agenda, you have to give information to the city clerk to provide notice of the possible censure to the council member who is subject to the action. The notice shall contain the specific charges on which the proposed censure is based and the date and time that the matter will be heard. Upon hearing the testimony, the council may take action by resolution setting forth its findings and stating the terms of the censure. So I think under the council's own policy, what it says here is that you need to give at least tonight, you would need to give information to the city clerk so that the city clerk could provide notice of the possible censure to the council member who is subject to the action containing the specific charges on which the proposed censure is based and the date and time that the matter will be heard. So that's what you'd have to know before you could set the matter on a future agenda. That's for censure. For admonition, you'd have to at least identify, can we go back to admonition? The specific conduct. So the particular alleged actions or actions. So I think you have to, so for the mayor, so this is with respect to 9A, the maker of any motion to put this on agenda would have to identify particular alleged action or actions of the mayor for which you would want to consider a formal motion to admonish the mayor. For censure, going back down, you'd have to provide all the things that the city clerk would have to provide in the notice, which is the specific law or policy that the council member specifically violated or allegedly violated. So those are the things you would need to identify tonight in order to set these matters for future agenda considerations.
Okay, I think we might have some questions. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, so I'm trying to understand the history and background behind this. So I went back and I looked at the August 21st, 2018 council meeting. And that was when the council voted to admonish council members Mahan and Kolstad. At that meeting, Kathy Watanabe listed the facts and history of the case. And she said that on May 15th, 2018, the council adopted the admonition and censure policy for Dominic Caserta. And then she went on and talked about what happened on June 12th, 2018. She said, after 6 hours of statements from candidates, council members Kolstad and Mahan revealed at 1:30 a.m. they did not want to appoint anyone. And so this is from what she said. Our residents spoke out about the desire for the community to see the council take action. Both Vice Mayor Watanabe and I are recommending, this is the mayor, that council members Kolstad and Mahan be officially admonished, not censured by the city council under our recently adopted policy for admonition. We believe that the actions on the morning of June 13th, 2018 by council members Kolstad and Mahan were disrespectful. They disappointed good people who wanted to help our city and their family and friends, many who attended the meeting with a sense of hope and pride. We seek participation from all members of our community and should not condone actions that discourage individuals from participating. If our council cannot enforce these standards upon ourselves, we are a derelict in our duty and will send an unfortunate and discouraging message to the residents of Santa Clara. We recommend council members Kolstad and Mahan be officially admonished by the city council. Then Kolstad later responded, he said, I kind of feel it's like double jeopardy because we got yelled at a few weeks ago when we didn't vote the way that the majority of the council wanted us to vote. It was nevertheless a legal vote. So I think that sets the bar for what we're talking about for admonishment. At that point, they were claiming that we had a number of residents that were unhappy with what happened. And I believe we have that case today. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yeah, so for admonishment, I'm kind of, it says we have to state a city policy. And I like how Councilmember Jane brought up about the prior one, because that was one of my next questions about the prior time that we did admonishment. Frankly, I disagree kind of a lot of, what the mayor had done in the situation, but I don't frankly think it breaks a policy. I mean, it's hard for me I would want to see proof of that policy being broken. I just didn't agree with, I think Mayor Gilmore could have stepped in, said something, but that's just my opinion, and that may be residents' opinion. But I just don't see a city policy that it was violated. And if I'm blind, maybe somebody can show me what policy it was. But other than that, that's the only concern I have, is for what policy.
That's what I'm asking for. What policy? I want to know. Well, what are the charges? So,
exactly. It's like you want to know what your charges are. And if we were to have this kind of thing, I mean, it would be almost like in a trial where, me personally, I want, proof of why I should and proof of why I shouldn't. So I want to know what the policy violations are and what as you said, what the charges are.
thank you. And Councilmember Hardy, you included me in your thing, so I didn't know if you have my charges as well.
Yes, I do. If you're willing, whichever one you want to hear first.
I would like to hear mine. Go ahead.
Whereas on March 31st, 2021, Santa Clara City Council member Kathy Watanabe hosted a public gathering rally entitled Stop Asian Hate, wherein she affirmatively acted to bar fellow council member Kevin Park, the first American of Korean ancestry ever elected to serve as a city council member, from addressing the public gathering. And whereas as the public gathering rally, council member Kathy Watanabe publicly stated after her conduct to her council member Kevin Park from speaking, addressed council member Park. No, this is a quotation. No, I'm sorry, this is my event. That's okay. Thank you anyway. Thank you for being here. I appreciate the support. And whereas Mayor Lisa Gilmore was at times present at the public gathering hosted by Councilmember Watanabe on May 31st, 2021. Whereas on this date, on or about March 16th, 6 Asian Americans, sorry, 4 of whom were Korean by ancestor, were murdered in Atlanta, Georgia, while Santa Clara City Council member Kathy Watanabe acknowledged in the presence of Mayor Lisa Gilmore she was aware of a student in her district had been subject to an anti-Asian slur. Council member Kathy Watanabe and Mayor Lisa Gilmore had full knowledge of the venomous anti-Asian hate locally and nationwide at the time Councilmember Watanabe held her public gathering. Sorry. Whereas on April 5th, 2021, a collective of 57 nonprofits and individuals submitted a letter to the City of Santa Clara demanding censure of Councilmember Watanabe for her foregoing conduct. Those requesting censure include, but are not limited to, the Asian Law Alliance, the Health Trust, the Asian American for Community Involvement, Silicon Valley NAACP, La Rosa Roundtable, Loaves and Fishes, Asian Pacific American Leadership Institute, and many more. A true and correct copy of the letter is incorporated. Whereas Mayor Lisa Gilmore offered in defense of Councilmember Kathy Watanabe's conduct on March 31st, barring Councilmember Park from addressing the gathering, said rally. And here is the quote. There were faults on both sides. Councilmember Watanabe apologized. I think it's time for us to work together. Close quote. At no time did Mayor Lisa Gilmore condemn the conduct of Councilmember Kathy Watanabe, which she knew were in violation of the City of Santa Clara's Code of Ethics and Values. Whereas the city received an email from the Asian Pacific Santa Clara residents aghast of Councilmember Kathy Watanabe's conduct, and same for Mayor Lisa Gilmore's conduct, defending the abhorrent conduct of Councilmember Watanabe, and attached thereunto, I have Exhibit B and have it all ready to go. The City of Santa Clara Code of Ethics and Values commands in relevant part. The City of Santa Clara has adopted this code of value to promote and maintain the highest standards of personal and professional conduct in the city's government. All elected officials are required to subscribe to this code because we seek public confidence and public trust of our decision makers. Our work must meet the most demanding ethical standards. I provide freely, receptive, courteous service to everyone. That is a direct quote from our code of ethics. I am attuned to and care about the needs of citizens and public officials. I convey the city's care for and commitment to its citizens. Because this was not upheld, that's why I'm asking for the admonishment based on what we received from the said groups. And I have specifically, I would like an admonishment is just to say that it was not handled correctly, and in protecting and not condemning what Councilmember Watanabe said. That was the admonishment. But Councilmember Watanabe's behavior and subsequent defense of what she said is where I'm asking for the censure. Thank you. And I do have
Okay.
all the appropriate paperwork.
All right, so what I heard was the fact that I was present there, which is Councilmember Becker and Jane were also present. And that the fact you said, I said there were faults on both sides. I recall saying that I asked each side if they would have done something differently. So that is the reason for my admonishment. Okay, I just wanted to know what the charges were. All right, so, all right. Interesting. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I wanted to know what the charges were as well. I wanted to know what law I broke. I wanted to know what policy I violated. Councilmember Jane, going back to the June 12th and June 13th council meeting that you referenced regarding a previous admonishment of former council members, Mahan and Kolstad. I want to remind you that, yes, a member of the public brought the request forward regarding an admonishment. And we have talked about this, and you mentioned about how they were, we made comments that night, and you were there. You were one of the 20 applicants for that seat that we were trying to appoint a council member to, because former council member Dominic Caserta had resigned, and we needed somebody to fill the seat. And there were 20 applicants. And over 6.5 hours, there was a process that we went through. And at the end of that process, at 1:30 in the morning, it was then disclosed that council members, former council members Mahan and Kolstad, were not going to vote to appoint anybody. We needed 5 votes. We only had 4. And when it was evident that neither of them were going to move forward to appoint anybody or vote on anybody, there was an uproar, because we had just gone through this process. And actually, we tried to nominate you. We tried to nominate Kevin Park, and both council members Mahan and Kolstad would not support those motions to appoint either one of you. So what happened then was that council member Mahan, former council member Mahan, made a statement that out of those 20 candidates, not one was chosen, because none, and this includes you and Councilmember Park, rose to the level to serve with all of your qualifications. That was her statement. And as a result of that, when a resident brought the motion forward, the petition to admonish, we moved forward because neither of them ever apologized. They did not apologize for all that they put 20 candidates through between June 12th and June 13th. It was a disgrace. I have apologized, not once, but 3 times. I have apologized to Councilmember Park. I have apologized to the public, and I have apologized to the AAPI community. I have taken responsibility, and I have acknowledged my mistake in the statement that I made. When Councilmember Hardy makes the statement that I actively barred Councilmember Park from speaking, that is the farthest thing from the truth, Councilmember Hardy. He never approached me until he walked up with a few minutes left to the event to say, "Can I say something?" That was totally unfair, caught me off guard. There was plenty of opportunity prior to the start of the event and during the event that he could have approached me or the mayor to say, "Do you think it would be okay if I spoke?" That never happened. But there was something else that happened that day, and that's what this event was all about. And I want to read something to you that I did not read at the April 6th meeting. I received this note from the child for whom the event was created for. She sent it to me on April 6th. She dropped it off at my doorstep. It says, "Dear Miss Watanabe, thank you so much for all you've done. It means a lot to me. The flowers were really beautiful, and I really appreciate them. When you came to drop them off, I was still processing what had happened, and it really helped It really helped lighten the mood. Flowers are the answer to any problem. Thank you so much for putting together the rally as well. I think it's very important for people to hear about these situations. It was fun to get together with others and listen to a lot of people talk about the Stop Asian Hate movement. Again, thank you. It meant a lot to me and a lot to others too. And I won't share her name, but that's what the event was about. And by the actions of people that day, without giving me any warning, without letting me know that they were planning to speak or wanted to speak, you have taken away the meaning of what that day was all about. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, as a point of action, like this agenda item is to put it on a future council meeting for admonishment or censure. I think I would also request both mayor and the city attorney. Is it appropriate to discuss all these things? Because in the past, when I brought some item like this, oh no, you cannot discuss anything. Just up or down vote, and we move forward, and we'll discuss everything when we deliberate during the meeting. And here we are, Madam Mayor, you're not pointing out that we should not discuss this thing today. And you wanted the charges, and Councilmember Hardy has already presented those charges. It's not the time for us to discuss this agenda in detail, what happened, why it happened, who is responsible, who is not responsible, to be very frank. And if I can go back to the admonishment of Councilmember Mahan, Councilmember Kolstad, and we can make it a topic, we can keep discussing it right now, but that's not what we are here for. We are here for up and down vote, whether we want to continue this item for a future agenda item, and that's it. And on insistence, Councilmember Hardy has very elaborately put forward the details you requested, the details pertaining to Councilmember Watanabe of the event. And I don't think it's appropriate, and I would like the city attorney to make a comment on this thing right now, that when what is required by the policy has been presented, what should we discuss and what we should not discuss?
Okay, I'm gonna speak because this item was put on the agenda. We have a council member making charges against other council members. I wanted to hear what they were. And is it so the council members know whether or not to put something on the agenda? That's all. But you all put your hands up, so I have to call on all of you. So I just wanted to hear what the charges were. I have a right to know what those charges are against me. And Kathy has a right to know what the charges are against her, but you all put your hands up to talk, just like last meeting when we had a public presentation asking to put something on the agenda. Everybody has to speak. So you're no exception. You're speaking as well. So I have to go to the council members. I personally wanted to hear what my charges were.
Okay.
So,
and that's what I'm saying. Now that you have heard the charges.
Well, I can't cut everybody off. You all put your hands up.
You at times you have cut off. I remember that. You will not let me speak on a garbage issue, which was very pertinent to the same issue. I remember that, Mayor. I didn't forget that. You did not want me to present that case.
I didn't stop you last week when you wanted to talk about not showing the pictures on each thing. I didn't stop you. So, hey, what can I say? All right, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out the gaslighting type of behavior that we get from the chair of this meeting, where they're accusing, they're pointing out, examples that fit their narrative and ignore the things that people are telling them. So in answer to Councilmember Becker's question, I'm just going to read from the admonition and censure policy. Under admonition, it says, admonition may typically be directed to all members of the city council, reminding them that a particular type of behavior in violation of law or city policy, and that if it occurs or is found to have occurred, could make a member subject to censure. And I'll read from the policy. It says, it is the policy of the city council that all of its members shall abide by federal and state law, city ordinances, and city policies, including the code of ethics and values. Violations of such law and policy tends to injure the good name of the city and to undermine the effectiveness of the city council as a whole. Now I'll read from the code of ethics. And as representative of the city of Santa Clara, I will be ethical. In practice, this looks like I am trustworthy, acting with utmost integrity and moral courage. I am truthful, do what I say I will do. I am dependable. I make impartial decisions. I'll skip down just a bit. I show respect for persons, confidences, and information is designated as confidential. I use, there's so much. Okay, and then I'm going to read a little bit from the letter signed by a number of people, including, former mayors, residents, people from the Asian Law Alliance, Pastor Jethro Moore from the NAACP, and from the Asian Pacific America Leadership Institutes. It says, as community members, we demand that true accountability takes place. The apologies issued by Councilmember Watanabe and Mayor Gilmore indicate a shallow understanding of what the incident means for our community. Mayor Gilmore has defended the behavior and stated that there were faults on both sides. She attempted to turn the tables by asking Councilmember Park if he would have done anything differently. Councilmember Watanabe issued an apology at the council and authorities concurrent meeting on April 6th that implies that we were hyper-focusing on the controversy about Councilmember Park not speaking, instead of focusing on how our community came together to support AAPI residents. And I'm going to say this, like, I actually didn't take that much offense at not being able to speak. But to be honest, to address some of Councilmember Watanabe's remarks, it's funny how everyone, even people that you did not know were there, were given a chance to speak, and invited members of the city council, excepting Mayor Gilmore, were not allowed to speak. One of the reasons, and again, this is one of the things that I would have, that I said I would change. I didn't say this because it was a mistake. I would have changed something because I realized the intent that you had in this rally, which is you were not going to let us speak. I would have made it, my change would have been, and I'm not saying this was an error on my part, I would have made it known that I had something to say if I had known that you were going to exclude every other city council person at the meeting, at the rally. Like you didn't, you let everyone speak that was invited, except the city council members, two of which were, of Asian American descent. But that wasn't the biggest problem. The biggest problem was how you responded to the issue that arose. Like, I thought it was going to be a buried issue because I thought I was the only one that heard your response. Fortunately or unfortunately, we have this on tape, or we have this on video, and everyone heard the response. And you didn't say, we don't have time. You didn't say these things. And again, I heard what you said, that it may have been in the moment you were surprised, you were flustered, you didn't know what to do. And I thought about it, and I talked to a lot of residents. I said, well, let's pretend I were a Caucasian woman at an event against breast cancer. Even if that were true, it would still be a rude and out of place thing to say to somebody on the same team that you are on. But that's not the reason that I think most people were hurt. I think that after the fact, there were, I'm going to just call them untruths, meaning every explanation that was given on why this happened. There wasn't time, I didn't RSVP, I didn't show up on time, I came late. All of those were provably false. I mean, the RSVP issue is, I was there at the beginning of the event. In fact, I was there, Councilmember Becker was there, Councilmember Jane was there, and we were announced by Mayor Gilmore at the beginning of the event. So there was no question as to when we were there and that we were present. On top of that, not only was that narrative continued, it was supported by Mayor Gilmore to the point where, again, I think people saw it, people have been pointing it out. It's not the only letter that mentions it. Mayor Gilmore clearly tried to change the narrative by stating, oh, it sounds like people would have done things differently on both sides, does try to blame the victims, in this case, me. And again, I think that for somebody with the experience, the years of service that Mayor Gilmore has, I think that it would be, not quite believable that she would not understand the effect of what she had to say. Also, by continuing to defend and look at the issues and complain about technicalities, I think that there is a lack of understanding at the severity of this issue. I will also admit that as an American Asian, and I try to say this, and this is what I wanted to say at the meeting, like, I was born in America. I am Asian, but I was born in America, and I haven't actually experienced a lot of the discrimination that the people who came to the events, that the people who are fighting, have experienced, right? Until I came to this council. And it could be just because I'm Asian. It could be because, well, I'm critical of the things I'm critical of, and I'm supportive of the things I'm supportive of. But it is very clear that this is not the kind of behavior. It's not the kind of attitude. There's something in the code of ethics about positivity. It's not the kind of attitude that I think sends a good message to the community that we were trying to support. And every single time you say that these issues detract from the causes that the minorities or the people, the residents feel uncomfortable about, are supporting, every time you say that, it further tells everyone how disconnected you are from what happened and why this is happening still. And I think for those reasons, and we can look at it, we can dissect it. I can do this all day. But we need to look at how we make the residents of the city, and especially the communities that were affected by this incident, feel comfortable, safe, and supported. And to let them know that this kind of behavior will not be simply glossed over or ignored. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe, and then I'm going to go to the public.
Thank you, Mayor. There was something that I just wanted to read. Over the last several weeks, I have, needless to say, talked to a lot of folks, and one message that has resonated from the people that I talked to that have reached out to me is the want and need to move forward. The city and the county of Santa Clara are moving in a positive direction after a year-long setback dealing with COVID-19 pandemic. People want hope. They want to feel normal again. People want to build bridges. People want to see their city prosper, because when the city prospers, the residents prosper. It's time to focus on healing, and this is one of those issues that helps us heal. Whether it's through activities, getting vaccinated, therapeutic art, eating at a favorite restaurant inside for the first time in over a year, or being able to hug your friend or grandchild. Whatever that healing is for all of us, we need to focus on that and not continuing to hurt other people because of our differences of opinions. There is a way that we can work together, but this is not the way to do it. And that's all I have to say on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Going to the public now, we have Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bob O'Keefe, longtime resident of Santa Clara. I had many things I was going to speak about, or many ideas I was going to speak about tonight on this issue, but since it's only setting it to the next agenda or whatever it's going to be, I'm going to limit those and I'll speak later about it. But I first need to say, when we talked about this, or it came up, I was very concerned the way that it was brought to the agenda. Councilmember Hardy put it on with not talk about censure, but censure. I'm sorry, Councilmember Hardy talked about censure Kathy Watanabe, not the mayor, not anything else, not a discussion about it or anything. She wants to censure. She has said tonight that she has talked to a lawyer, she has a resolution written up, and she has documentation and further statements to make that happen. How, and the city attorney's online, can anybody be a true finder of fact, listen to the public, which will be at the hearing when this happens, and make a decision? Councilmember Hardy must and shall recuse herself from any further part in this discussion, or I will get a lawyer and take further action, because I want my council members to represent everybody fairly, and she obviously cannot. It's also concerning that Councilmember Jane brought up the past one many years ago involving Councilmember Patricia Mahan. Yes, that did happen. And also this letter that Councilmember Park brought, he listed a lot of people who signed that letter. One person he did not mention was Patty Mahan. She signed that letter. So we'll talk about this in the future, but Councilmember Hardy must recuse herself. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori, go ahead, Lori.
Unmute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, I'd have to disagree with Mr. O'Keefe. Thank you, Kathy Hardy, for bringing this to the attention. And if they would have allowed it to go to the next agenda, we wouldn't have had to hear the whole poor me attitude. You know, all this started during the election. I was embarrassed to be part of a city watching, especially Kathy, talking about a person who was a wonderful person, and to see all the lies and all this. And so now to see this, and the first thing that happens is it's a blame game. Oh, what happened back in 2018? We're not talking about that. That's not now. And you know what? This whole thing is to watch this and to know how much money these people are making, and to see how you guys treat each other like children get along better than what I've seen here. I've opened plenty of preschools. I worked at Santa Clara Unified for many years, and I have never seen such an embarrassing group the way that you treated each other from the election on. And that's the only reason why I got involved. And to see this and to say this is my event, no, all this has to stop because it's embarrassing. And thank you, Councilmember Hardy, for bringing this up. And hopefully now, when I watched, you guys both try to defend yourselves right away, instead of just trying to say, oh, I didn't do that, just take it in. And, you talked about saying you're sorry, Kathy, but you know what? The only reason why you're saying that is because it's out in the public and everybody is talking about this, and it's embarrassing. So hopefully all this will stop soon. And that's all I'm going to say. It's just, it's disgusting is what it is.
Thank you. Charanjit, go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Karen Hardy, for bringing this up. I'm not a person who's been involved in politics at all, but with all this stuff that's swirling around the city council, I had to speak up. So what I want to say basically in a nutshell, then I could go into details later on. I want to express my displeasure with Councilmember Kathy Watanabe and Mayor Lisa Gilmore dictatorial style of leading and running the council. They both stifle discussion and do not allow people with views different to theirs to express them. They both try to suppress minority voter rights, filing lawsuits, and try to overturn judicial rulings. If anyone, that's why we're spending $5 million, anyone raises questions about city contracts, for example, garbage collection, there's no open discussion or accountability. Appoint friends and colleagues who align with their views to high-level positions and pay ridiculous salaries. I fully support censure of Kathy Watanabe and admonishment of Lisa Gilmore. And these shenanigans need to end. Just want to add one point here. I think one of her, after the election, Kathy Watanabe likened her election to the Irish War of Independence. I'm from Britain, so I know a little bit about history over there during the 1919 to 1921, comparing the 49ers, which is I think a football team, to the occupying British Army and their affiliates. Is she joking? She is comparing her election to Santa Clara City Council to the countless Irishmen and women who fought and gave their lives for freedom of speech and equal representation and against racism. I think in Kathy and Lisa's case, if that's not the case, it's quite the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you. Harbier? Oh, she jumped off. Oh, there you are. Habir?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, go ahead.
I didn't know what we were actually, the conversation has moved around a lot, and I want to bring you back to some basics. The basics is whether this goes on the agenda or not. Today is an exact reason why this needs to be on the agenda. Shame on you, Kathy, for saying to the fact that Kevin, that you ruined the day because of what you've done here. You should be ashamed of yourself to be a mother of our children in our neighborhoods and a council member to represent and be a role model for the future youth. That is what is called gaslighting. And when victims are the ones that are hurt, and then you go and the people go ahead and blame the victim for what they've done, that is exactly what a perpetrator and an abuser is. I've seen the victimization over the years. I have tried my level best to be accommodating, to give you benefit of the doubt. And that goes for the Mayor, Lisa Gilmore. I have always been giving the fairness and, saying, you know what, let people have a chance to show both sides. But over the past year, I have seen what you both are willing to do to maintain power. And it is about racism. It is about power grab. It is about lying. It is whatever will suit you during the day to help these two individuals maintain their power. They're no longer people that represent what this city looks like today and what we want for the future of tomorrow's. When I look at our youth, I want them to look at each other and say, you know what? Truth matters. Facts matter. Your actions matter. And when we go around proposing, things that benefit us and we think of ourselves above the overall good, that's when we know you're the wrong people to be in power. What you could have done today was, thank you, Karen Hardy, for reading this to me. I'm more aware now. And although I disagree with this, it is your right as a council member to bring this to council and be the bigger person. But that's something that's not in your nature because you both are looking for personal power control. And so I wholeheartedly support this to be on the agenda.
Thank you.
And Bob O'Keefe, if you want to bring
Charanjit, go ahead, please.
I've already spoken.
Oh, okay. Benjamin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just want to say I kind of feel like this is really inappropriate for the council to be spending time on with how much stuff you have to work on. There's a massive difference between somebody spending significant council resources and public resources at a public meeting, basically wasting time because of political views, and someone doing something in a political rally, essentially, or even in a community event that they're running. This is, I kind of agree with what Kevin said. This is more of a matter of disagreement and things just mismatching. It's not a really big deal, and to spend the council effort on this is just kind of insulting on all the stuff that you guys should be working on. And on top of that, this is just like, let's face it, there is a group of 4 on the council and there's a minority of 2. And so what I see right now is the majority picking on the minority. This is exactly what you don't want to do. This is like everything that you don't want to do. So like if there's anything you care about is when people disagree with you, you let them disagree and you go and you combat speech with most speech. So it's fine to disagree with this. It's fine to say this is not how I should run things or things should be run. But to basically team up on the minority on the council because you can, it's just not how governance should work. You guys should rise to a higher level. This is not appropriate content for us to govern who invited who to speak and whether or not it was done politely. It's just not appropriate for the council to be judging. It's really out. This is not an appropriate issue for you guys to be working on.
Thank you. Kurt?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. It's ironic, the gentleman just spoke of 4 versus 2. That's because he sees 4 council members on the screen versus the mayor and Kathy, which I assume are the 2, but Kevin's also, Councilmember Park is also one of the council members. Is actually 5 versus 2 in that calculus. I hope you don't go forward with putting this on the agenda. This was a non-city event that Kathy organized, managed, and led, which was a positive and needed event full of meaningful and strong voices. And unfortunately, at one point, this one item got blown fairly significantly out of proportion. I'd like to provide a little bit of context on my just my little window on why this might have happened. I've known Kevin for over 15 years. He's a really smart, very deliberate person, and he's very calculating in what he does. I've seen him go during public comment, not fill out public comment cards, walk from the back of the council chamber, go up to make public comment at the end of public comments because he likes to make an entrance or a statement, and he's strong in his messages. He's even made a public comment pulling water out of his pants, saying, "Is it a bottle of water, or are you just glad to see you?" Or, you know, it's just, I mean, just really kind of bizarre stuff, which I've started to notice over the last few years. And the disruption part, I could see this happening if I was a council member doing something like this, and I organized an event, a high pressure event with a lot of people, a lot of material, very emotional, and I saw someone that was a disruptor coming up to me at this point last minute, knowing they could have identified this ahead of time, 10 minutes before the event. And this is not a public event where you actually have the right, quote, right to speak. I could see that in that emotional, say, hey, listen, you know what? Thanks anyways. I got this, because I want to make sure my event continues to work and function respectfully. And that's where I think this came from. And it's really, anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Camilla, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. I just kind of also want to bounce off of the last 2 couple of speakers and what they were saying. I find this event that Kathy did to be something that was completely manipulated by Kevin Park. I do agree that he is very calculated and he plans things. And when he walked up to Kathy, you know, with news and media and whoever, that he had 2 options. And it was either 1, Kathy would let him speak and he would get to be a leader in this in this moment, or 2, Kathy would have said, no, I'm sorry, we don't have time. And then he would get to be the victim and Kathy would be portrayed in a negative light. And he got the latter. And it's so calculated and it's manipulative. And, you know, not only in this moment has he been manipulative. And you know what, Beggar, you can stop shaking your head. At least you show your face, unlike Kevin Park, who it would be great to see your face right now. But then again, we know you can't stand up and be a representative for your community, but that's fine. Oh, finally, so nice to finally see you. It was just completely manipulative and it was calculated. And, you know, as the other community member said, you know, during member meetings, you would walk up, you know, last minute. And just knowing some of your behaviors that have recently come to light, you know, trying to portray yourself as a victim or as a leader is a sign of being abusive and being manipulative and calculated, and that's not okay. And the fact that this council seems to think it's okay to allow those behaviors to continue, not okay. And if this is what our council is going to vote on, to silence my district who is affected by the 49ers, that's not okay. And I will be making sure that all districts know that our council members allow manipulative and abusive behavior to occur within our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wesley, go ahead, Wesley.
I'd like to say I'm an Asian American resident that has lived here for 46 years. And that is why I was one of the plaintiffs for district voting, which the 2, Mayor Gilmore and Kathy Watanabe, opposed. That to me points out voter suppression and to a tune of discrimination. Their apologies, I don't think were sincere. All I want to say is that all of the people who are protesting this are white. I mean, they're not Asian Americans. They don't feel the sensitivity that we have when these things occur. The anti-hate fight, when people are violated against, and one man died, and 6 women died. Come on, we need to understand why this was so important, because this was a major issue, and it is a major issue even now. And from the poem, which I read earlier, the more I listen, I begin to hear the cries that lives inside all of us. I wish Kathy would have just listened, and hear what is being said. I remember she told me once in a public meeting that her parents, her husband's parents, were relocated and put into a camp in Alabama. Well, there were no relocation camps in Alabama. Now she's changed her mind, but she corrected it. It was in Arkansas, where my wife was born. And I understand, I feel that insensitivity of ignorance in terms of what has happened to us Asian Americans throughout the history of our immigration here. Thank you.
Thank you, Wesley. Sabby, go ahead, Sabby. You're muted.
Hi.
Oh, there you go. Go ahead.
I'd like to thank Council Member Hardy for bringing this up. I truly believe that the council member in question has displayed this kind of unprofessional, disrespectful, and kind of rude behavior. I mean, keep it very simple. She needs to be held fully accountable, along with anyone else who supports her. As mentioned before, there's not sort of dictatorship that we have got here. We, the public, have voted both for the council members and for the mayor in good faith, in order to respect us fairly and equally, rather than holding your own agendas and talking smokes and mirrors. The public can see beyond that. They can see beyond that. We're not silly. I mean, this shouldn't have occurred. Look, end of the day, look, we've got to remember we're all immigrants in Santa Clara, unless you're a Native American. That's different. So the question is that you need to learn to support and respect everyone equally. Until that's done, I don't think things will progress. And I think in the agenda, this needs to be raised, and both you two need to be accountable for it. Simple as that. That's it.
Thank you. Jean, go ahead.
Number one, thank you, Karen Hardy, for bringing this forward. It's unfortunate it took so long to get here. And I think admonishing the mayor is a good input too. It should have been brought up that evening. And I think we also ought to add the city attorney, the fact that he's allowed discussion on this, but he doesn't allow discussion on anything. He's applied rules differently depending on if it's friend or foe, and his professionalism has been very, very lacking, but that's a whole other issue. I think that this admonishment and censorship is very well warranted. And to say, it's my event, sounds like, a fourth grader stomping their feet and having a little hissy fit because it's theirs, not somebody else's. And it shows the childish behavior that's been going on from that particular position for quite a while. I'm happy we're finally in districts. It's unfortunate that couple of large egos, namely 3, has cost the city of Santa Clara millions of dollars for that. And it's very rewarding that we finally got past that. And when people bring up the 49ers, please, people, don't forget Lisa Gilmore was one of the head cheerleaders that brought that nightmare to this city, as she sat on the Santa Clarans for Economic Progress. Watch how much that progress didn't work. And that's the person to thank first, who, by the way, has never apologized for that and was warned over and over again as she and others signed some of the stupidest contracts ever agreed to. So please move forward, put it on the agenda. You opened the can of worms. You can't just simply say, oh, let's just now forget it, because your hand's been caught in the cookie jar and you're under the flaming heat. So let the heat continue, let it continue, bring it on the agenda. And thanks again, Karen, for having the chutzpah to do this.
Thank you. Gabriella, go ahead.
Hi all, my name is Gabriela Garcon Gupta and I am with the Asian Law Alliance. The incident that happened at the rally on Wednesday, March 31st, as well as how the situation was handled in the aftermath by city leadership was disappointing to say the least. Councilmember Hardy has gone over the direct quotes and we agree with the charges she has listed. We look to our city officials as setting tone around issues of interest to our community. While we appreciate the initiative to set up a rally of support of the AAPI community, the effort is overall not helpful if it is not inclusive and rife with tensions. Supporting the API community means working and interacting in a collaborative manner, taking accountability when mistakes are made. The apologies issued in the aftermath and the discussion in the April 6th meeting made it clear that accountability around the harm caused by this incident is not truly recognized or taken, or accountability taken by Councilmember Watanabe and Mayor Gilmore. Saying that addressing the incident is causing divisiveness or drawing attention from the real incident at hand is insulting. The point of the rally is to overall show solidarity for the entire API community, as well as supporting the incident that happened with the young girl. It draws attention from the issue and a half-hearted apologies issued by our council leaders. We request the censure of Councilmember Watanabe and the admonishment of Mayor Gilmore to help rectify the harm that was made. By considering this item for a future agenda, we can hopefully help establish best practices that can inform future planning around issues and events related to racism and other sensitive issues. And we can ensure that the missteps made in this incident are not repeated and that we can truly move forward by addressing the harm completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, go ahead, Mike.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I hope this initiative does not go forward. This was not a city event. It was not a sponsored city event at all. It was Kathy's own private activity and event. There is no need for all this craziness. She has apologized several times. Kevin even said himself a little while ago that he wasn't even that worried about it. So the person that you're trying to represent was not even worried about it. Everybody else is. Okay. This is just another example of how this council is divided, and they must get back on a track to be not to be so divided and so partial to what either the 5 or the 2. This is getting ridiculous. It's becoming a kangaroo court, if you will. I have a basic question. Are we going to censure Councilmember Sudge James for lying to his district voters about his ability and his ability to be able to vote on the downtown? All along during the election, during the campaign, he swore up and down he was good to go. He could vote on the downtown. Well, a major vote came up, what was it, 2 weeks ago about downtown? All of a sudden, he can't vote. So are we going to censure him for lying to the voters? Just a point. And Becker, quit shaking your head. You've been told that by several people already. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie, go ahead, Debbie.
Hi, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. First of all, you know, I heard Harbor on this call, and she was saying how unfair Kathy was playing during election. Well, you know, Kathy never got kicked off of next door because of her bullying, as Harbor did. So Kathy got elected, you know, based on the fact that she said the positive things and moved forward. So I didn't see Kathy doing any bullying at all. You know, I think the fact that Anthony is just shaking his head and, you know, doing his little hand gesture, and Parks flipped in, by the way, and was actually seen. So why is he not showing his picture now? You know, he doesn't want to, he's afraid. And I think that, you know, something needs to be done. And I want to let this entire council know at this moment that this morning I escalated to the Santa Clara District Attorney's Office what has been going on in writing so that they can do a full investigation and find out exactly what's going on, especially with the new city council members that are meeting privately with the 49ers and not keeping public notes and submitting those to the entire council. Enough is enough, guys. I'm over. I'm going to be digging deep. And Becker, you know, quit shaking your head, because quite honestly, you have nothing to contribute to this city. You don't own property. I'm not even sure you own a car. So I don't know what's going on with you. But enough is enough. It needs to stop, and the city attorney, the county attorney needs to get involved at this point. And I have escalated that to them. Thank you so very much for the time.
Thank you. 2222, you're up. You're muted, 2222. There you go. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, first, I want to congratulate the citizens of Santa Clara and the officials that made it happen that we are the second most vaccinated city in California. So that's, I think, big teamwork. And I think that means that there's still, hope that, we can, achieve other great feat for our city. And being an Asian American and coming from, the cultures that we have and the communities, the values that we stand on, I feel the way, the conversation is going by some respected members of council and the honorable mayor as well, that it doesn't seem to be at par with, with the values we stand for. This is like, we are people who like to listen. I see Mr. Park being blamed for things like, why does he wait until the last minute, all those things. Those are our Asian values. And why should we be blaming him for anything else? If he can't manage to host an event, when there has been a call made that there's open mic, why is there freedom of suppression of freedom of speech? This just seems to be not the values of basic democracy. Should we and the council members trying to rationalize or post rationalize that there's freedom of speech has been suppressed, and it is right to do because it's probably a visible minority and you can get away with it. Trust me, this is not how democracies work. So we should make sure that we're on the right side, make sure that's by the people, for the people, of the people, and the voices of the people are not suppressed. And should the council and the honorable mayor's office should be not indifferent and senseless to these voices of the people. The community is now feeling offended. So and just not try to get into this basic things, personal things. This is like high school kids can do better than this. Trust me, I know high school kids in my city that can do better than this, and you will see it more often. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you very much. R. Conda, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, members of the City Council. I'm Richard Conda, Executive Director of the Asian Law Alliance. I'm speaking in full support of Councilmember Karen Hardy's motion. As you know, the Asian Law Alliance was part of the litigation team that sued the city of Santa Clara in 2017 for violating the California Voting Rights Act. The city of Santa Clara has a sad history of defending an at-large voting system that has been found by a trial court and an appellate court to be discriminatory and in violation of the CVRA. The at-large system was an example of systemic racism. The city of Santa Clara also attempted to subvert the civil rights of Asian Americans and the CVRA lawsuit by placing on the ballot the misguided Measure A in 2018 and the misguided Measure C in 2020. Both measures were rejected by Santa Clara voters. It's now the opportunity of the city council to change the narrative from that of defending systemic racism to making a strong statement against the bullying of Kevin Park, the first Korean American elected to the city council. I fully support Karen Hardy's motion and please consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Divjot, go ahead, please.
Sorry, this is Jaspreet, her husband. I'm used to using her computer because I'm too lazy to turn mine on. Kathy, she's a neighbor. I live in Rivermark. I thought she was a wonderful person. I've seen her around the neighborhood, even during the elections. I just thought before the election, she was doing a fine job. But I think we just outgrown her. I mean, that's what I always said. Where the city has moved into a different direction, that's the reason I stated my support for her beer on this one. And this particular matter, she just got caught. We all get caught. She caught with a hot mic. Many politicians get caught with a hot mic. Shit happens. She should have just admitted to the fact, moved on, and presented herself like a politician in a right way and moved on. But instead, she decided to double down, and this is the result of doubling down. It's rather embarrassing for the city. As a minority myself, it is embarrassing. A right decision by the council has to be made for the city it serves. Simple as that.
Thank you. SD, go ahead, SD.
Hi. So I actually have many things to say about this. First, I think I'm very disappointed by the conduct of several of the remote participants speaking today, and several of the unwarranted attacks against some of the council members. The reason why this platform is to exist for the residents of the city. The residents of the city should be allowed to have a voice, their opinion. However, this does not mean that this is not a time to issue random ad hominem attacks against certain council members. I'm a high school student myself, and yeah, a previous speaker was correct when he said we would do better than this. Like, there are two speakers in particular, just admonishing Councilmember Becker for shaking his head. Honestly, none of that I think should matter, and several other council members shaming Councilmember Becker for being a renter. As a young person in this city, I don't think that it is extremely that it's wrong for there to be any sort of discrimination against renters who are a sizable portion of this city. It's just that statement reeked of classism, and I think that sort of discourse has no place in our city. On the topic itself, I definitely agree with Councilmember Hardy's motion to admonish Kathy, Councilmember Watanabe's remarks. I appreciate that she was able to apologize, and I think that she should have just apologized and move on like a true council member would. Thank you.
Thank you. Aces, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Assis. I'm a high school student, and I just wanted to say that I find Councilmember Watanabe and Mayor Gilmore's actions disgusting. Over the last year, I have seen the dirty politics that they play. It is horrible. This incident at the anti-Asian hate rally was embarrassing. I have lived here my whole life, and I find this disheartening. This is the city I am going to inherit, and I am scared for what that might bring. I hope that you guys as council members can change that. And to everyone here who is saying that that event was not a city event and that we shouldn't care, Kathy is a representative of the city. That does not mean that she gets to stop acting like one as soon as these meeting doors shut. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, just want to say thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to have freedom of speech. It does not happen at Nextdoor. I was kicked off Nextdoor, and I presented facts from scientists and doctors that were different from the opinions of the mainstream as far as voter fraud, COVID. And then after being kicked off, I was told I could come back on, but I'd have to agree to terms that would not allow me freedom of speech when it comes to COVID or voter fraud issues. And again, I presented facts from doctors, scientists, experts in the field, and I was told that was misinformation. So Nextdoor, I don't know who the admins are that told me that I can no longer be on there because what they thought was misinformation from these doctors and scientists would not allow me freedom of speech on Nextdoor. I just want to say that that's not America. Everyone should have the right to freedom of speech. And I do appreciate, Lisa, that you still allow that. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. The next has no name. So no name. You're muted. It says no name given. If you'd like to unmute. Okay. Guess we won't be hearing from no name. All right. Oh, there we
Mayor?
go. Oh, yeah. Hello.
This is Nora.
Oh, hi, Nora. Say that. You sound familiar. Okay.
I have a few public comment emails.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, just a moment. First one, beginning of comment says, what an insult to Kathy and our mayor. You think everything that you people are doing or have done is okay. I got news for you. The dirt is coming out on you. So far, Kevin and Suds have done some pretty bad things. Why don't you let the people of Santa Clara know about them? Kathy was monitoring her meeting. That's right, it was her meeting. But the little boy had to get angry and cry because the time ran out. People, how does it feel to have Jed York running our city? Jed, you must be so proud of your employees. Dorothy, end of comment. Next comment. This petition is a joke. Kathy Watanabe is married to an Asian. Her daughter is half and her relatives are Asians. Kevin Park had plenty of time to RSVP and speak at the rally, but chose to ask at the last minute and cause a bunch of drama. Admonishing Mayor Gilmore for her asking Park's opinion on this is crazy. Mayor Gilmore and Kathy Watanabe are the only two on the dais that work hard for the people of Santa Clara. Haven't we wasted enough time on this Kevin Park drama? And this was submitted by Carol, end of comment. Next comment. My name is Debbie Triforos. I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Clara. In full disclosure, I'm also a library board trustee. My comments on my personal feelings and in no way reflect on the library board. What has happened to our city? What has happened to the people that in December 2020 said they were going to work together to make our city council work for the citizens of Santa Clara? Was that a lie? Because as of today, that has not happened. It is clear the new members have a charter to get rid of Lisa Gilmore and by collateral damage, Kathy Watanabe. Could it be this is a charge from the 49ers? Sure seems like it. One of the council members admitted that they wanted to get rid of the city attorney. Some of the council members won't tell other members what they discussed with the team. Lisa stood up to the team when they were breaking laws and not meeting commitments. They can't forgive her for doing her job. This has got to stop. You new members should listen to those with experience before making decisions and suggestions. Last minute special meetings, meetings lasting until the next day, the same topic discussed ad nauseum to make your point. It feels like we are in Washington, D.C. with the Democrats versus Republicans. The Republicans know no matter what is suggested, they will vote no. Count the number of 5-2 votes at the council meetings. How can we get anything done? End of comment. And our last one. After attending this past Saturday's Stop AAPI hate rally, at which there was a constant and enthusiastic chant of stop hate, spread love, I'm extremely disappointed at Councilmember Hardy's and Ms. Gupta's petitions asking that the council censure and admonish Councilmember Watanabe and Mayor Gilmore. I understand the Councilmember Watanabe apologized for her poor choice of words and spoke or tried to speak to all her fellow council members. Mayor Gilmore tried to look at both sides of the issues and bring everyone to a place of understanding. Everyone makes mistakes. Stop hate and spread love involves learning from our and others' mistakes and being tolerant of each other as human beings. These petitions do nothing to stop hate and spread love. Let all 7 members of the City Council be examples of leadership, kindness, and tolerance to all of Santa Clara. Stop hate, spread love, and every day for everyone. This was submitted by Robin. End of comment. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. So I think this is about standards. Well, let me go to Councilmember Becker. Your hand is up, Councilmember Becker. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, you know, after hearing a lot of what
the public has said and seeing where a lot of this history has been, seeing how people consistently say that they're going to dig up dirt on certain council members. I'm at a, you know, I sympathize for Councilmember Watanabe. I do. I understand where we had a conversation, and I truly understand that. But hearing a lot of this rhetoric coming from other people, it just feels like if I censure, if I don't censure, whatever I do, the attacks are going to keep coming. They're going to keep coming through Santa Clara News. They're going to keep coming through a blogger that doesn't tell the truth. It's going to keep coming either way. So, you know, when they say that they're going to dig up dirt on us, it just really, it's kind of offending, because here we want to move forward, but it just consistently, it's just not fair. That's all I gotta say. And it's just, we get attacked constantly. We get told that we're 49er candidates because there's this 49er conspiracy, and then get attacked for being a renter, which is basically the population of Santa Clara and a bunch of young people. So, you know, I've been seeing the attacks coming out. I've been seeing the false lies that are being spread. And no matter what my decision is, no matter how I feel, those attacks will keep coming more and more and more. Because why? They don't like us. They don't like us. And I'm trying to build bridges, but it seems like other people that are taking cues, or dog whistling, are the ones that are kind of ruining this bridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker. I could say the same things about myself. So I just want to say, I heard from the public all kinds of things. There's election stuff, CVRA stuff. There's a lot of stuff in there. There's a lot of anger about a lot of different things in the community. And I think that, you know, we've had 3 major events in Santa Clara to support the Asian American and Pacific Islander community. 3 major events. I've been to all 3 of them. I know Councilmember Watanabe has been to all 3 of them. Some of you have been to, you know, a couple of them. I think everything revolves around, you know, one thing, is that divisiveness and non-inclusion is not helping our community. It doesn't help our community. And I think what we're talking about now, what Councilmember Hardy is putting forward, is how we're setting the standards for us, for our city and our city council, how we set standards. And I think we are devolving into something that's counterproductive and dysfunctional behavior. And I know there are some outside interests that would prefer to see this happen. But I think for our residents, we should not allow this to happen, especially now with our city challenges and the fact that we're all trying to work together. So I know the council majority is going to do whatever they're going to do, but I think that this is not helping, you know, any of us rebuild, work together, help trust each other, and move forward on behalf of the city. So I'll defer to the council to whatever the council's going to do. I just don't think this is productive for us or our residents, based on all of the challenges we have before us. And I know that I really want us to work together. And I know I will, you know, more than likely be admonished because I was trying to get people to work together on this council. So I guess that's going to be my fate. But anyways, Councilmember Park, go ahead, please.
So I just want to say this is exactly the kind of gaslighting comments and behavior that we need to admonish. I do hear a lot of the people speak, and I want to tell Councilmember Becker that that is correct. There are a lot of people that will attack you, but at the same time, you won with a majority. So I think that you need to listen to what the majority says. I hear everything that Mayor Gilmore said, and I want to say, I would have loved to have heard this kind of togetherness speech when we were considering fighting the CVRA lawsuit, when we were considering doing an appeal to the CVRA lawsuit. I would have loved to see this kind of speech at the Stop Asian Hate rallies, but we get this after the fact. And again, I will say it wasn't not being allowed to speak that actually turned people's heads. I think it was the response to that. It was the response and again, I didn't even know the media was there. In fact, I turned away and left because I didn't think anyone heard it except for me. In fact, I didn't even stay very long after that because I had other things I needed to do. For people to attack Councilmember Becker for being a renter, I think these are the kinds of behaviors we need to look at. Somebody pointed out, I believe it was the moderator of the Nextdoor group, who pointed out that Harbir Bhatia was kicked off of the Nextdoor, banned from the Nextdoor, but the person who was the moderator, one of the moderators, the leaders of that group, is the person that spoke and pointed that out. I think that there needs to be a little bit more, inspection on this. People do claim, oh, I like to have the last word. I don't like to have the last word. I think that if you look at my hand goes up and down as I think about what to say. And often I go last or nearly last because it takes me a long time to come to a conclusion. I do think about what I have to say. It's not about calculating what has the biggest effect, but it is about what do I think I can stand behind. I think that there are a lot of people here who are saying lots of things, making lots of accusations that, again, we will see which side of history that we are on. And I feel that I don't actually care about my council position in the sense of my council position does not define me. But I think that the things I stand for on council, that is going to define me. And hopefully that will last the test of time. That's what I'm looking for in history. And I think that the kind of behavior that is being accused, that the people are accusing a majority of, maybe that's just politics, but that kind of behavior has to stop. Gaslighting has to stop. And I'd like to move on. I'd like to call for the vote. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Hardy, you're calling for a vote. Did we have a motion?
Yeah, I was going to say there is no motion. So I wanted to make a motion. The first motion I'd like to make is to put on a subsequent agenda the censure of Councilmember Kathy Watanabe.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
No.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. So that passes 4-3. Okay. Next.
I'd like to make a second motion to put on a subsequent agenda the admonishment of Mayor Lisa Gilmore.
Second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
No.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. And that passes 4-3. Okay.
I will get all the documentation to the city clerk, the city attorney, the city manager's office, and to all the council members, probably tonight.
It's nice you have it all ready. Okay, thank you. All right, we are going to take a 10-minute break now. It's 9:48, 12-minute break. Let's come back at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes, we're ready.
Okay, great. All right, let me try to find the next item on the agenda. All right, is item number 6, discussion and consideration to establish a boards and commissions eligibility list policy. Is that you, Nora? Who's taking this one?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that would be me.
Okay.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Nora Pimentel, Assistant City Clerk. Due to the lateness, I will try to make this brief. So I'd like to begin with a brief background as to what the former City Council did back in 2019 when they established the need to utilize the eligibility list as a tool. Upon the interview process, the council determined that there were multiple qualified applicants. Therefore, they recommended to establish an eligibility list that would be used to fill vacancies that occurred in the following 12 months. At that time, the City Council wanted the discretion to be able to have the flexibility to either appoint upon automatic appointment upon a vacancy or interview those on the eligibility list and invite them back for an interview. The former council also directed staff to formalize a policy for the boards and commission recruitment, selection, and interview process to have a robust process in place, as well as other processes that would follow once they were appointed. This would enhance the boards and commission handbook, which is currently being reviewed and is scheduled to be presented to council in the fall, winter of 2021. And the eligibility list is included in that policy. At the March 10th meeting, the current council requested that this item be placed on agenda so there would be a discussion to formalize and or have a more structured eligibility list process. As I mentioned before, the current process allowed for the council's discretion, flexibility to either appoint automatically or interview from an established list. So this eligibility list is a best practice amongst other cities. It allows to streamline the overall process and help with staff resources and timeframes to appoint to board and commissions in a timely manner. However, the staff report does outline some options for council consideration. You may either automatically appoint a process upon a vacancy, invite applicants back for an interview upon a vacancy, do nothing if there's less than 6 months until the annual recruitment and a quorum of the board and commission is in place, or not establish a list and open recruitment when a vacancy occurs. This option requires the most staff time, but this now concludes my report, and the council may have a discussion on this, and I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a great idea to have an eligibility list, and the new, especially the new council members will see as we go and interview a lot of applicants. You're going to find more than one that you're really going to like. There's a lot of people that want to serve, and it saves time when we have vacancies within that year or whatever we decide to do to get that vacancy filled, because whenever we have a vacancy, it takes us several months to fill, and we always have such great candidates. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, isn't this better handled by the Governance and Ethics Commission for them to present a recommendation?
We talked about that. I think we're going to do that, but I think this is because we have the applications coming up at the end of this month. We're going to be interviewing. So is that why you brought this, Nora? Because I know it was on our schedule to talk about this.
The council at the March 10th, 2021 meeting, when I presented the declaration of vacancies and the setting the date for recruitment, council wanted to discuss this prior to us interviewing on March 24th. As previously mentioned, there is a policy that was presented to the Governance and Ethics Committee, and they approved it, and this is to come forward to council, and this is what we're working on. This is a piece of it that enhances the handbook that is currently in place and is being reviewed.
Okay.
So I do have some questions then.
Go ahead.
My first question is, if we do establish an eligibility list and it's say 6 months or 12 months later, and those people don't want to do it, then what happens? They've moved on, they've moved out of town, whatever happens.
So we would first reach out to them and see if the interest still exists. And if they're, as you say, moved on and don't have that interest, then we would open up a recruitment if we had we didn't have a pool in that list.
Okay. So I'm kind of interested in sort of a hybrid, possibly. I have not been through this appointment process, but we could have an eligibility list, but people's lives change and someone who was not available may become available. And so we would open it up to new candidates. So you'd have your eligibility list, and then anyone who had not previously applied could then be added to sort of shorten that list.
Well,
So
that would be
that's
opening it up to everybody. Is that what
not
you're
to people that previously applied. Because you've already pared down, let's say 20 people applied earlier. You
Right.
got the 3 top people, and those are on your eligibility list. But now 5 other people that were not in the first 20 apply, then you'd have 8 people that you would consider.
So the people that applied but weren't considered are not eligible then?
Correct, because you've already determined that 3 people were better than or more qualified than they were. So
That's a little iffy. I'm a little uncomfortable with that. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, when we voted to create the eligibility list, it was to keep those that were not they met the criteria of what we were looking for in a candidate to be appointed. However, but there was somebody that was a little bit better, but at the same time we don't want to lose this resource. And I understand, yeah, people move, people change their minds maybe. And we actually did see that happen in another opening. But I think the ability to be able to create an eligibility list, have applicants back for an interview upon vacancy, and if they're not interested, then open it up for recruitment. I don't think it would be fair to say you have 3 and then you want to open it up to 5 so that you can have 8. I mean, it's diluting the pool and really unfair to those people that were a part of that eligibility list, that were expecting that they would be the first candidates to have the opportunity, basically right of first refusal to fill that position. So I like the idea of having the eligibility list and inviting them back. And if they're not interested, then opening it up for recruitment. And I think that's worked very well just recently with the Planning Commission opening. So that is a direction that I would be fully willing to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So basically, what Councilmember Jane was saying was kind of what I was trying to do back in when we were doing the Planning Commission. We're going to take the original candidates that were there, and I wanted to provide another pool of candidates because, new council, new perspective kind of thing. Is that what you were trying to reference, Councilmember Jane? Was basically what I was trying to say back in, I don't remember when now, March, I think it was.
Not exactly that. It just, the new council has a different, say, bent or perspective or inclination. More that you never know if somebody totally amazing becomes available since you last created the eligibility list.
Okay, that's a good. Yeah, I like that. I like that point because, we had, what was it? I think we had someone that was appointed to the Planning Commission when Suds and I were on, and they were only there for what, 1 meeting? I think it was, maybe 2. And so I do like the idea of having the eligibility list because I think we got 2 great planning commissioners out of that, which was Priya and Nancy. And I kind of want to keep that way, but then if those people aren't available, I do want to have that open vetting process, or also opening up the pool too if the council just doesn't feel fit with those remaining pooled candidates. So I kind of agree with Suds on that respect and kind of would like to see that, but then at the same time, I do like the runner-up status as well, more than I think about it.
I think we need to do one or the other. If you have an eligibility list, then you should have an eligibility list. So they, are available, they're predetermined, and we had it within a year. You could do it maybe 6 months. We could do it maybe 6 months. So that it's shorter. But who knows if someone had a bad interview or they, just weren't on that day, and with the way Councilmember Jane proposed it, they would be precluded from coming back again. So either have your eligibility list or just open it up and don't have an eligibility list. I like having an eligibility list. And for those of you who haven't been through this process, you will see the quality of the candidates that we get. It's amazing, these quality people. So I think you won't even think twice about an eligibility list, but I think it should be one or the other.
Madam Mayor, may I
Yes.
run a example scenario?
Sure.
So, let's say we go through our annual come the 24th, and within 3 months there's a resignation on another, and perhaps you've established a list and you have 3 people, and you say, oh, okay, these 3 people are on the, and you let them know at that interview, like you are being placed on this list. 3 months later, we have a resignation, and we would prepare a staff report that we have a resignation. So it comes to you and would come with the eligibility list that you've established. And we would have reached out to these folks to see if there's still an interest. So we would give you that information, and upon that information in that RTC, you would approve bringing these 3 back. Now, if I reached out and nobody had an interest, you would still receive the report that there is a resignation. So there's a vacancy to be filled. We've reached out to these 3 and there is no interest. We're seeking, to open a recruitment. I just trying to go through that scenario so there's maybe perhaps a better understanding of how that works.
Can you tell us how long it takes for a recruitment? That might help too.
Well, typically a recruitment, we want to open it for at least 4 to 6 weeks. Folks usually kind of wait till the last minute to submit an application. Once that's done, there's a process that we do behind the scenes of verifying a residency, and then obviously setting the date for council availability to bring in the applicants for interviews. And currently what we're looking at coming May 24th, we have 37 applicants already that we're looking to, we may have to open up another day. So, because we won't be able to go through 37 applicants in one night.
No. No. Okay.
So it takes a few months. And well, that's why we start early.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know we experimented with both eligibility pool and one thing I would like to suggest, even if we go eligibility route, I would not close that period to 1 year because that's a long period. We need to reduce that period, but at the same time, I am also put forward that people priorities change, and we want to open this thing up to all the people whenever we invite the application, say maybe 6 months, as Councilmember Sarge Jane is telling, because people's priority change according to time, according to their work schedule, according to the job they are doing currently. And if we lock them out for a year, that doesn't sound right to me. Even if we go, either we go hybrid or we can do the eligibility list for a shorter period of time, maybe 4 months, 5 months, or something like that. That's my opinion. We should not lock it for 1 year. I'm not okay. I know in the last time we did it, but I only voted for that because we already conveyed that to the candidates, and it was not justified that we conveyed them something and then we changed the ruling later on. That's why I voted for it. But I want that other people who are eligible as of new openings should be given chance one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I would prefer to consider the larger pool, not bin them by time. I mean, as Councilmember James said, you never know when someone amazing becomes available. I mean, it's like buying a house. If you lose a bid and then a year later only consider other houses that were available a year before, that doesn't make sense. But to be able to consider houses that you have already seen and consider new houses that are available now, that would be amazing. And the people on the list, I mean, if we have an eligibility list, what benefit would they get? The people who are on the list would not have to reapply or even interview again. If they want to interview again because they thought that they became second or third choice because of their bad interviewing, they could choose to interview again, but they don't have to. But 100%, we should interview new candidates, right? And what happens like we had in this case, where you have a new council and there are members who have not even met the previous candidates, right? That's an issue. But my biggest concern from a kind of a data and validation perspective is that the current proposal of simply accepting people who were put on an eligibility list based on previous interviews has too many possibilities for gaming the system, because you're not just considering the highest vote getter, but a top 4 or 5. And that is a bigger concern than considering new applicants, in along with old interviews and old applicants together and seeing them presented equally. Thank you.
Okay, I really think we should do either, an eligibility list for a short period of time or no eligibility list. I think we should kind of decide on that, in terms of that. Councilmember Park, your hand's still up?
Yeah, I guess rather than look at just those two, proposals, like why can't we look at what the eligibility list would do for you? Meaning, if we have an eligibility list that says the people on the list would not have to reapply or interview again, that's still a benefit without having to say you are definitely guaranteed a position. It says you have done the work. We are going to save time by using the work that you have already done. And that will be the eligibility list, because if we don't have a system that allows new candidates, I just don't think I could go for that kind of system. Thank you.
Okay, so does somebody want to make some motion so we can go ahead and go to the public? Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to basically go with the pool, but have it within a 6-month period rather than a year.
When you say pool, do you mean eligibility list?
Yes, sorry about that. Thank you, Kathy.
Okay. I would second that.
Okay. All right. All right, let's go to the public. Jean, go ahead, Jean.
A couple of things. Would every person who was not selected be on the eligibility list? You haven't clarified how people get on, are excluded or included on the eligibility list. Is that eligibility list just for the position they applied for or for any opening? Number 2 question. And number 3 question, I would like to propose to the maker to modify his motion to say new council, new list. So the list would expire upon a new council, because the new council has different selection criteria total and should have a new eye on what's going on. So just because you have a list doesn't mean, I think the list is a disservice, to be honest. Maybe they had a bad day, they didn't fill it out correctly, or they didn't, they just missed the deadline, they ended up with somebody in the hospital. I think you should just open it up. Maybe like Councilmember Park said, a new house came on the market and you don't want to miss the great new house because all you were forced to is look at the houses you already looked at. So I think you're better off with a whole new list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Public speaker, go ahead. Public? You're muted. Hello? public speaker? Okay, council member, well, public speaker? I don't see. Councilmember Becker, go ahead.
So would that, from the member of the public, Mrs. Bress, would that be public, possible of what she said?
What's your question?
Sorry about that. For Mrs. Bress, she had the concern of if a new council that it expires. Is that something that is possible, or is that legal? I just want to make sure if that was possible.
A new council usually occurs every 4 years. We're talking about
2 years. Two years.
Yeah, 2 years. Yes, excuse me. Yes.
Every
So
okay.
most likely it's mute. It's a moot point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I'm still confused about whether this motion applies only to this current round of eligibility, or will this go back to governance? I'm a little confused there.
Well, at least it will apply to this current round of eligibility. We can always change it for the next round if that's what we want to do.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I think rather than go into invalidating a list or having a list expire, I think the simplest thing would be to explain what the benefit of being on that list is, which is, again, if people on that list would not have to reapply or interview again, I think that's already a benefit, and we would save time, and we would only have to interview new candidates. And again, those new candidates would be considered with the pool of people who are on the eligibility list. I don't actually see a reason why we need to do, manipulations on the eligibility list if we simply say these are people who have applied, who passed before, and they will be considered the next time in addition to whoever applies the next time. And again, I want to point out the current proposal of simply accepting people has too many possibilities for gaming the system, because you are not just considering the highest vote getter, but a top 4 or 5, and that introduces the game. Thank you.
I'm so confused. What is our motion on the floor? Is it 6 months?
The
Eligibility list for 6 months? Is that
correct? Motion to establish an eligibility list for up to 6 months.
okay? All right. And at the time, the council can decide how many people they want to put on the eligibility list. So that's flexible, correct?
Yes, it would be at the council's pleasure.
Discretion for each,
yes.
For each board or commission.
For each, correct.
Okay, we have a public member. Well, we're pondering this. Benjamin, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that while I think it's great if you've interviewed people to keep that record, then be able to skip some of that process. While there are many people who are interested in volunteering and will volunteer anywhere, there are also many people who their interest spikes when a particular position opens, something they care about. And I find it really hard to understand how you can balance. You don't necessarily want to disadvantage those people, because there's a lot of passion that comes if they really care about voting rights, or they really care about discrimination or social justice, and something opens they want to do. That's great. But on the flip side, you also don't want somebody who has previously applied and been screened, who then doesn't come to the interview because they've already been approved. If they don't come to the interview that's targeted, I find it really hard to see how the council would weigh. You have someone who comes and speaks to a particular position, and you have people who kind of apply to a generic, I want to be available to the council for positions that are available. I'm finding it really hard to balance how you can have a specific, how you can have a general list and still be able to pull people from and still be able to pull people in that are targeting particular openings in a fair way. And how that, I can't even imagine how that discussion would go on council, to be comparing people who would just come and giving you a live presentation about how eager they are to talk about this particular position, and people you have records of what they had applied previously, right, in a different situation. It seems really hard to balance those two.
I just wanted to clarify, Benjamin, that each eligibility list would be for each board or commission. There
Okay.
wouldn't be a general eligibility list. It would be for planning commission,
I missed
eligibility,
that.
list, parks and recreation. So yeah, I just wanted to clarify that for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Watanabe.
Sorry, Mayor, my hand was still raised.
Okay.
I did the motion.
All right, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may suggest, like, we are trying to do this thing for this particular interview, next upcoming interview only, probably, if we are thinking of moving back to governance. So why don't we do this thing for this particular cycle? We do eligibility for 4 months, and then let's deliberate during the governance committee and bring forward a much more vetted solution going forward. That way we have more time to deliberate and make a more permanent policy. And for next 4 months, we have the list with us. Basically, I hope by 4 months we can have a governance committee agenda item and bring some suggestion to the council.
The motion on the floor, I think, is 6 months.
If I may request the maker of the motion to change it to 4 months, and then we can bring back suggestions from the governance committee going forward.
You said 4 months?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be acceptable to that. I mean, what do you think, Councilmember Watanabe?
No, so 4 months, 6 months. 6 months actually goes by pretty quickly. And also, I just want to clarify, if whatever we vote on tonight, this is not going back to governance. Did I miss something?
Yeah.
City Clerk?
I think that what we're deciding on tonight is for this round of applicants, and by the time we go to governance, by the time we talk about it, by the time we bring it back, it's going to be 6 months. Because we remember we're off in July and
Yep.
August, and it will be 6 months, believe me. So 4, 6, time's gonna go. This is the time of year where we do the major appointing to committees. It's always around the June. Well, it's pretty much every other year around the June timeframes, unless people resign. So.
Is that okay with you, Councilman Hall?
It's okay. 6
Vice
months.
Mayor? Okay.
I mean,
All right, thank you.
that'll give us time to deliberate in governance too.
So may I just confirm with the maker of the motion? It's motion to establish an eligibility list for this round of applicants for up to 4 months. Is that correct?
6 months.
6, okay.
That's a motion in the second. Okay, so if there's no other hands up, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
No.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes 6-1. All right, next we have, moving right along, we've got item number 7, council discussion. Wait, city manager, is this one that has to go tonight?
Yes, and I was going to open up this item, but
Okay, go ahead.
we have
Number
5 items
7.
left. Mayor, we have 5 items left that 2 of which are time sensitive. So I just want to do a time check with the council. We have 7A and item 8. 7B can come back on May 25th or in June. It's not as time sensitive.
Okay. I want to end this meeting before midnight, so because it's
I recommend that we go through 7A and then we go to 8.
eight.
Those are the time
Okay,
sensitive
let's see where we are after 7A and 8. Okay, Councilmember Becker.
I was going to motion to move 7B to that later meeting that city manager is recommending. But
Okay, so we
wait.
can, well, let's just do that now.
Okay. I make a motion to move item 7B to the specified date the city manager said, which was.
Either May 25th or June 4th. I'll balance out the agendas.
Okay.
And make sure that we're not overloading the 25th.
Second.
Okay, motion second to continue that to one of those meetings. Is there any other questions or comments about this? Any member of the public?
Madam Mayor, why don't we wait? Why don't we move the motion that we do 7A and 8 right now, and then whatever, I don't know
We
what.
don't
I
have
will-
to, we don't have to move to do 7A and 8.
Oh, okay. So what I'm saying is, oh, okay, 7B is in between. Okay.
This is 7B. Okay, we have a motion, a second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. All right, that item is continued. Let's go on to 7A now, which is council discussion and direction, proposed charter amendment to enact council district elections, court ordered 6th district map ordinance and 2021 redistricting process.
But this really simplifies. We have one opening slide that just was to put into context the difference between 7A and 7B. I'm not, can we pull the PowerPoint out? So if you look at the second slide, we are going to be returning with the redistricting process and the actions today that City Clerk Hossam Hagag and City Attorney Brian Doyle will present are in the ballot and ordinance following the CVRA settlement agreement. So I'm going to hand it over to them and then we'll explain how the redistricting process fits when we bring the item back on either May 25th or June 4th.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk.
Good evening, everybody, and happy Star Wars Day for those following along.
May the 4th be with you. Okay.
May the 4th be with you. So I want everybody, just for the next however long it takes us to go over this item, to really put on your memory hats on, because ideally we would have presented these two together, because while they're not directly dependent on each other, there's a lot of the same conversation that we were going to share between both items. So try to focus for the next however many minutes it takes us to get through this, just and put on your memory hats, because we're going to have to do some of this the next time we talk about redistricting. The most important thing for tonight, though, is what's in blue, because we are on the clock with regards to the settlement agreement in the CVRA lawsuit for bringing forth a commitment from the council to put an item on the ballot for a charter change or a charter amendment for going to district based voting as a charter amendment. So that's what's time sensitive. The yellow box is really what are we going to do given the 2020 census data that is coming back for the 2022 election. That is less time sensitive, but it's not open-ended. We still need to take an action on it relatively soon, but it's not critical for tonight. Let's move on to the next slide. If anybody has any questions, this is a very important topic. Rather than wait till the end, if you have a question, feel free to interrupt me, because it's probably it'll be a lot quicker if we answer questions midway. If I feel like I'll answer in a subsequent slide, I'll let you know.
Okay.
All right. So for tonight, the time sensitive item, just a refresher for the council and for the benefit of the general public. There is a court order as a result of the CVRA, the California Voting Rights Act settlement agreement. And in that settlement agreement, the council agreed to place an item on the upcoming ballot to amend or to request the voters to approve an amendment to the city's charter to go to district-based voting for six single-member districts for the council seats, with the mayor, leaving the mayor, chief of police, and city clerk at large. So to refresh everybody from the settlement agreement, this is the exact text that is there in the settlement agreement. On or before June 1st, and this is where the time sensitivity comes into place, because you all agreed that by June 1st you would do this. So on or before June 1st, 2021, defendant by city council shall enact a resolution calling an election to seek voter approval of an amendment to defendant's city charter, Santa Clara City Charter. Such proposed amendment shall require the election of all city council members except the mayor from single member districts, with a requirement that candidates reside within their respective districts in accordance with the judgment. The election system included in the proposed charter amendment shall, in all respects, comply with applicable governing provisions of state law. In the event that the state or county enact changes to the election procedures originally contemplated by the resolution adopted by the city shall enact such resolutions or other legislation to place the charter amendment on the ballot in time such that it will be in effect for the November 2022 elections. The election system included in the proposed charter amendment shall not shorten the terms of any previously elected members of the city council. I'm going to pause here if there's any questions. If not, we'll move to the next slide.
Just keep going. If I see
All right.
hands, I'll
All right.
jump in.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, so per the settlement agreement, the ballot language that the city attorney and I have drafted are the things that here are required per the settlement agreement. And then there are things that are optional that are strictly based on the discussion from the latest Charter Review Committee recommendation, which you don't have to take action on tonight. So because of the time crunch that we are in tonight, you can defer these optional elements, or you can decide tonight if you already know which direction you want to go. So let's take it first with the required, which we need an answer tonight. The settlement agreement requires that there's an elimination of the at-large by-seat system. Number two, the addition of 6 single-member districts, keeping the mayor, chief of police, and city clerk at large. And number three, to be able to do that, now this is not strictly set in the settlement agreement, but for us to be able to do that, the council needs to adopt the 6-district map, the one that was used in the 2020 election, as ordered by the Superior Court, and that would subsequently be amended per the redistricting procedures, which was item 7B. So just hold that thought for a second. When the court issued the order that we go to 6 districts map, it only specified up until 2020. So before the council can go to this new settlement agreement, you need to adopt the 6-district map as the baseline for which we're going to do the redistricting efforts, which was item 7B. Okay. The second part of this is in the language, the optional language that is there that was based on the discussion from the latest Charter Review Committee was 2 items: residency requirement for council members and the mayor. And the second one is what the long-term redistricting committee process would look like, or the redistricting process would look like. What we're talking about here for the ballot language is the long-term redistricting process. What item 7B is for, because it's not in the charter right now, this is 7A is talking about the ballot language that will go for the charter amendment. But by the time that passes or potentially fails, we still need to do redistricting for the results of the 2020 census. That's what item 7B is about. So what is optional for putting it in the charter language is what the redistricting process would be for 2030 and beyond. Okay, so you can choose to include that. It is optional. It is entirely up to the council. It is not time sensitive here tonight, but ideally, we would get an answer for all of these, because that would give an opportunity for the city attorney and myself to go and draft the language and bring it back for council approval at the next meeting. So what that is based on the last Charter Review Committee recommendation, there was a 30-day residency requirement for to live anywhere within the city for an at-large office, and there is a 30-day residency. There was a 30-day residency requirement for living within your district if you're running for one of the 6 single-member districts. The third one, which is the establishment of an independent redistricting committee in accordance with elections code sections, and the numbers are there. Okay. I'm going to pause here. The next slide is basically just getting direction from the council. Do we have Simran, the ballot language?
Hold on, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, Raj, 1 second, if you don't mind. We do have the marked up language, so I'll bring that up on the slide or on the share. So if you guys want to read the actual language that the city attorney and I crafted based on what is on this slide, and then let's have the discussion, and then we can get the direction, and then we'll bring it back at the next meeting with the actual wording that you give us the direction on. Sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Shaw or Vice Mayor Shaw.
Thank you. So the question is not on the wording, basically. You know, I have earlier too mentioned that the court judgment was not for 18 and 20 only, because it clearly mentioned, I stand by that, it clearly mentioned the sequence is given below. And once that court ordered district elections, and then it enjoined us holding at-large elections. So it was not only for 2018 and 2020. I just want a clarification that, and it is very clear if you look at the page 9 of the judgment, it's very clear. I don't know why we are saying that because
so, sorry, if you don't mind, let me clarify. I am not debating that topic. I'm debating the 6th district map. When we talk about what map are we going to use to base the redistricting for the 2022 election, basically the result of 2020 census, I'm talking about that. I'm not talking about the overall judgment. Yeah,
that's fine. As regards the district map, I have no issue. But
I'm just talking about the map. I'm just talking about the map.
Up to 2020.
No. I'm talking strictly about the map that the Judge Coonley ordered to be used for the 2020 election. That's the 2018 and 2020 election. I'm just talking about the map. So I'm saying as a result of the 2020 census, there needs to be a map to be used for 2022. That's item 7B. For us to do that, the council should adopt that map as the basis for the redistricting effort that is going to be used in 7B. Okay, just to be clear, I'm just talking about the map. I don't want to rehash that whole other topic.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Okay, Council Member Hardy.
Thank you. Sam, I don't know if you're going to show this, but I was curious what you meant by residency. Is there a legal term for that? And what 30 day, are you saying 30 days from someone pulling papers, 30 days from turning in papers, 30 days from the election?
We can pull up the language. Simran, do you have a copy of the, or City Attorney Doyle, if you don't mind sharing?
I could probably pull it up if you want me to.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
I'll see if I can do that.
Yeah.
Well, let me see if I can do that.
Let me look it up on my end too, and I'll just read it for you if I have the text open.
I think you sent me the final one.
Yeah, I might have. Give me a second.
I know it was an attachment on.
Yeah. I'm looking. That's the report to council. This is the ballot measure. Okay, let me read you what I have. I can't pull it up on the screen, but let me read you what I have, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I just want to be clear because you wanted some direction, and
yes, absolutely.
Because the other parts are pretty cut and dry.
All right, here we go. In order to hold the elective office of council member, excepting the mayor, a person. Oh, sorry. Let me back up one paragraph, because you have to be 30 for at large. You have to be a resident within the city. For council member, you have to be a resident within the district. So let me read the 2 paragraphs. In order to hold the elective office of mayor, chief of the police department, or city clerk, a person must have been a resident of the city of Santa Clara for at least 30 days immediately preceding the last day specified by law for the filing of nomination papers with the city clerk for such office, or, if appointed, preceding the date of the person's appointment to fill a vacancy. Second paragraph, in order to hold the elective office of council member, excepting the mayor, a person must have been a resident of the city of Santa Clara and of the district represented by the person as a council member for at least 30 days immediately preceding the last day specified by law for the filing of nomination papers with the city clerk for such office, or, if appointed, preceding the date of the person's appointment to fill a vacancy. So it's 30 days before the date of nomination papers are due, or if this is the filling of a vacant seat, the date of the appointment to the vacancy.
Thank you. That helps. One last question. How do you prove that? What's the legal criteria for being a resident?
That's a good question. It's not here in the ballot language. So I mean, I'll defer to the city attorney if there's any precedence about how to do that.
I believe that happens through the clerk's office. Maybe Nora can describe what she
Nora,
does.
if you could provide the process that we use.
Yes, so when someone pulls papers, it is confirmed with the registrar of voters office as a registered voter at that address, as well as we ask for 2 proofs of residency when they are submitting their paperwork.
It's pretty much the same process all of you and myself filled out when we ran for office. Yeah.
Similar to going to the DMV and showing a utility bill or something like that.
That would be one of the 2 proofs of
Okay.
of residency.
Thank you. I wanted to make certain I was clear. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me go back to
let me just add as well, we could defer these optional items to another time. So what's critical for this settlement agreement is that we put the charter amendment language on about the 6 districts. That's what's critical about the settlement agreement. So we could adopt the resolution on the 25th, and then you could hold off deciding on this 30-day requirement as well as the redistricting requirement. And you could at a later time add those to the ballot measure if that's what you wanted to do. So you don't have to try to make these decisions all tonight.
Simrit or whoever is sharing slides, if you don't mind bringing it back up, because I think that'll just help ground us on the direction we're asking for tonight. I don't see any more hands from council. If there's other questions, or
No,
is
go
it
ahead.
pretty straightforward? No, okay. I mean, at this point, the next slide is seeking direction from the council. So now's the time to ask questions.
Any other questions? Do we have much of a choice in this? Isn't this what we agreed to?
Well, as far as the what we're asking for in terms of tonight, the required action we're asking for tonight, I think the answer is no. You've already agreed to doing that, so this is just a matter of directing us to go and write the language and bring it back so that we could meet the June 1st deadline. If the council so chose to include the 30-day residency requirement and details about the redistricting process all in one go, we could do that tonight as well. But certainly the first item is something we do need your direction on tonight.
So
it's up to you guys what you want, what you all want to do.
So let me just explain what will happen. If you approve item 1, direction to bring back the ballot measure on the 25th, what we will bring back is a resolution with the ballot measure language attached to it that will explain that will be put on the ballot either in the June 2022 election, or if state law should change at whatever election the state has for the election, such that it will be in place by November 2022. That's what the settlement agreement requires. And the other thing we will bring back is the first reading of an ordinance, which will basically
I haven't gotten to that part yet.
codify. Oh, you're going to talk about that,
Yeah,
Hosanna?
that's after slide 5. So
That'll
slide
be a different action.
let-
Okay.
let's do it in 2 separate actions.
Okay.
Slide 6 talks about the second item which you
Okay.
were referring to. So let's just
So
hold off on
first,
that.
we have to vote on them separately. We adoption of the 6 districts.
That might be easier.
Okay.
Let's keep it separate just to keep it easy. Yep.
I wanted to make that motion to adopt the 6 districts based on our agreement.
Okay, is
Second.
there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's just take this one by one. Do we have public members? I thought I saw a hand. Hold on. Benjamin, go ahead.
Yeah, Ben Cooley. I was a resident. I'm a resident of Santa Clara and was on the most recent charter committee. I think moving to 6 districts is a mistake. I'm on the record saying I prefer 6 districts to the old at-large system. However, there are better systems out there, and with the last elections, I have had to update my opinion. The main flaw in the single district first past the post system is it increases polarization of the body, and it makes it more vulnerable to large money donations. Usually it's not as much of a problem on a local level because you don't have political parties, but it's obviously still a problem. These are the exact problems that the council seems to be currently experiencing. Not only does it magnify the effect money has on the election, but it delegitimizes those who get elected. And it is hard for even an innocent council person to avoid being called a crony of the money that was spent in that election. There are alternatives out there that work much better than these districts, as well as much better than the old system. These have been clearly recognized as better for Santa Clara. There were some problems in adopting this in the past. The voting system the county was using was not able to support these until 2020. And if we adopted it in 2016, 2018, or 2020, we would have been the first in California at our level to use it. However, both of these are now obsolete. The voting system has now been updated to be able to use these better, fairer systems, representative systems. And other charter cities in California have begun to adopt it and use it. So we would no longer be a trailblazer. Council could even consider putting on a competing ballot measure with a better system. So as it is, I would actually urge my fellow Santa Clarans to vote against this measure. I understand the city hands are tied with the settlement agreement, but I really think you should consider starting the process of finding something better because the system here is not a good one. So we don't need more polarized city councils. We don't need the effects of money to be magnified any more than it already is. So I think this is a mistake, and I'm more than willing to go knock on doors to help us get a better, decent electoral system instead of what is being proposed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Jean, go ahead, Jean.
Thank you. I guess the previous caller has been hiding under a rock. We've already spent millions of dollars fighting and we lost, and we've been told what to do. So let's move forward on doing it and stop the stupid fighting about if we're going to have 6 districts or whatever. And he didn't say just 2020. Let's stop playing with fairy tales too, for crying out loud, people. And I do not understand 2 things. Number one, why the city attorney is not prepared for tonight's meeting. That's pretty inept. And number 2, why you're so putting this on when you can put it on the ballot, but it's really for information only because it has to pass. And per the city charter, the city council has the power to do this without having to put it to a vote. So Keystone Cops all over again. You guys are playing games with our money and our rules, and the nonsense just keeps going and going. You lost the lawsuit. Other cities have done this that are charter cities without going through this crap all over again. Thank you for crying.
All right, back to the motion and second for the adoption of the 6 districts per our settlement agreement. Assistant City Clerk.
So, Mayor Gilmore, I think there's a
Oh,
hand up.
sorry, Councilmember Park.
Yes, and I know this has been brought up before, and I think that meaning why can't we just do the districts by ordinance? And I think that it was made very clear earlier that anything that can be granted by ordinance can also be taken away very easily by a repeal of the ordinance. So that's not, as I think the phrase is, bulletproof as we would like for a voting system. And we would like our charter to be the final word for that. But the question I had before was, why can't we have an ordinance which puts the districts in place and then simply say that we want a ballot measure which makes the charter consistent with the ordinance, and then we can repeal the ordinance because the charter would be fixed. I think that that would be interesting. Also, to Mr. Cooley's comments, I don't disagree that there are better systems there. I think that there are better systems out there, but I think that districts and ranked choice vote, other things, they solve different pieces of the voting problem. And I think that districts do solve a piece of the problem, but they're not sufficient for a great voting system. The same way that I think that RCV is also interesting, but it would not fix the problem of size. Unfortunately, the districts are a little bit necessary to even out the playing field when it comes to size, but that also means that people who want to put more resources in could potentially, get more out. But that problem is going to exist regardless of the voting systems that we use. But again, is there any problem with, creating the districts by ordinance and then simply having ballot measure that says we would like to make the charter consistent with the ordinance?
Can I address that, Mayor?
Yeah.
I think that is a discussion that if the council wants to have, they can have it. I'm really just sensitive to the time about meeting the June 1st deadline, which you all agree to. So
Right.
if you guys want to have that conversation, at a later date about putting it on the ordinance for 2022 in the interim until it becomes in the charter, if the voters pass it, by all means have that conversation. But I think we really need to get, if we don't take action tonight and bring back for adoption of the resolution at the next council meeting, we're gonna miss that June 1st deadline. So I just want the entire council to be cognizant of the settlement agreement you guys signed to meet it by June 1st. Unless you guys want to have a special meeting to do it in between. But right now with the meetings that are currently scheduled on the calendar, we got to bring back a resolution by the next council meeting, which is just a few days away from June 1st.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chahal.
So I have the same opinion as Council Member Kevin Park is, and I know we discussed this thing. So we can do this, and can't we make a motion today to so that the city attorney bring back the ordinance part of it we are talking about in our next meeting along with this one, so that we can do the 6th district by ordinance, and then can go battle.
I don't think there's any problem with doing an ordinance as well. It's like belt and suspenders. I just don't think I'll have the time to prepare it between now. There's no urgency to do the ordinance by the 25th. So I would really just plead with you to not direct me to bring back the ordinance, because I'm already going to have to do another ordinance for the map, and trying to get the wording together for an ordinance between now and the 25th is really going to be difficult for me.
Let me interject on that. There are cookie cutter ordinances which have been passed by similar.
I understand, Vice Mayor, but I'm just telling you,
let me complete.
I understand what the work is. Okay.
Let me complete, City Attorney, please.
All right.
Thank you. So there are multiple ordinances by the similar situations as we are in. And I don't think we need enough time, like months and months for this thing. And I've been asking for this thing earlier too, there are ordinance by city of Roseville, there's ordinance by city of Santa Rosa, there's ordinance by Palm Spring, there's ordinance by Arcadia, and they fall within the parameters where we are right now. And it is not a very it is not a very time consuming process. And this has been going on. We already spent $6 million on this thing. This has been going on for years. I know we have spent more time than we should have spent on this CVRA lawsuit. So I'm trying to solve the problem and put forth what we can do right now on priority.
I'm just going to jump in and say, we all agreed that that's what we're going to do, but it doesn't have to be done by April or May 25th. The election is November 2022. So whether it's done in June or July or August, it's not going to make a difference to the November 2022 election. So Vice Mayor, I think you need to be a little more sensitive as to the workload, what happens between now and the end of May. To get this is part of our settlement agreement. We need to get this moving. So
and can I just make a comment, please, Mayor? You know, a lot of cities do a lot of things, and a lot of cities do a lot of things for different reasons, and they are not cookie cutter, with all due respect, Vice Mayor. I take very, very great pride in the work I do, and I do very good work.
Yeah.
And I'm telling the council, the full council, that to order me at gunpoint to bring back an ordinance that I think needs more time and care when it doesn't need to be done for any decent reason in the world makes no sense whatsoever. And I don't think it's fair to me when I'm being asked to come up both with a fairly tricky resolution. This resolution is going to take some work. It's not just the ballot language. I need to craft the resolution in a way that will both meet the provisions of the elections code as well as meet the provisions of the settlement agreement. And I'm going to have to spend some time and energy working on that. And I don't need the distraction of trying to make sure I come up with an ordinance that won't have to be amended. So I really would appreciate my sincere advice to you that I simply do not have the capacity to work on something that really doesn't need to be done by the 25th of May. I'm just pleading with you.
Okay.
And so if we could come up with something on the ordinance at a later date, I assure you, I have no problem with drafting an ordinance, but I just would like the time to be able to think this thing through and do it the right way. Thank you.
Mayor, we have a motion and a second on the floor. I'm going to call for the question.
All right, Vice Mayor, are you okay with that?
I need to respond to that, Mayor. Thank you. So why don't we, this is a relevant topic. We are talking about the same thing. It's not that I'm talking irrelevancy over here. So what I'm saying is, okay, I understand you are busy, city attorney. How about we put a date and get it done in June? Is that fine?
Sure, put whatever date you like, please. I'm fine.
Okay, let's do it.
I don't think it's reasonable, but I'll have to accept it. If you can get 3 people to vote with you on that, fine. I think it's a completely irrelevant measure, and I feel like you are in a way attacking me at this point.
I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking.
Thank you. It seems unreasonable.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's get through this at least district thing.
I would like to comment on that.
Okay, this is the motion and a second to adopt the 6 districts, which we need to do per our settlement agreement. I know we're going off. Okay, Councilmember Park on the motion.
Well, on the topic, which is, it doesn't seem like it would be double the work, meaning you could work on a ballot measure and have an ordinance that enacts the ballot measure, or work on the ordinance and have a ballot measure that implements the ordinance. It doesn't seem like it would be double the time. I think that you would put your time where you think on either the ordinance or the ballot measure to see which one you would like. And it seems that you would put the time into the ballot measure and simply have an ordinance that implements the ballot measure. But having an ordinance in addition to a ballot measure would solve the problem of what happens if the ballot measure fails. I mean, I don't think people are looking at the failure side of this, of the possibilities here. And I think that if the ballot measure fails, then we would fall back to the ordinance, and that would solve that problem. And I think that it is relevant to have the discussion of, should we have an ordinance and a ballot measure? And I don't think it would be double the work, because as I said, work on the ballot measure and have an ordinance that enacts the ballot measure, or work on the ordinance and have a ballot measure that implements the ordinance.
I want to say thank you, and people have to be reasonable and listen to what the city attorney just said. The first priority is to get what the settlement agreement through, what we agreed to do. That is number one priority. We all agreed that we would like to do a ordinance, but it doesn't have to be done within 4 weeks. Remember, everyone, the election is November 2022. Whether it's done in June or July or August, we have budget coming up. We are throwing all kinds of work on our city staff, but it's going on some deaf ears here. We just have to be reasonable. That's all, reasonable. Whether you think it's a lot of work or not, we are not the city attorney. We aren't the city attorney's office. We're not the city manager's office. We're council members. We do policy, but you have to be sensitive to the capacity of our staff and be reasonable. That's all, reasonable. So yes, we want to do this. It will get done. But if you force it, it's not going to be done well the way we want it to be done. In fact, I'd like some input in it as well in terms of our ordinance. I'd like to have some meaningful discussion on it with the public, but the way you're pushing it through, it's not going to allow us time to even do that when we have time. We have time. So I'm not sure the urgency. We have time. It's going to get done, but let's do it in the right way. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Assistant City Clerk, could we call for the vote on the 6 districts?
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes, and I'd like to make a motion, follow-up motion.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So
Pull it up as part of this discussion. Would the city council like to include with the resolution that Brian will bring forward on May 25th, language around the 30-day residency requirement and subsequently the redistricting procedure? So here's the language. Let me explain.
Which language you want me to show?
Just start from the top for a second, if you don't mind, Brian.
Okay.
Okay, so what's in plain text is what's in the charter right now. What is with the black strikeout and the black underline is what was added as a result of the work of the immediately prior charter review committee. That's the committee that Councilmember Jane was chairing just a few years ago or a couple of years ago. If you scroll down, what you will see in red is what is modified to be placed for this proposed ballot language. And depending, because the prior charter review committee was talking about 3 districts, they were talking about a transition plan. All of that is struck out. That's what's red there in red. And then everything else is exactly what I talked about at the beginning of the meeting. Number 1, going to 6 single-member districts. Number 2, 30-day residency requirement for at-large positions. 30-day district residency requirement for the council positions. And then finally, which is this last section that's on the screen right now, is the redistricting process. Just to be clear, once again, this redistricting process, if it passes on the ballot, is for 2030 and beyond. Item 7B, which will likely be deferred from tonight's meeting, is what do we do for the 2020 census results? Let's talk about that later, but that's what's here. So if the council wants to consider adding the language, which is what's on your screen, and if you can scroll up to the part about the 30-day residency requirement, which I read earlier.
Okay.
Yep, go a
That's
little bit
back
more.
up here, I think.
Yep, right there and underline those 2 paragraphs in the middle of the screen. If the council would like to keep this in for the resolution that will be brought forward on May 25th, you can decide that now. If you would like to bring it for a later discussion, you can do that. It's completely up to you. This is not time sensitive. The time sensitive is what you just passed. So
basically,
it's up to you all.
30-day residency requirement.
That's one item. And then the last one is whether you want an independent redistricting committee at the conclusion of every 10-year census. So those are the 2 additional things that you can direct us on.
Okay. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, thank you, City Clerk Gag. I would really like both of these. I do like the idea of 30 days. I know in the 2018 election, I think we had somebody move into the district. I think it was District 3, like 15 days before the election or something, or before filing. If I quote me if I'm wrong, but 30 days seems fair, seems reasonable. At the same time, I am in favor of an independent body to do redistricting after every census. So I don't think there should be any issue with those two. I mean, unless there's something I'm not seeing, but I would make a motion for that.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, if you don't mind. So on the topic of the redistricting process, item 7B had a very thorough presentation about what the different kinds of committees the council could consider. So that's why I was saying it would be nice to present both items together. It's not necessary, but if you've already read the report and you're familiar enough and you want to make that decision now, you can make that decision now. If you want to hold off on the redistricting process until you hear the 7B presentation, you're welcome to do that. It's entirely up to you.
So I guess
just that comment.
Thank you, City Clerk Agag. I think for transparency purposes, maybe I'll hold off on 7B just to be on the safe side. But going forward with the 30-day notice, which we can take care of now, I'll motion to do a 30-day residency. I mean, I think that's pretty fair.
Okay, we have a
I'll
motion
second.
and there's a second. That makes sense to do that. Okay, motion and a second. Councilmember Park.
So it makes sense for the 30-day residency. I guess the question is, how do you prove the residency? Councilmember Hardy asked this question. And again, is it possible to show bills but not live in the city? If you're, for example, a property owner, what establishes primary residency? I would think that the voter rolls, the registrar of voters, could be the final word, that you could only be registered in one place, and therefore that the registrar of voters would have the final say there. Again, I agree with 30-day residency requirement. I am kind of curious how we would draft that language. I do not like deciding on the independent redistricting committee or how we do the committees or the redistricting, how the redistricting is done. I don't like the idea of making the districts that we use for the 2020 and the 2018 elections permanent throughout the 2020s and only change through 2030. I think that would be a mistake, but I agree with the motion on the table, which is let's include the 30-day residency requirements, try to make that as bulletproof as possible, and stay away from the topics which impinge on 7B until we can get a full presentation and have more time. Thank you.
All right,
Madam Mayor, if I may. So just to be clear, once we finish this, we're going to talk about the 2020 map. So I know you made some comments there, Councilmember Park, about the 2020 map. Just hold off on that because we're going to get that in the next slide.
Right. So we have a motion and a second for the 30-day residency requirement. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on that? Go ahead, A.
Good evening, Council. I wanted to call in to say that I actually think the 30-day residency is somewhat unreasonable. In the last election in District 6, we had one candidate who kind of came out of nowhere, and then right after the election actually moved out of state, and they're running for some sort of office there. So I'm concerned that we're going to have people just jumping borders and even cities to kind of mess with local politics. I think if anything, it should be longer than 30 days. Maybe even a year, but that's just my suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward. Edward, unmute yourself. There you go.
Yeah, from where I understand, a lot of the voting rolls across the country have not been updated. So I guess there should be another alternative way to prove residency. Is I believe there's lawsuits that are across the country in process, try to get the voter rolls cleaned up. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Go ahead, Jean.
number one, I'd like my questions answered as much as you answer Kirk, so that you're not discriminating against one person and not answering mine, Lisa, or stop answering everyone else's. That's the first issue. I'd hate to have to take you to task on that. Number two, please answer Kevin's questions about how are you going to prove residency. That was an issue when someone ran against Karen Hardy and come to find out he was registered in 2 counties. And never was established if he was ever registered in her counties, which I believe was someone on the current councils or dais candidate. So there has been quite a bit of monkey business sponsored by some people that you know closely about candidates and residency. So there needs to be a proof of residency. And I look forward to having my questions answered, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, council, we have a motion and a second for 30 days. Assistant City Clerk.
Nora,
Councilmember
you're
Watanabe.
muted.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously.
All right, can we bring the
City Clerk?
slide up one more time, Simrit? We're moving
Yeah.
along. This is great.
Okay, I'll stop sharing.
Simrit, if you can pull up the slide one more time. Thank you. So number 3, I heard from Councilmember Becker that he would like to hear this along with 7B, if I'm not mistaken. So is there any motion from the council to take this item now or later?
I think we're doing 7B at a later time. We continue.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will revisit then whether or not, and if so, how to include the redistricting process within the ballot measure when we present 7B at a later date. Awesome. Let's move to the next slide. Last one, home stretch. So as I mentioned not too long ago, we're strictly talking about the maps. Okay, so we're not talking about the whole, how long does the judgment last for? We're talking strictly about the adoption of the maps that was used in 2018 and 2020 elections. Okay, for the purposes of the 2022 election and the subsequent redistricting process as a result of the 2020 census, we need a map as the baseline. So to Kevin's point, this is not set in stone. This is what is the baseline that you're going to start the work from, so that when we get the census data in September, that at that point, however the census and the demographics of the city have changed and the population densities in certain areas and precincts, at that point you then the maps change, but you need a basis for that. So what this request for the council is to direct the city attorney to come back with language to enact an ordinance to establish the map that was already approved by the judge for the purposes as the starting point for the redistricting process for 2022. This is what's set in stone for the rest of eternity. This is simply the starting point for the redistricting effort that we will discuss as part of 7B.
All right, Councilmember Park.
So that's not actually what the requested action says. The requested action says to be used for elections beyond 2020, right? And it says subject to changes required by the redistricting process. I would like that to be a little bit more prominent, that it will be used like rather than say this is the one that will be used, it's whatever district map that is determined by the redistricting process, by the latest redistricting process would be used. I don't know that this map would be a
but that's what the language
of that.
But that's what the language says, right? Which it says subject to changes required by the redistricting process, which includes the 2022 redistricting process as a result of the census data that we're going to get this year.
Okay,
so
but I'm saying why can't we just say that that the map would be whatever was determined by the redistricting process, the latest redistricting process, instead of specifically calling out this map for
So sorry,
elections beyond 2020.
Can I jump in here, Osam?
just give me 1 second, City Attorney, if you don't mind. Kevin, the point is you need a starting point for the redistricting committee or for the redistricting process. You need a starting point for that, even this first redistricting process, right? So what this is saying is to be used for elections beyond 2020. We're already past the 2020 election, right? So the first redistricting process, which was the subject of item 7B, you need a map to start with. We're not starting from a blank slate, right? If you started from a blank, there's a lot of state law, and this is probably what city attorney was trying to interject with. There's a lot of state law around how maps are drawn. You all familiar with the map drawing process that was, how many readings, how many public input meetings. So all of that is also going to be applied for the redistricting process, but you need a starting point. And I think that's what this ordinance is requesting. City Attorney, I don't know if you had anything to add.
Yeah, I just want to kind of just make it very crystal clear that what the judge did was he ordered us to adopt a resolution, and this was the map that the judge ordered. So this is what we sent to the registrar of voters for both the 2018 and 2020 election. Unless we designate this map as the starting point, then the redistricting committee might say, oh, single member districts, 6 single member districts. Does that mean we just start drawing any old 6 single member districts? No, we want, because you were all elected into these districts, we just want to codify the fact that this is the starting point that the redistricting committee will work with. And because the resolution only talked about the 2018 and 2020 elections, and the judge couldn't establish a map for the 2022 elections because he knew it was going to be subject to redistricting via this census process, we just need to tie the two together and say the map that the judge established is the starting point for the redistricting process. We're not talking about drawing 6 new districts. We're talking about looking at the census data and seeing if you need to change any of the boundaries between these districts based upon that census data.
And maybe I'm looking at this.
That's the reason for the ordinance.
And maybe I'm looking at this too much like a computer scientist, but why don't we just say that? Why don't we just say this will be the map that's used as the basis?
Yeah, in the ordinance, I will say that as clearly as possible. And you can help me if I get it wrong.
Okay, because again, this was the map that was required by the redistricting process, which happened to be the judge in this case, who made a judgment based on the redistricting process we had internally as a city, and that would be there, and you would say that would be the basis for the redistricting process. But I think, why don't we just say that if we're going to have a redistricting process every 10 years based on the census, and maybe even more than that, if the American survey gives us different data, but why can't we just say based on the latest, the redistricting process, initiated by the census?
But that's what it says.
That's not exactly what it says. And again,
subject to change is required by the redistricting process.
Again, but it doesn't say, anything. And this is why maybe we should just take this as a different thing. I mean, I would rather simply, have an ordinance that says, we will have an ordinance that simply implements the ballot measure. And you could take your time on making that kind of ordinance without specific language here that says this map will be used for the elections beyond 2020. No, you didn't say that this would be the basis of that map. That's not what this says. And subject to changes required by the redistricting process, which I think we would talk about in 7B, and that would go into frequency, that would go into how it would be done and things like that. So,
all right, so why don't we do this? I'll bring back, if you pass the motion, I'll bring back the ordinance to try to make it as clear as possible, because I absolutely agree with you, Councilmember Park. We're not in disagreement about what we should be doing. We're just talking about the wording. So I'll just bring that back as introduction of an ordinance. If you don't like the way I worded it, then you can just tell me, let's reword it this other way. But at this point, all we're doing is giving me direction, not actually enacting the ordinance tonight. So I'll try to, and you can even, call me up and we can work together on the language to make sure it's clear. But but you and I aren't in disagreement at all on what we're trying to accomplish here.
Understood. I think that would be a good going forward path. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll do that. So we'll make a time and we'll talk about, I'll show you what language I'm looking at, and you can help me with making sure that it meets what you're thinking as well.
All right, Councilmember Becker, I forgot, do we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah.
You want to make one, Councilmember Becker?
Oh, I'm going to make one.
Oh, please make
Okay.
one. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Madam
I
Mayor.
beg of
Okay.
you.
So this is what I see is this district map is like kind of like a sourdough starter. You know, it's gonna get you where you need to go. This is a basis. I've looked at the lines very closely. That is exactly all of our district lines. So there's no, I'm going to confirm there's no trickery or anything. So I'm confirming that. I like this moving forward because I remember one time, you know, City Clerk Agag compared a lot of the districts that look like animals, which I do too. I'm in the district of the lion, so I see that the districts will change based on a redistricting future. I mean, you know, District 3 could lose its elephant trunk. My district could lose its lion's mane, or maybe District 2 can lose a wing. I don't know, you know, but it can change. And I think this sourdough starter of districts is perfect. But I am going to make a motion to adopt this map because this is our basis that we're going to move forward on. I don't want to see, you know, a committee reinvent the wheel again, because that will be a disaster. And to specify Councilmember Park's comments, yes, in my motion, I would like to see the words 2020 census, 2022 census, as well as a process through the census. Sorry, it's getting late and I'm confusing words right there, but let's include that in there just so we check all of our balances and being transparent and making everybody happy. So that's my motion.
So we're adopting the map that we have now. Thank you. Is there a second?
We'll bring back an
I'll
ordinance to adopt the map. That's
All right.
that's the direction.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor, just to assuage Councilmember Becker's worries that if the lines were changed, it's not what's on the picture. It's what the verbiage will say the court ordered 6th district map. So there's no room for shenanigans with the lines.
So, Madam Mayor,
and you can keep your animals.
Yes, Nora.
may I ask the maker of the motion? So this is for staff recommendation and to include, can you clarify that second part of your
Councilmember Becker.
Sorry, you were breaking up at the end. You said the second part of my motion?
You said the staff recommendation and to include some language about census.
Yeah, to include, oh, I just lost the what was on the screen right here. But to include in there the 2022 census process for the redistricting. To include that in the language based on what Councilmember Park was stating. And what City Attorney Doyle was stating as well.
Okay, and to include the 2022 census process for redistricting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And if I missed anything, please somebody.
And who seconded that? Who seconded?
Councilmember Jane.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other council questions? Any questions from the public? Comments? All right, Assistant City Clerk. Roll call.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park. Councilmember Park. Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Not hearing me?
Nope.
Now we hear you.
Okay, I said yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes unanimously.
I'm done with 7A with
All right.
30 minutes to spare before midnight.
25. Oh yeah, my clock's fast. Okay, thank you very much. City Manager, remind me of the things we have to do tonight before midnight.
So item number 8 is the Housing and Urban Development Grant Funds.
Okay,
That is the annual action plan, which is due by May 15th.
okay, all
And
right,
then we
let's
still
go.
have the Franklin and item 4. And we can defer those, and we would change for Franklin, the resolutions and the dates if, for council, if, based on the discussion, we could always come back with new dates. So
Okay.
that's deferred, if
So
that's.
poor Loyalton will have to go back again. Okay, let's go to number 8 then. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Councilman Becker, did you have something to say? Let's finish number 8 and then we'll finish if that's okay. It's really late. All right, go ahead. Number 8,
So,
public
number
hearing.
8 is our community development department, and Jonathan is going to be providing the presentation.
Thank you. Sorry, Jonathan, it's so late.
Thank you, Jonathan.
If he's still awake.
Actually, it's Eric Calleja. I'm going to be presenting tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Do we have the slideshow on the screen? Great. Okay. So again, tonight I'm going to be presenting the 2021-2022 annual action plan. So the action plan details projects and activities that support the needs of the goals that have been identified in the 5-year consolidated plan. So HUD requires us to have 2 public hearings. The first one, if you remember, was held on March 23rd. Second one is tonight. And we also have completed the requisite 30-day public comment period that officially ends tonight as well. Next slide, please. So these are the general overview of the financial resources that are available for programming. Home, you can see that our allocation, these numbers are pretty much the same as they were on March 23rd. Of course, our allocations have not changed. Prior year funding, those are changed a little bit due to disbursements that have been done, program income that we received, and it's possible that they could change some minor changes because I'm going to be doing some more draws this week as well. But that these are our resources that we have available for our HUD program. Next slide, please. And just to kind of give a quick update on how our emergency rental assistance program is going. Lisa Schoenthal gave much of this information during her presentation earlier this evening. The information that she gave is more current than what you see on the slide here, but just a quick reminder, we've assisted about 179 households, which is about 545 people. And we've distributed approximately $825,000 thus far, with an average subsidy of $4,607. Phase 3 has started. We've closed the application period for phase 3, and we are going through applications that were received. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the staff recommendation is as follows: note and file public comment on the action plan, approve the action plan and direct staff to incorporate all public comments into the final version prior to submission to HUD on May 15th. Sorry, that says 2020, it should say May 15th, 2021. And any other council direction. Thank you very much, and I'll be available for any questions.
Okay, is there questions by the council? Councilmember Jane? And this is a public hearing that is open. So Councilmember Jane, questions first?
Yeah, I think you said for the ERAP program, I think we served 179 households according to Lisa Schoenthal, and we have 120 applicants. How many applicants did we get for those 179 that we did serve? Like, what's the ratio?
Good question. Let's see. I So I want to say, well, keep in mind when we had probably between phase 1 and phase 2, I would say close to 400 applicants, but a lot of those applicants were either outside of Santa Clara, or they were over income. So from and even ones that were eligible, there were many that just didn't follow up on submitting supporting documentation. So yeah, I would probably say 1 out of every 2 applicants continued on into the process.
So we might expect about 60 at 4,600 would be what we would spend on this.
Thereabouts. So for phase 3, we've got about 120 households that applied, and so yeah, I would say anywhere from 60 to 80. As the program's been going, every phase, more people are not like dropping off. They're wanting to continue the process and getting us what we need.
Okay, and then my next question was, and we discussed this, and I had a public comment in, I guess it's going to go to HUD, but the issue of the overhead. So if we look at AP 35 in the packet, that's a chart showing who gets the CDBG funds. And I think, as I understand it, the cost to administer each of these grantees is about $7,500, but Catholic Charities received only 10,000. But we're only allowed 2,000 for the overhead. So that means that something like 5,500 came out of the general fund. So I guess my question is, and we talked about this in great detail, what is the opportunity to modify this program going forward?
So as I mentioned before, we're in our 3rd and final year of a 3-year contract that we did with a NOFA. And so this coming, typically in January, is for the next annual action plan, we would go out with a NOFA requesting nonprofits to apply for these funds. And that would probably be the best time to make any changes, suggestions as to, say, for example, a minimum amount of grant amount that we would allow for the application. So that would be the best time.
So
is Andrew Crabtree, actually, may I, excuse me, Mayor, members of council, I'd also like to just clarify one point, that the requirements around the administrative fees are on the entire program. It's not on a specific grant. So there is not actually a carryover into the general fund as a result of any particular grant that we give. The administrative costs that we're allowed are budgeted in the program and go to staffing that are, funding staff that are in the city's budget. So we anticipate a certain amount of money from the HUD grant will be used for our administrative purposes. That goes into the budget for the housing division and is used to fund the staff that work on the HUD programs. So it's more at that high level that it's administered. It's not that we account on a particular grant, a specific ceiling to the cost of administration to that grant.
I understand that. I guess my question is, if January is when we are going to go to this NOFA, when does council have to act, and does it go to like governance and ethics before then, or what is the process?
So it would be
what's the time?
appropriate if the council wants to give us direction, you could do so tonight. We don't have a formal process before we necessarily issue the NOFA later this calendar year. So if you want to give us direction to come back with a change in our procedures related to the PSA grants, you could give us that direction tonight.
Well, I don't have a proposal, but I would like, I guess, some sort of analysis. I'm not sure exactly. You know, we can approve this possibly tonight and then just give you additional direction. Is that what you're asking?
Well, we could explore something too. The principal remedy could be to increase the minimum grant per grantee, since the administrative costs are somewhat fixed per grant. So if you want a more efficient administration, one way to achieve that would be to reduce, you know, to have fewer grants of more dollar amounts. And we did a couple of years ago increase the minimum grant amount. So we could look at revising that and come back at some point in the future for a council discussion around that.
That's a separate discussion that we should have at a reasonable hour. But this one item has to go tonight. So I think I feel like deja vu. We've talked about this before, and we've talked about the costs. Councilmember Jane, I swear we've had this conversation before. And I thought we agreed that we were going to put it on a future agenda.
Yes, I was just trying to get the timing for when to do that.
Okay.
That's what I was asking.
Right, because I feel like we've had this whole discussion.
I understand. I just wanted to get the timing. So I guess I won't give any direction, or I won't ask for anything other than to approve these, and then I'll do some Form 030 to put it on a later agenda.
All right.
We can bring it back prior to.
Yeah, you don't need a 030. I think we can put it on a different agenda, right, Director Crabtree?
Yeah, yes, that's right. And we can look at what's an appropriate time frame to bring it back to make sure that we have plenty of time ahead of doing the NOFA for the next cycle. So
we can put it on the council referral log and meet internally and populate a date, an estimated date when we can return.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Wonderful. Councilmember Becker?
Like to make a motion?
Well, it's a public hearing, so let's go to the public.
Right.
Do we have any public that would like to testify, give us comments or ask questions?
Madam Mayor, I have two public comment emails.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead and read them.
The first one is from Wanda Hale. The comment reads, on behalf of the seniors and disabled in long-term care facilities in the city of Santa Clara, I would like to ask you to approve the recommendation for funding included in the action plan for all the programs requesting social services funding. I would also like to thank the city for the past and future funding for the long-term care ombudsman program. End of comment. The next comment is from Georgia Basel, and it reads, I understand that you're holding second public hearing on the fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan for the use of federal housing and urban development grant funds this evening. It is item number 8 on the agenda. In the event that I'm not able to virtually participate in the public hearing this evening, I hereby submit these comments on behalf of Senior Adults Legal Assistance. SALA is one of the nonprofit agencies that is recommended for CDBG funding for our Elders Legal Services project in the fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan. SALA is a current grantee of Santa Clara CDBG funding, and we thank you. Your current funding support our program or free legal services to Santa Clara residents aged 62 or older, targeting clients that are low income or at risk of abuse or loss of independence. The $16,500 in CDBG funding recommended in the fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan for SALA will enable us to serve a minimum of 45 Santa Clara residents 62 years or older next year. During times covered by state and local health orders related to COVID, SALA will continue to provide our legal services remotely and primarily by telephone. When state and local health orders are lifted and in-person services can be safely reinstated at senior centers, it is our hope that SALA appointments will be available again at the Santa Clara Senior Center. In the meantime, we'll be participating in the virtual Be Strong, Live Long Health and Wellness Fair hosted by the Santa Clara Senior Center on May 20th, 2021. Your continued funding will help us provide the highest level of service possible to Santa Clara residents. It It also leverages matching funding and serves as an endorsement to other funders and donors in the community that our services are important to the city of Santa Clara. We thank you again for your current support of SALA's efforts. We hope that you will approve the CDBG funding recommended for SALA in the fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan. End of comment.
Okay, thank you. We have Jean on public presentations. Jean?
I was going to say good morning, but I'm a little early yet. Can you clarify that the position that you approved tonight, is that going to affect the overhead costs for this program? Because I believe that person, that new assistant director program is supporting this position. And I hope you do answer the question, although you answer other people's question, you still haven't answered the question. So please answer the question. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to make a public presentation? Okay, Councilmember Becker.
Hey, can we go back to that prior slide that you had?
Would you like to close the public hearing first?
Yes, please. Can we
Yeah.
make a motion to
Thank
close
you.
the public hearing? Thank you.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion second to close the public hearing. Assistant City Clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Becker, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have before me on the agenda the recommendation, but I think the slide had the full description that we should be reading for the recommendation. There we go. Okay, so my motion is, which I'm proud to do, which is a recommendation for a note and file the public comment on the 2021-2022 annual action plan for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Funds, CDBG, BG, and Home. To approve. Wait, do we have to do it in separate, or can we do it all in one?
I think it's all in one.
All in one. Okay.
Yeah.
So number 2, approve the 2021-2022 annual action plan and direct staff to. It's direct staff to. Oh, my computer froze. Apologies. Why did it do that?
Incorporate all public comments into the final prior to submission to HUD by May 15, 2020. Is that what you meant to say?
There we go. My computer froze. And then finally, the last one, number 3, any other council direction. And if anyone has any other information, please chime in.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that. My only concern is, I think 3 was just, if we came up with something else, wasn't it just 1 and 2 were the recommendation?
Yeah.
And then Councilmember Jane's concerns were, those are going to be heard later. And we know that.
Yeah, we discussed that.
Yes, I just wanted to make certain. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other council discussion? All right, Assistant City Clerk.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Thank you. That passes unanimously, and thank you, staff, and thank you, Eric, for waiting so long this evening. Thank you very much. But we're not done, folks. According to the city manager, we have to, the council has to complete the consent calendar item, which was item 3H. And that item is the parking maintenance district at the Franklin Mall Square. So I'm going to abstain on this item because my office is in the Franklin Mall. So I'm going to turn it over to Vice Mayor Chahal to conduct the council meeting on this item. Vice Mayor Chahal. It's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor.
So I just wanted to start with just some transparency around why I want for the council to consider or just disclose what the implications are for deferring the item. I had originally stated that we could always change the date so that the levied assessment would come at a later time. However, that's not the case. As well as we are as we talked last time, we were in need of consideration from the council on this item so that we can put into place the 45-day notice between notice of intent and a public hearing if the council did want to proceed with the levied assessment. And so I just wanted full transparency and to acknowledge I misspoke and misunderstood the connection between the delay as I thought I had understood it at the last meeting. And so we did want to hear from the council in terms of how you would like to proceed, acknowledging that if you do want to proceed, this is your opportunity to consider consider and direct staff to issue the notices. If you do not want to proceed, then it allows for us to also then notify the maintenance district of the council's action. So in any event, because as last time we talked about the Prop 218 noticing requirements, we did want to make sure that we had ample time to publicly notice whatever action the council takes. So Craig, unless I've tried to capture it as coherent as I can at 12 a.m. in the morning, but Craig, if you have any additional comments, it would be helpful. I would appreciate it, if that was understood.
Yeah, no additional comments, City Manager Santana. That's correct. Tonight, the resolution of intent would set the public hearing for the last council date in June.
So it really is up to the council of how you would like to proceed. If you want to hear the item, we can just go through the questions, the 3 questions that came up at the last meeting. We have provided them via information memo in your packet. And then we still maintain our recommendation, just given the nature and the time frame of advising the businesses. Generally, we engage with the impacted businesses much longer than less than 2 months. And so we put everything in the packet so that the council could take action and consider the different options. And we're here to address questions or provide a summary of the information memo.
Thank you, Deanna. Thank you, Craig. I see Councilmember Sarge Jane pulled up this item. Sarge?
Yeah. My understanding of how this district works is that there was actually a motion in 2002 to dissolve this district, but that didn't go through. And at that time, the council set the assessment at $14,200. And since 2002, it hasn't changed. But the assessment is only for capital improvements. And that fund has grown to $133,000 for any changes for capital. But in terms of the operation and maintenance, which includes labor, material, supplies, equipment to maintain parking maintenance district number 122, including but not limited to water, sewer, electrical costs, sweeping of parking lots and mall area, maintenance of pavement, striping, landscaping, mall fountains, city supervision. So the city is paying for all of that, which comes to about $130,000 per year. And yet the owners of these properties, they get the free parking and the city does all the sweeping and striping for those parking lots. Let me give you an example of one of the owners. And I think a lot of people have been saying that, oh, well, we're going to hurt businesses. Here's an example of one of the owners. This is Warren Mitchell. He lives in Monte Sereno. He owns 8,000 square feet at this property. His assessment from the county is $304,000, which means he pays $3,000 in property tax on this property. San Jose Class C office rents go for $22 a square foot per year. If you take 8,000 times $22 per square foot, he's making $176,000 in rents on this property. And at the downtown community task force meeting last October, they were actually saying that retail rental is actually $4.20 per square foot in the new downtown. That would come to $403,000 per year. The city is in a budget crunch. We had to turn off the fountains, and it just doesn't seem fair to me that we wrote this agreement and the property owners have all the rights to decide what the assessments they want or not. They could assess themselves to contribute to part of the maintenance, in which case we could get the fountains back and running. But apparently no one has asked them to do that. So now what happens if we dissolve the district? We have the $133,000, which will continue to pay for capital repairs of the properties. And the city would just continue to pay the $130,000. It doesn't really change anything. The only thing that it changes is that the property owners won't be putting that $14,000 into that capital, but we've already got $133,000 in there. And it just doesn't seem fair to me that they're not contributing to keep those fountains running. So in my mind, I'm actually, we did try to dissolve the district. We could, we're going to be revitalizing the downtown, at which point we're going to create a community facilities district where the property owners would actually be paying for tree maintenance and sidewalk cleaning and all of that stuff. But this was something that was written, it was extremely one-sided when it was written. Only the property owners can vote on their assessment. They can vote to not pay anything to contribute to the operation and maintenance. I think the cost implications of dissolving the district are almost minimal to the city, at least for the next 5 years. I don't see, and we want to redevelop this downtown at some point. So I see that the landlords are not going to be suffering if they were to contribute to maintaining that fountain. They're already making a lot of money, and it's the businesses that pay the rents, and they're paying $176,000 a year in rents to just this one guy. So I am in favor of dissolving this district.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Kathy Watanabe.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Director Moback or City Manager, I don't know if this is a motion that Councilmember Jane is proposing, but if this action is taken, then no monies would be collected. Is that correct?
This is Craig Moback, Director of Public Works. So, for tonight, the item being considered, there's not an item on there to dissolve the district. There would be a whole separate process to move forward with dissolving the district, which is described in the informational memo. That was one of the items council requested us to return with. So, for tonight, it wouldn't be resolving. That would have to, or dissolving it. That would have to go through a separate process and be separately noticed.
Okay. So what we want to do is adopt this resolution of intention for the parking maintenance district so that the city has the ability to be able to send out the notices in time and set a hearing date, and then to be able to collect the assessments that are normally paid every year.
Yeah, so that would be correct. So tonight would be a decision of if you adopt the notice of intent, which means we
Mhm.
would have the public hearing, I believe, on June 22nd, whatever that last meeting is on
Okay.
June. And then if, council were ultimately to decide to move forward with ordering staff to dissolve the district, then we would have to come back and go through that process.
Mhm.
But that takes a period of time as well.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead. Thank you very much, Director Mobach. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion then to adopt a resolution of intention to order that the alternative method for the levy of benefit assessment be made applicable to the city of Santa Clara Parking Maintenance District number 122 and set a hearing date of June 22nd, 2021 to approve the director's report fiscal year 2021-22 and to authorize the publication, mailing, and posting of the notice of public hearing as stated in the resolution of intention.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Is there a second? Okay, we'll hold for that. Yeah, yes, City Manager, please.
I wanted to, because Director Mobach outlined the process for staff's recommendation, I also wanted to just take the opportunity to go through the process for dissolving the maintenance district as Councilmember Jane raised. It is outlined in the information report, and if the council were to direct the city staff to bring back the appropriate documents for dissolving the maintenance district effective July 1st, then we would want for the city council to direct us to bring back a resolution of intention to dissolve the district. We would, between 10 to 30 days later, we would conduct a public hearing of the impacted businesses and then bring back an adoption of a resolution dissolving the district and include the engagement process as well as a summary of the input received. And then from there, it basically notices the businesses that the levied assessment would not be in place for the fiscal year and from there forward. So that would be the action that the process is raised by Councilmember Jane.
Okay, thank you for that information.
And that's because that's not on the agenda, you would direct us and then we would come back with the appropriate documentation.
Okay, sure. Once we have a full discussion, we can find out which route we are going, basically. Thank you for that details. I see Councilmember Kevin Park, your hands coming up and down.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about my question.
Okay, you want to hold? Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I was unclear about what the city manager was asking for. Can we make a motion to give direction to staff to bring back a resolution?
Yes.
Even though it's not agendized?
Yes, I believe so, because you're not approving the council action that the city's, I'm sorry, it's late. You're not approving the city staff recommendation, and you are directing us instead to come back at a future date with the appropriate documents of your intention to dissolve the park maintenance district. And so under the report, there's under the options in the staff report, it does say any other action as a policy alternative made by council.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Jane, you have any other question?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so what happens if we don't pass this particular motion? Meaning if we don't accept the resolution of intention, then we wouldn't collect the funds. And what would happen to the maintenance? What would the city pay? And the same question I have is what happens if we move to dissolve the district? Again, we would not collect funds from the property owners, but what would the city pay? I mean, the effect on the city would be we would still maintain it, or we would have the option to not maintain it and save that money. I'd like to know what the options are for
So
both
if-
not
not adopting this resolution and if we dissolve the district.
So if there's no action by the council to either dissolve or to continue the levied assessment, the maintenance district still stays in place and the dollars still remain available for the capital expenditures. Cities, the level of service is still in place in terms of our obligations for maintaining as we have in the past. And the maintenance district is still there, is basically what is the outcome of taking no action of either dissolving or not approving for next fiscal year the levied assessment.
Okay, and then if we dissolve, then would we still have a contract to maintain the district? Because the maintenance district would no longer be in place. That's my understanding.
We still have the funds available to invest in capital improvements or capital repairs, and the obligation of maintaining at a level of service per budget is still in place.
Even if we dissolve the maintenance district?
Yes, it is because it's city-owned property and we have an obligation to provide some level of service of its maintenance. That's where Craig could really go into great.
Yeah, this is Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works.
Detail
That's
about the level of maintenance.
Yeah, that's correct. We would still, it's the city's property. It's open to the public, so we do have a legal obligation to maintain it. That's maintaining it day to day. As the city manager mentioned, we do have the $133,000 for the capital maintenance, so we could continue to draw on that. But once those funds are depleted, then if there is any capital maintenance, obviously the city would be having to fund that.
Councilmember Park, you have more questions?
Can I just add something to that, since someone used the word contract? We don't really have a contract, but because we had collected the money that we had collected for the capital improvements, there would be an obligation to either use them, because we have already collected them for that purpose, we would have to use them for the capital improvements, even if we dissolve the district. We couldn't just take those funds and for example, bring them into the general fund, or we'd have to return them. But we can't just take that money that was collected under the maintenance district and do something different with it. We'd have to use it for the purpose that we collected it for.
Thank you, City Attorney. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So there is a motion on the floor that I made, and I don't believe has been seconded. If the motion does not pass, again, City Manager, Director Moback, I gather then that the notices of public hearing, will not take place. The public hearing won't take place. The levy assessments will not be collected. Would that be correct?
Yeah, for next year, yes, they would not be collected next year, but they could be collected again in the future if council decides that.
Yes, okay. So then I'm from listening, there are monies already in the maintenance that have been collected on behalf of the maintenance district or the property owners that can still be used. However, there would be no additional monies collected. So whatever is there and will be used for the maintenance.
Yes, that's correct. We would not be adding to it next year.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And if there are any additional costs, it will fall on the city's budget.
Once that, if we do not ever assess the property owners anymore, or if the district is dissolved, then once that $133,000 is exhausted, if capital maintenance is required, then obviously there is no funds in the account. The city would have to come up with the funds to perform that maintenance, since the city does own the property.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. City Attorney Brian, you want to say something? I see your hand. Okay, thank you. So I have few comments, like, I know one of the reasons Councilmember Jane is asking for this thing so that the property owners participate in the maintenance district. And it brings equity to any other parking lot in the city. And I do see in 1996, they were paying 100% maintenance and it till 1996, and it was reduced to 75% to the owners. And then in 2003, it became responsibility of the city of Santa Clara. Basically, property owners reduced the maintenance expenses to zero. So is there a way we can negotiate with the property owners to come up with a solution where we go before somewhere in between 1996 and 2003? What will be the process of that? If you want to have the property owner participate in the maintenance district.
That's how I thought the original referral was issued earlier this year, and that we would come back once we get the FPPC and work with the businesses to understand, so that they understand the council's desire, and then we work with the businesses so that we can understand in which direction they want to support the maintenance district. That's how I thought we would, because as mentioned earlier, this is a very unusual process where we don't engage with the businesses before a policy action is taken, and nor do we provide them an update in terms of how the council desires to proceed. I put that in the question and answers, and we did talk about that the last time, and that whenever changes are made, we generally provide some notice and engagement so that we bring that information back to the council. So your question is how I thought we were going to proceed when the referral was first issued. But either way, if there is interest in dissolving, there's certainly time to do that. You could follow up with direction to us to reach out to the businesses if they have an interest in a revised maintenance district that accomplishes more of the council's goals, and work with them on whether they have interest in that process or not.
And just to add to that, the past changes you referenced, Vice Mayor, those were all approved by council and then voted on by the property owners. And so, as the city manager mentioned, we could engage about potentially them changing how much they pay, but ultimately they have to go through a voting process, and the majority of the property owners have to agree to do that.
Right. And that's what I'm thinking of, like having a middle ground. Let's say we don't pass the resolution of intention of parking maintenance district, and between dissolution and asking them to share something, how we can achieve that, basically. That's my goal, like how we can achieve some of it.
And just to make sure everyone's clear on that, if we go through that process and you don't approve the item tonight, then we wouldn't be collecting next year. So there's still an option to collect next year and continue to have this conversation with them as well.
I understand that, but that collection is for the capital improvement, basically, and I'm talking about the maintenance, basically, right? That's the moot point, because there's a 0% maintenance cost being shared by the property owners.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know what's the solution, like how we can achieve that. If we dissolve and then we can go back to property owners and start a dialogue, do we need a direction from the council for that? How is that process, basically?
Yeah, so we would need direction to the council, or from the council, to proceed with dissolving the district. And then we would have to go through that process that the city manager walked you through, that's included in the informational memo.
And my question is, can we start that process without dissolving the district?
Yeah, well, the process involves a resolution of intention to dissolve the district. It involves a public hearing. Ultimately, the property owners are going to get notified about council's desire to dissolve it, and there'll be a public hearing.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney, you want to, I saw your hand.
No, I mean, all I wanted to mention was, whatever outreach that would occur would eat up a lot of resources. You essentially would have to be convincing the property owners to increase the assessment on themselves. And so whether it would be council members trying to do that themselves or city staff, it would definitely eat up resources, and just common sense would tell you it would be a hard sell because they don't have to. The city has no leverage to make them pay more money, but it's certainly something you could try doing, I guess.
And especially after it's dissolved.
Yeah, it's even harder after it's dissolved.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I mean, the city owns the parking. We could always charge them for parking. But in my mind, the current maintenance district is written very poorly and very one-sided. Only the owners get to vote. While the city owns 64% of the land, the city has no say. The city is just over a barrel. If the property owners own 36% of the 4 acres, and they contribute nothing to the maintenance. So somehow, to me, fair would be if they contributed 36% of the total maintenance of 130,000 a year. And while the attorney is saying this is very expensive, the city has been basically subsidizing $130,000 for 40 years now, in today's dollars. So that's quite a bit of money.
I would just add, Councilmember Jane, you are correct, and I think you referenced the council meeting where staff actually recommended to dismantle this maintenance district before, and it was turned around at the council level. And so I do want to acknowledge that the businesses, if the businesses are still there, the same ones, that dismantling and a recommendation would not be anything that they haven't experienced before.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Jan, you have other comments?
Oh, sorry. No.
No, thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, I mean, I agree a lot with what Councilmember Jane is saying, that, it feels like we've been getting kind of gypped, I guess you would say. At the same time, I think someone said it earlier, forgive me because of the late hour. I think it was Councilmember Jane or Vice Mayor Chahal, which was about bringing equity to this district. So Councilmember Watanabe has a motion though right now, which is to basically cover right now, correct? Just to verify, because I know she made a motion, but I had a
The motion had no second, so it failed for lack of second.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And I want to be real careful in terms of perception, and that the businesses, it was the council who set up the policy that we're in. It was not the businesses jipping, nor was it a poor staff recommendation. The former city manager recommended that this be dissolved. It was the council who put this construct in place that we have now. And then since then, Prop 218 has occurred, which tied everyone's hands in terms of making changes through the state law for additional revenue. So it isn't there's been some incremental policies that have happened that have resulted in this condition.
Thank you, City Manager. Forgive me on my poor choice of words. My apologies.
Just in case the businesses are listening, I want to make.
I thought about that, but oh wait, we're not in closed session. My apologies.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so it sounds like that we have the same level of service for the city-owned properties with or without the district. I mean, what is the difference in maintenance costs with and without the maintenance districts? Are you saying that they're identical in both cases?
So, yeah, the maintenance costs that the city pays is for the day-to-day maintenance. And so that's the same with or without the contribution from the property owners, because the property owners are only contributing to the capital maintenance. So when we go out and have to repair the parking lot and slurry seal it and restripe it and everything like we just did, that came through the capital maintenance side, which was paid for by the property owners.
Understood. And I think that Councilmember Jane had something going there, which is, could we not just adjust the city subsidy based on the percentage of what the property owners think that the cost of maintenance is, which is we just pay a multiple of what they are paying and use that and say that is our absolute cap on what we can do, and any other additional maintenance that's required that requires more funds cannot be done, and then charge for the use of the city-owned land at that point.
No, this maintenance district is guided by Proposition 218, and which is a state law that was passed decades ago, about 2 decades ago, and it requires that under this construct that the property owners get to vote on the level of service as well as the levied assessment.
Yes, but if we dissolve the maintenance district, could we not just adjust the city's maintenance budget based on what the owners previously thought their contribution would?
No, those dollars were collected for a legal purpose.
No. I'm not saying using their money. I'm saying basing the money that we would spend for maintenance on the amount that the owners thought was sufficient for maintaining the property, and then simply charge for the use of the city-owned land.
I guess I go back to my earlier comment in that the former city manager, and Craig, I'll ask you to plug in the details of what the capital and maintenance costs were assumed at the time, if we have those available. Recommended that this be dissolved. It was the council who maintained it under the construct that it is now. And so the business owners, in terms of what they thought and this and that, we don't have a record of that kind of information other than the policy that the council put in place upon the city manager recommending that the maintenance district be dissolved, is my understanding.
And what I'm saying
the
is
details of who pays what and the proportionate and what those just don't exist. And the only way to find out is to engage with the businesses and determine if there is any interest on their part to be assessed for the additional cost. And then follow the Prop 218 process.
Understood, but what I'm saying is we could create a new maintenance district. We could ask the property owners, how much do you think it would cost to maintain, what do you think the cost would be to maintain this land? And then create a new maintenance district which distributes those costs more evenly, or simply say, we will take what you think, what you're currently paying to maintain the lands, and that is the budget that we will allocate for this area, dissolve the maintenance district, put that budget in place and charge for the use of city-owned land.
Well, I think that's the what the outcome of a community engagement, a business engagement process would be with the businesses that are impacted, where we receive their input, we share that with the council, and from there policy can be developed. That's absent right now what we have, which is why we stated in our questions and answer responses, as well as in the report, that it's very unusual for the council to take an action without engagement with the businesses or without proper notice. And so of course it's available to you if that's how you would like to proceed. But in terms of answering the questions, Councilmember Park, we just haven't had any engagement with them. So we're not able to provide any tentative approaches of what may work and what won't work.
City Attorney Doyle.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that we could make these lots paying lots, but we can't charge the property owners. We can only charge the cars that park there. We can't just say, oh, here's a parking lot next to you. Now you have to pay for your patrons using this. We would have to charge the people who park. And if they wanted to make some kind of arrangement to reimburse the people who park there or something like that, they could do that. But we can't just suddenly start telling the neighboring property owners you have to pay to have your patrons park here.
Thank you. And Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Based on everything that I'm hearing, I have a lot of concerns about not adopting this resolution, and hearing conversations about asking the property owners to start paying for parking and things like that without any kind of an agreement in place. And I have grave concerns because we have a lot of small businesses that depend on customers and that are just, able to drive downtown, park, do what they need to do and leave. And I will also point out we have a post office that attracts a lot of customers, and they are not part of the maintenance district. If I understand that correctly, City Manager, is the post office a part of the maintenance district? Do they?
Yeah, this is Craig Mowick, Director of Public Works. No, the post office is not part of the maintenance district. The maintenance district was set up around 1965 when the downtown was tore down, and it was originally set up because the maintenance district paid for the bonds that bought the property and installed the parking lot. And so that's why it has changed over the years, is because once those bonds were all paid back, then they changed it and went into the operations and maintenance component, which, as we've discussed tonight, that has changed several times based on council action.
And were the amounts then decreased as a result then of the bonds being paid off, that they didn't need to collect as much?
So they were no longer were paying debt on what was purchased and built. So then that went into the O&M, and I think somebody had referenced at one point they're paying for the O&M. Then that was reduced to 75% of the O&M, and that was in 1996. And then in 2003 was the latest change of when they picked up the capital maintenance, and they stopped paying for O&M, the day-to-day O&M.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And again, I have grave concerns with if a resolution is not adopted, but I think that the discussion can still be pursued regarding whether or not to dissolve the maintenance district, but it's still, the city is collecting money to pay for the capital improvement district, and going forward with the property owners and coming up with a new agreement, a new maintenance agreement, and that would we would still have the city would have leverage to be able to use in making those changes, because if we give up everything now, we have nothing. And so I don't believe by not adopting this resolution is going to help in moving forward and making changes.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion that we not adopt staff's recommendation, that we ask staff to engage with the property owners and to bring back a resolution to dissolve, and to maybe some recommendation for how to reestablish a new maintenance district. I don't know if that is all possible.
We would, with this motion, we would have a public hearing with the businesses, or a public meeting, and bring back, share the outcome of today's action, as well as some of the council's comments. They obviously can watch the video if they'd like, and see what kind of proposals, if any, they would like to advance with us.
Okay, that's my motion.
Back to the council so that the council could further consider the changes and how to advance those.
I will second that.
Thank you. Any other comments from any other council member? Any public? No. Okay, so we can go for the vote. Nora?
Vice Mayor, there's a hand that just went up.
Oh, sorry. Oh, it went down?
Oh, it did. Okay, and with that being said, just want to confirm with maker of the motion what I have heard the motion to be. Not to adopt staff's recommendation and ask staff to engage with property owners and return with adoption of a resolution to dissolve the Park Maintenance District number 122 Franklin Square. Is that correct?
And with possible proposals for a new maintenance district.
All right. Councilmember Jane, if I may suggest something, can we engage with them and then decide about the resolution? Maybe before resolution, they might come up with the changes on the current district. They agree to that, then we don't have to dissolve it and reform it.
My problem is that the current configuration of that is that only they get to decide on their assessments.
Oh.
The city has no, it's a very one-sided agreement,
Okay.
the current maintenance district.
Okay, so my question to city attorney would be, can we change terms and condition on the existing parking maintenance district?
What, I'm trying to understand your question. What is the question?
No, we cannot change the terms and conditions under the existing maintenance district. That would have to be voted.
Not
by-
yet, not
according to
unilaterally.
Proposition
Yeah.
218
Yes.
by the property owners.
Yeah, I understand. What I'm saying is, can we change those in when the property owners, let's say we start a dialogue, property owners agree to something, then we can change it, right?
Yeah, it would be the same vote process that we have right now. It would be, you would change the assessment and they would get to vote on it. And if we didn't get a majority vote, then the changes that we propose would not go into effect.
Okay, so.
It's very one-sided. Yeah.
Councilmember Jan, what I was suggesting, if they agree to change these terms and condition as we discussed today, basically, then we don't need to resolve it. Basically, we can change the terms and condition and go forward, and they can share some maintenance.
But next year they can agree to not agree to the assessment. They have full control. They can just say next year, we're not agreeing to this assessment.
Okay, so
Well, just to respond to that, the assessments are set at the 14,200. So if that's already in the district, so if that gets levied, they pay that. So they can't just say, no, we're not paying that.
If they agree to a different formula, then they would pay that every year, but they'd still have to vote to agree to the different formula. But by doing what you're doing tonight, if you were to not pass this, we would lose whatever assessment we got for this year.
Yeah, but there's 10 times as much money.
I just want to be perfectly clear to all the council members that they understand that if you do not do the assessment this year, the next time you could collect any assessment would be next year for this particular maintenance district.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I guess my questions were along the lines of Vice Mayor Chahal, which is there a need to dissolve the district or look into dissolving the district before we engage in conversation with the business owners? Meaning, it's not quite likely that they would change to pay more money, but at the same time, I feel that if there isn't a specific urgent need to dissolve the district before we engage them, I think that engaging them first would be a better option.
Can I just make a suggestion? I mean, it seems like if you went ahead and just did this year's assessment, you'd at least get the 14,000. And then you'd have a whole year to discuss with the property owners this whole idea of either changing the assessment or dissolving the district. And you'd have a lot more public outreach that would occur and a lot more time to think about it yourself, about what kind of economic support would be appropriate for the downtown businesses. that's pretty much what the city manager proposed.
That's how I thought the
Yeah.
original was going to be.
Yeah, and that's kind of my understanding as well. But again, I don't see the need for dissolution. I do see that collecting the fees, moving forward with discussions would give us a little bit of time and at least give us the fees for this year. But at the same time, I'm really disappointed with how rigid this maintenance district agreement is and how little control we have over it for land that we own. I'm actually quite shocked, but not amazed, I guess.
I guess I just need to clarify that it's not an agreement, it's a maintenance district that is that has to comply with Prop 218. And Councilmember Park, when 218 originally first passed, there was a lot of consternation with just having how it is implemented. But over the years, we've obviously learned how to work within the construct.
Well, it sounds like we've lived to work within the construct by simply putting in the additional funds ourselves. And I don't think that that's a scalable solution.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Reality of generating revenue in public and in the public sector or in municipal agencies. So.
And just
But
to
it's not
be
an
clear,
agreement, it's not anything other than it was recommended that it be dissolved. The council overturned staff's recommendation. That's how we're here with the overlay of 218.
Yeah, and I just know where I come from. Legacy is never used to describe why a system is great. So I'm trying to think about how
No
we can.
one's saying it's great.
Yes, no, exactly. Thank you.
It's just the cards we're dealt with and how we comply with the law. And I appreciate everyone's acknowledging that. It certainly is a brain teaser here.
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
So just to clarify, maybe for a little education, if Councilmember Jane's motion fails, but then there was to be another motion to basically, I guess I'd be saying a hybrid motion by taking what Councilmember Kathleen Watanabe was doing, which was basically we're going to fund it. We're going to get the money that needs to be getting in there. And then at the same time, we're going to do what Councilmember Jane wants to do, but in the future down the road, at the same time, what Councilmember Park was also saying too. Can we do that if it
Yeah, that's what I thought the original path was at the time that the referral was made earlier this year and referred to the FPPC, acknowledging that we would maintain status quo, not knowing the time frame that the FPPC would respond. I do remember the city attorney mentioning that we would send a letter, but the time frame to respond was unknown. And so I may have been mistaken, but I understood status quo, get the FPPC, and then work on policy from there. So either I, as I've mentioned, and this is in their staff report, giving the businesses more time, giving ourselves more time to develop policy, always, from my perspective, worth that approach. However, we will do as the council pleases, but as you're mentioning, that's how we thought we were going to proceed.
Yeah, I personally feel a hybrid because I mean I like where Councilmember Watanabe was going, which is let's get this on funded now. At the same time, I'm really behind Councilmember Jane too because I'm not trying to say that anyone's cheating anything like I was saying before, but what I'm saying is
Modernizing.
What was that?
It's modernizing.
Yes, modernizing, assessing. And I like that idea too. So it's really hard because I like both of the options on the table right now. Well, the prior option too. So I'm just wondering if we can do that, if anything, if it failed.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, so we actually don't need the 14,000 right now. I mean, there's 133,000 in there, which is basically 10 times of what the assessments are. None of our reserve funds in the city are 10 times what the operating budgets are. So it, my point is that we have this very one-sided maintenance agreement. The previous city manager recommended dissolving it. And, you know, if we dissolve it and we just take another year to work with the owners and come up with a better maintenance agreement by next year, I don't, you know, it just, the only way to get out of this deal is to dissolve the thing.
Got it.
Can I make a suggestion, Vice Mayor?
Yes, please.
I'm not sure that's the only way. I'm, you know, and this is really a question I haven't thought of because I just thought of it right now. And so maybe Director Mobeck could help me out. But is it possible that we could go ahead and do the assessment for this year, increase the money, and still meet Councilmember Jane's goal of, is it possible we could ask the property owners if they want to convert some of the money they've been putting aside for capital improvements to actually convert that through a vote to more of a contribution toward the maintenance?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly an option. The one thing I want to just mention though, the 133,000 for the capital maintenance, that goes quick. I mean, when you go slurry seal a lot every 7 years, you know, last time I think that was almost 100 grand. And ultimately, as the years go on, that's going to need more and more work. So your costs are going to continue to go up. But back to the city attorney's comments, yes, we can explore various options of how this you know, could change or could develop into something different with both funding of partial O&M on the day-to-day O&M as well as different things on the capital maintenance side. I mean, I think anything would be on the table at that point, but ultimately recognizing that whatever it is, they need to vote on it to approve that type of change to the maintenance district.
Thank you, Director. Councilmember Jane, you have a question, further comments?
Yeah, I was just commenting to the city attorney's comment was that the O&M is 130,000 a year, which is the whole amount that's in the budget for capital. And, you know, given if they pay their 36%, that's still something like 50,000 a year, which is 4 times what they're currently paying. So converting it to operating will deplete the CapEx if slurry seal is 100,000, and it won't really go that far with the operating. So we just need to somehow have them pay their fair share. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Watanabe, you raised a hand and got it down?
I raised my hand and then I took it down, but I'm putting it back up again. You know, it's going on 1 o'clock. We need to come to some kind of a resolution here. And I'm going to go back to the original resolution. I don't know if you can make the resolution again, but I'm going to put it back out on the table. And if Councilmember Jane wants to do an amendment to add in the have staff work on an amendment or to the existing agreement to use the next year to be able to do that, but still with the goal of collecting more money from the maintenance district. That, and if that's possible.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Park?
Was that a motion? Do people?
I believe we had a motion on the floor already.
Was that your motion?
I didn't hear a motion.
Councilmember Hardy seconded it.
Yeah,
that's correct, Councilmember Jane.
Okay, I apologize. I did not hear it then.
Yeah, there was
I removed my motion.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't quite agree with Councilmember Jane's assessment of the situation, in that if we dissolve the district, there is no, if there's no incentive, there is no reason that the property owners would get together to create another maintenance district. And it seems like the city would have to pay the maintenance costs anyway. I feel like the only way that we can resolve this is to, find a way that either their contribution directly improves the area that we're maintaining, or we reduce maintenance costs based on what the property owners currently think the maintenance should require, and the property degrades until there's a new maintenance district in place. I mean, neither one of those is a very palatable path, but at the same time, I just don't see property owners on their own, with an absent, without a maintenance district in place, deciding that they want to pay more money to put a maintenance district in place. And that's where I need some guidance from staff. Like, what I don't understand why anyone would ever do this. Like, I want to know the history of how this maintenance district was put into place in the very beginning. Like, what encouraged the owners to create this? It sounds like they did this because they wanted to fix something, and that is, now that it's fixed, it's like, well, they don't want to pay ongoing maintenance costs. But I think that there must be something that we could do to encourage them to see that paying for maintenance is beneficial to them and the city. And I'm currently not seeing that at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may add to that, I'm thinking from the same perspective, like how can we resolve it without dissolution? Or is there a middle ground, like we can direct the staff? If we don't pass this thing, we're losing around $10,000, because $3,000 of that is interest money, which we keep anyway. So basically we are losing $10,000, but at the same time, what can the staff help us out between dissolution and negotiating with the staff and come back, basically?
So yeah, I mean, if that's what the council's desire, we could, engage the property owners about it. I think last time there was a council subcommittee that worked on that, but certainly staff can engage the property owners, obviously go through what was discussed tonight, talk about options, see if there is a willingness for them to come to the table and change the way that it's set up right now, and for them to contribute more. And if they, if we can reach that agreement and the majority of them agree to that and vote on it, then we'd be able to change it. So that is a possibility.
We would be able to initiate the process if they would want to change it through Prop 218, if it's a levied assessment or tax.
Right. And my question is, we're not dissolving it today. Now, we have a video of this meeting, and I think property owners will know what's going on, what the council direction is, what the council needs is from the city perspective. And that's what I'm thinking is, okay, with all this discussion, let the property owners come back. Okay, this is what we can do within the current maintenance district. We are ready to make these changes. Or if the council doesn't like those changes, council can always dissolve it, as the motion states, down the line. And that would be a middle ground, sort of. And I know
if there's no action to dissolve it, then you have two policy options. One is much like what Councilmember Watanabe just said about staff's recommendation, with the engagement to occur for some discussion around increased fees. The other would be to leave the maintenance district in place, take no action on the levied assessments, and then just direct us to go and do the same and engage with them about a more modernized structure and seek their interest of voting according to Prop 218.
But my question is, when we leave the assessment as is, aren't we liable for providing the maintenance district, because the contract is the same, basically?
Or either way, there's no contract either way, we are responsible for maintaining the property that we own.
But as Councilmember Jane mentioned that if we have like if we make the parking paid parking, that can be an incentive to negotiate basically. So as of now, we can't do that, right? As per the current parking maintenance district, we cannot do that. Unless we dissolve it, then we can do that, right?
My understanding of a paid parking structure, we would need to do more analysis, but it's not limited to just the business users. I understand that there's other users, and so there really is an equity issue that we would need to explore before making any further recommendations as that is a revenue stream or opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jane?
So I just heard Director Mobeck give a new staff recommendation, and I would be happy to withdraw my motion in favor of his new staff recommendation, which was basically to go negotiate with the property owners.
I think that is better way so that we keep everything open for discussion for the next meeting, right?
So whatever Director Mobeck suggested.
Fred, can you just repeat what you said? Because we started this whole process under your direction that we needed to take action.
Yep. So yeah, so I think first we decide if we're going to levy the assessment for next year. So that's one item. And then the next item, if council would like us to go engage the property owners about potentially changing how this is structured and you know, negotiate with them and talk about options and see what they have to say about it.
That would occur after.
Yeah,
What we've been saying.
Yeah, and then we would go do that and come back to council at some point with what those results were.
So Dr. Mobeck, I have a question on that. If we agree to assessment amount, aren't we locking in, let's say property owners don't do anything for next 1 year. So we don't have any like leeway to talk to them. They say, oh, we don't want to talk. So, but we are already under this parking maintenance district for another 1 year. And we cannot, can we still dissolve it after 2 months after taking the assessment?
So for next year, there's two options: do nothing and don't collect anything, or levy the assessment tonight, have the public hearing and collect for next year. Regardless of what you do, we can still go have those discussions with them. And if you want to dissolve it in 2 months, we could go through that process, and then the following fiscal year it'd be dissolved, be done.
So we can take the assessment now, and can we dissolve within the 2 months? That's my question. Aren't we bound by because we took the assessment for the next year, we cannot, because that contract or whatever district maintenance rules and laws are. Can we do that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think whether you would dissolve it in 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, or 12 months, it's all the same result. The only difference would be you wouldn't collect any money next year if you don't levy the assessment tonight.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I'm actually reading up about Prop 218, and I'm on the lao.ca.gov site. And it says what I would actually expect. It says that unless these reduced local revenues are replaced with other revenues, local government spending for local public services will decrease accordingly. And that doesn't seem like it's happened here. And I'm saying these seem like the options that we would have that we're not looking at, that we're not being told about in what is in the Prop 218 language, which is redevelopment revenues, developer exactions, general taxes imposed on particular groups such as business license, hotel occupancy, and sporting or entertainment admission taxes, and special taxes imposed on properties within small discrete areas, right? That's exactly what I think we have the maintenance district for. And now when I take a look at how we set them up, it doesn't seem that it would be as restrictive as we currently have in place, or what our current understanding is. And I would love to take more time to understand this, meaning I'm not going to go through it now, and I'm not going to put everyone through this, but I'd like to, to go over what our options are, because it seems like they would be wider than what has been presented to us. And that's the reason that I would like to spend a little bit more time on this. And, unfortunately, if that means we continue the existing maintenance district, take our small monies for this year, and then take the time to look at what our other options are, that's fine. But I feel even less comfortable that we know what all the options are based on what I'm reading. So I guess I'm going to support what Councilmember Jane said, but at the same time, I would like more reports on what our possibilities are, because I think they could be wider than what has been presented.
So the possibilities and the options are in the informational memo. I'm not sure what other options you're referring to.
Yeah, I would ask Councilmember Park if you could send us the code that you're referring to.
Okay, again, I'm just looking at the loa.ca.gov on the page on understanding Prop 218. I will send that to you. I'll send that to staff.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Jane. So I
So
hope you make a final motion now.
I am making a motion now that we levy the assessment of 14,200, and that we are directing staff to engage with the property owners about options, and just as a parenthetical, that we reserve the right to dissolve the maintenance district at any time.
Okay.
I will second that. And I will say that that's what the city manager before our current one wanted, was to dissolve it. And I think council made a big mistake when they didn't.
Okay. So finally, we have a motion and a second. If there are no more comments, let's get to the vote.
I just want to clarify with maker of the motion. It's staff recommendation and levy assessment, and direct staff to engage and negotiate with property owners about options and reserve the right to dissolve the maintenance district at any time, in parentheses.
Correct.
Perfect.
Just a moment.
We have 3 minutes before 1 o'clock.
Councilmember Watanabe.
I hope we have something to offer them if we increase their fees. I will support the motion. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes. Yes. So you got it. Okay.
Motion passes 6 yes, 1 absent. Thank you. And I'm not sure Mayor Gilmore is gone for the day or night.
I would like to be gone for the day after all that. Oh my God. Okay. I'm gonna now ask, since it's 1 o'clock in the morning, we've been going for 9 hours and we need to let our staff go. I'm gonna ask one more time that we defer item on the Loyalton until the next meeting. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Motion second.
Madam Mayor, 7B also
All right, we did that
needs to be
already.
deferred.
We did that already, clerk, city clerk.
Okay.
Yeah, we did that one.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. If there's no discussion, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Sorry, I missed the second. Who made the second?
I don't know.
I think it was me that made the
Thank
second.
you.
Yeah.
Motion to defer. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, that passes unanimously. I'm hoping we can forego the reports of members and special committees and the city manager executive director reports unless it's an emergency. Could I please have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
So move. Second.
Motion second to adjourn. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Nobody cares who